that can be asked to you when you apply for your next Node.js job. So let's go ahead and get started with the agenda. But before we start on, guys, if you haven't already, please subscribe to the Intellipaat channel and also click on that bell icon to never miss out on any updates from us. So now let's go ahead and get started with the agenda. Alright guys, so first we will understand what is Node.js exactly and then move on to discuss some of the basics of Node.js. Once we're done with that, we'll talk about the Node.js Express framework and then move on to discuss how we can create RESTful APIs in Node.js. Once we're done with that, we'll move on and talk about how we can integrate Node.js and MongoDB. And finally, we will be talking about some of the most asked interview questions about Node.js, which will be asked to you in your next Node.js interview. All right, guys, so this is the agenda for this session. I hope it's clear to you. Now let's move on and start off with the first topic, which is Introduction to Node.js.
So guys, we'll now create a new HTML file, and then I'll show you how you can go create some basic HTML and JavaScript on that. I'll go create a new file. So notice, right click and create a new file. So when you create a new file, you can go give a name. I'll call this as day one, step one, hello world .html. The extension .html is important because the extensions that we have installed will be able to give some code hinting based on the extension that we give to the file. And now we have created a file and I called it .html, not htm, not .txt, or not a file without any extension. Make sure you have this .html in the extension. Only then the syntaxes will work. All right, so now I would want to create an HTML tag. So obviously, we can go create a tag like this, HTML, and then we have an ending tag, and then inside this HTML tag we can have the head and the body, and we can start putting things inside the body so that it can be displayed in the browser. However, now we have installed one of these extensions called Mithril Emmet, we'll be able to make this entire development really fast. I will type HTML:5 and press enter. And that will give me an HTML template or a stub that I can use in my application, in my project. And notice, all the good practices of creating an HTML document are in place. The doc type declaration basically tells that this is an HTML5 document. And then for accessibility, the screen readers will be able to identify that this page needs to be read in English, right in the line number 2. Okay, immediately when the page opens, they'll be able to realize that they'll have to use English as a language to interpret this document. And then you'll also see some good practices in place. Some of these are required by IE and some of these are required by Apple, that is iOS. Basically, each one of them are required by the specific browser. So that this guy can make it compatible with IE Edge, and this guy can make sure that the application does not scale itself based on the device's resolution. And then the character that we would be using, the keyboard that we are using to generate this application would be UTF-8. So that way, when I send this file on the internet and someone who is seeing this file will have the same ASCII values for every keystroke that I've used to generate this application. So here inside this body tag, I would want to write some h1 tag, and here I will say hello world. I'll save it. And now my intention is to be able to display it in a browser. So how do I do that? A couple of ways. We have created this file on this location on my C drive, Node April. I can right click on this and say open with and choose a browser that I want to use for this application. I'll choose Google Chrome, and you notice that Google Chrome has launched this application. One way to do it, but you don't have to go to the Explorer to launch that application, launch that file every time. We can alternatively right click here and then choose open in the default browser or other browser. This comes because we have used this open in browser extension. Okay, so you know why Mithril Emmet was installed, you know why Open in Browser was installed. And now right click and I can choose Open in other browser. If I choose Open in default browser, in my case, Firefox would be launching this application, this file. If you want to choose any other browser, you can choose Open in other browser, select, and now from the dropdown you can select Chrome, and Chrome launches this application. Oops. All right. So now if I want to write some JavaScript, where do I write, guys? So you have a choice. You can either write it in the head or in the body tag. So I will choose to write some script file here. Inside the script, I would want to, let's say, target this h1 tag. Okay. So if I want to target this h1 tag, the script tag obviously has to come after this h1 tag, isn't it? So now I can say document dot get elements by tag name. There are a couple of ways to select. I'm using a very legacy method, get elements by tag name. If you want to select this document, guys, I mean this h1 tag, you can also use something called as a query selector. Now this query selector does use CSS selection, and in CSS, if I want to select this h1 tag, I would use a tag selector h1, and then this query selector will select the first matched element and gives that tag to me, and then I can use JavaScript to modify the content of it. So I'll say the inner HTML of that or inner text of that will be change the text. I'll say welcome to your life. I'll save it. So now if I give it a run in Chrome, you'll be able to see that the text got changed. And I did mention that this will select the first matching element. So if there were more than one, it'll still select the first matching element. Okay. Now the question is, what if I wanted to select the second one or the third one? So you can use a specific selector, but in this example, I'll show you how you can use something called a query selector all. And when you say query selector all, it gives you a collection of all the matching h1 elements, and then you can specify which one you really want. Remember, I told you that this is a collection. So since it's a collection, you can select the first one if you want to, like so. You can select the second one if you want to. You can select the third one if you want to. I mean, the third one if you want to, like so. Since we would be using this index value here, the first one will be referred as 0, the second one will be 1, then 2, and so on and so forth. Okay, so just to help you understand how DOM manipulation work, how DOM selection works in this case, guys. Now you may ask, okay, Vijay, what is the relevance of this? Because what I have realized over a period of time is that when people join Node.js, the expectation is that they already know HTML and CSS and JavaScript. But many a times I'm usually surprised that people join Node.js to learn JavaScript. Let's go to the next step. So this was just to get you warmed up on the utility of these extensions. Now moving forward, let's say I would want to write some JavaScript. So there are many ways to do it. I mean, I can either write this here, or I can write this in an external file here. I'll create a folder, call this as script. And inside the script folder, I will go write a file, my script.js. And then I can paste this here, right? So now I would want to import that into this application. How do I do that? The script block also has an src attribute that we can use. And from the script directory, I can use the MyScript file, and that will be replacing the content in between the script tag, and your application should still work for you. Let us go run this in the browser. Choose Chrome, and then you get this same output here. Okay, so the JavaScript that we just wrote now is the client-side JavaScript. Okay, and now in Node.js, in the curriculum, we will be learning server-side JavaScript. Now, the very first question that you may ask is, Vijay, why should I write JavaScript on the server side? Okay, or what is the advantage for me if I write JavaScript on the server side? There are a couple of advantages. One, as a developer, you don't have to learn too many different languages to build an application. Now, for your question, why should I use? The answer is why not? I mean, you have a choice now that you can use. Instead of using PHP, instead of using .NET and Java, you now can use JavaScript on the server side. And the quest to implement server-side JavaScript was there since a long time. I'm sure you guys know about Firefox. They are the creators of JavaScript. They have been venturing into many ways of writing server-side JavaScript. They came up with a build called Rhino.js. You probably can find that out on the developer.mozilla.org. Yeah, so you can actually see that there used to be an engine called Rhino.js, which was primarily intended to work on the server side. But this guy did not get much of popularity. So while this quest was still on, a guy called Ryan Dahl from a company called Joint came up with this idea of a community-driven module approach to write server-side JavaScript. That idea was welcomed. So what is Node.js? It's a server-side JavaScript, the extension of the client side that whatever you have learned can also be done on the server side. And it does help you develop scalable network applications. The primary reason why JavaScript on the server side existed is not to cater to developing web applications. However, that is what we will be doing in this workshop. But it was intended to do all the network related activities like allotting resources, maybe taking parameters from the client, call different services, creating RESTful API on the server side, and so on and so forth. Okay, so when Ryan Dahl created Node.js, he did not create it on Windows per se. He created it primarily on Unix. One reason why you'll find a lot of Unix traces in Node.js. So in order to migrate those APIs to Windows, he replaced those Unix libraries with a library called libuv to make it compatible with Windows. And now the user will be using JavaScript to interface with Node.js. So something will have to understand JavaScript, isn't it, on the server side or on the Node side. In this example, we would be using V8 engine. We have choice to change it if you want to, but the default configuration is that we'd be using a V8 engine, which is community driven, open sourced by Google as of now. Most of the browsers use them. Safari uses V8 engine, Chrome uses V8 engine, even the latest version of IE, that is IE Edge, uses V8 engine behind the scene. So there are two browsers that have still escaped this, Firefox and Opera. Probably they will also start using it sooner or later. That would be really nice, but you can't expect all the browsers to um, work the same way, isn't it? I mean, you want them to work differently. That's one reason why these browsers do exist. Firefox doesn't want to work like Chrome. Chrome does not want to work on render things like Opera. So they all are different. And now that we have V8 in place, we should be able to interface with that using JavaScript. And we can also use custom C++ syntaxes so that each syntax can be understood by the Node.js in the way that we want. If you are a C++ developer, I suggest you can dig into the documentation and sprinkle your own code behind the scene. For example, if I say console.log, it makes sense for the browser or for the Node.js to log a message that I would be entering. Similarly, you can also create your own commands using C++, and that can be interpreted and then it can interface with the machine language and then give you an output. So Node.js basically is the thinnest possible interface between the human readable code and the machine code. Why? Because it is purely built on C and C++. That makes it really fast. Not that we don't have a competition for Node.js. Maybe moving forward, you may expect few. As of now, Node.js will be transformed to something called as Deno moving forward. But again, that is not quite certain as of now. Just keep in mind and maybe keep looking out for this API called Deno. Moving forward, you probably can expect some changes to happen. It has happened in the past. One reason why I'm telling you. Um, so once the Joint released Node.js, it did want to make things commercial, and it came up with a intention to commercialize most of these modules. So these modules, which were contributed by developers like you and me, many of them revolted, and they created a parallel technology called io.js. Um, when Joint realized that there is a competition, they kind of revoked their idea, and they made an announcement that Node.js will continue to be a community-driven product, but there would be a commercial angle to it if people want. So after this training, you can write modules that you can actually charge people if you want to. All right. So now how Node.js basically works, I've kind of explained it to you in a nutshell. You use JavaScript, and V8 engine will take that program, pass it on to um, C++ class or a function, which then can communicate to the machine language, and then it does whatever it has been told to. Okay. We have been speaking about this guy, Rindal, who created Node.js, and he announced it in 2009 in a JS conference. And there was an overwhelming response for his talk about creating server-side programming language, which can be, which can take communities' help to create modules. As of now, we have about 15 lakh modules plus. Maybe you can still vouch that on this website, npmjs.org. Yeah, this one. Sometimes they do give the number of modules they have. Sometimes it is hidden, but sometimes you can see that these many modules do exist. I've been seeing it grow from 5 lakhs to 10 lakhs, now about 15 lakhs. Not all of them are quite useful, but even if you have about a lakh plus modules which are quite useful for developers, that itself is a staggering big number. Okay, there are not many communities out there which are so proactive. Now, where can you use Node.js is the question. It is not for every project. This is one mistake that many developers do. Just because they have learned Node.js, they try and um, solve every problem that they have with Node.js. It's like this: if all you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail, isn't it? So similarly, if you learn Node.js, you would want to solve everything with Node.js. That's a good idea, but it is not the only tool that you can embrace. So these are some of the scenarios where you can use Node.js. If you have an application that has a lot of communication that needs to be done on the server side, let's say an airline ticketing application or a movie ticketing application, or a stock application where you need to be updated on whatever is available on the server side instantaneously. Those are some of the scenarios where Node.js kind of dazzles compared to other technologies. When you have a requirement to upload files and video files really fast, and let's say a video chatting application, let's say, or um, a meeting collaboration application. Those are scenarios where Node.js will definitely help you. I've personally worked with some of these companies which use Node.js for advertisements. See, these advertisements will have to be changed on the user's preference instantaneously, right? So if I log in, my credentials are required, captured by the ad engine, and they would load a different advertisement. So that requires instant response, both from the browser side and the server side. So those are some of the scenarios where Node.js can definitely come handy. Multiplayer games are again one more area where Node.js um, has a lot of strength. And now with the invention of the WebSocket, the socket programming has a big boost with Node.js. So I'll be covering this using a library called socket.io. I'll show you how a simple chat application can be created with very less code, or at least very minimal code. And then you can take that example and build whatever you really want to with that.
So why would you want to use Node.js? Node.js offers several advantages. Some of these are that it's ease of use. Node.js is very easy to learn simply because it's based on JavaScript, and JavaScript is one of the easiest languages to learn. Many developers do know JavaScript even if they are not from the front end world of the web development. And if they are, then it's actually very easy to transfer their skills to the back end world using Node.js. Node.js is asynchronous, which basically means that it has the ability to push long running tasks in the background and keep your application responsive. It's very easy to run long running tasks in background or on a new thread using Node.js. So long running tasks such as database interactions, interacting with file systems, accessing a web API that is already on the internet, so on and so forth. So as you can imagine that getting data from a database server could take a lot of time if the database server is congested. So what Node.js allows us to do is to make that call and then push it off to the backend, and it keeps processing the rest of the code written in the Node.js file. When the database sends back a response, based on the response, Node.js will then understand what the response is and perform the actions that you have described on the data that is returned by the database. All of this happens and all of this is taken care of by Node.js, so you don't have to learn the intricacies and understanding of how this happens. All you can do is use the Node.js language to push long running tasks on the backend and in the background, and that will be run by the Node.js environment. And it also comes in with a built-in package manager. It is called npm, or the Node Package Manager. It allows you to include packages written by other developers in your project. So for instance, if you are working with a database and you don't wish to write the tedious code that is concerned with the database handling, code such as connecting to the database, writing queries, getting results, formatting those results, and then closing the connection, these all can be taken care of by a package written by another developer. Furthermore, what you can do is you can write your own packages and publish them on the npm registry, and people can take use of them. So it's a good way to collaborate with other people and write your own packages and use other packages in your own projects to simplify your workflow.
So let us now start with Node.js. So these are some of the things that you should know before we start. There is no window object. So there is no document object. There is no location object. Why? Because we are not working on web. We are not using a browser. So there is no location object. There is no window object as well. But alternatively to that, what we have is some global properties that we can use. Something called as global, which can help you declare properties across multiple files. I'll show you how you do that. And you can also use require to import and module.exports to export. So the vocabulary is slightly different here. If you are coming from other programming languages, you have these terms import and export, correct? So in case of Node.js, you'll have to replace the word import with require, and export can be replaced with module dot exports. Okay, the reason why they have embraced it is because those days there were no architectures available for JavaScript to be treated as modules. So Node community created a structure, created a definition for that, and called it CommonJS as a design pattern that can be used to load and unload modules, to import and export modules, and that has become a standard which is embraced by many platforms as of now. So CommonJS is a design pattern which allows you to use these vocabulary: require to import and module.exports to export. Towards the end of this workshop, I'll also show you one more way of working, because things have changed. It has evolved from the time this curriculum was designed uh, till this date. So I'll show you how you can work with ECMAScript 6 way of importing and exporting as well. So maybe you can find some inclination towards getting that standardized. So the require and module.exports may fade out, but again, things may prove me wrong as well. So just be aware that there are many ways to work, and I'll show you both of these flavors. And it is up to you which one you would want to embrace. But whenever you start working in a company, the company will decide what kind of features you would be using, isn't it? And then in order to deal with what's happening in the file, what parameters are being passed to this file, we use something called as process. So I'll show you how all of them can be used in this workshop. So we'll start with the very first example. But before we begin, I want you to get this idea of what is possible with Node.js and what you can expect with Node.js. You need to be clear about this concept called synchronous and asynchronous, which is blocking and non-blocking. So what will happen with blocking and what will happen with non-blocking? I'll probably run my slides and then I'll explain it to you. So in a blocking scenario, let's say you want to fetch some data. You make a request and you wait for the data to come. When the data comes, you'll actually use it and then you go to the next step. So that's blocking, because until the data comes, you are basically waiting for the response to arrive, isn't it? So maybe the data may come or it may not come. So that's a blocking code. In other words, this is called a synchronous way of working. Synchronous way of working in programming. But you also have something which is asynchronous, where you actually don't wait for the response to come. So you make a request for the data. You will assign a callback function which will be informed when the data comes or when the data fails to come, and then you continue to the next step. It's, to compare it with a regular life scenario, guys, it is like this. Let's say you want to order some food. So you take your phone, you make an order, and until the order comes, you actually go outside and you wait for the order to come, for the food to come, food to be delivered. And then when the food is delivered, you actually bring it in. That's one scenario where you are blocking, you are synchronous. In another scenario, you take the app, you make an order, and while the food comes, you actually keep doing other work that is relevant for you. When the food comes, he will knock the bell, you go receive the parcel and you come. That's non-blocking, that is asynchronous way of working. So in JavaScript, by nature, you will actually see that most of these APIs would be blocking, because it goes one line at a time. You can, however, convert it to a non-blocking by using some methods in Node.js. So I'll show you how you can deal with both of these. You will actually get a comparison between blocking and non-blocking for most of my examples, but just keep this idea in mind whenever we are discussing with blocking and non-blocking. I think these are the only things that I had in my slide, and everything apart from this would be a hands-on workshop. Okay, so a few things that you would need to get ahead. One, you need to have Node installed on your computer. So how do I get Node installed? You go to this website, nodejs.com, nodejs.org, I guess. I'm sorry. Yeah, nodejs.org, because npm is .com. Okay, I always get myself confused with that. Nodejs.org. If you are an English speaking person, choose EN. And now you have two choices. You can use the LTS version or you can use the current version. For this workshop, I will be using the LTS. What does LTS stand for? Long-term support, which means to say most of the modules that we'll be using are tested with this version and they work. Okay, I said most of them, not all of them. Yet there are many of them which may not be completely compatible with this. However, this is the latest that is available on their website, so we'll download it. So if you are new, click on this button and you can download it. So once the install is available, you can double click on that and you can install. Once it is installed, you can open the terminal here, go to view and choose terminal. Notice there is a shortcut, control tilde or control backtick. And now you can say node-v and it should give you the version number. In my case, I'm using 14.16.1, which is what you see here, 14.16.1. Okay, if this is not working, I mean after installing this is not working, it probably expects you to restart Visual Studio Code so that the terminal can pick up. If not, the environment variables are not properly set by you. So I suggest you go with the default options. Just simply say yes, yes, yes for all of them. That should take care of it. Unless you have some errors, please let me know in case if you have any errors. If I have the experience of solving it, I'll definitely help you out. If not, you'll have to look out for that online, because see, I'm not an encyclopedia of Node.js, right? I mean, I would not know answers for every error that you may get. Some errors are so new that they just surfaced yesterday and today. Okay, so now that you have Node.js and you have Node.js installed.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Node.js by answering this question. The Node.js module can be exposed using which of the following? A. Module expose. B. Module. C. Module exports. D. All the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Okay, so now that we have Node installed, what is Node used for? I think in my example, I did show you that Node helps you do something called as read, evaluate, print, and loop properties, variables inside. So this terminal is now capable of working like your V8 engine, which is available in Chrome. So if you are running in the console, you can type this message, var user equals, let us say I put my name Vijay, and then see I got undefined. Why did I get undefined? Is because this gets wrapped into a self-invoking anonymous function, and by convention every function in JavaScript will return something. If it does not return anything, it returns undefined. That's why you are getting undefined there. Don't bother about that. And now if I say console log the user, a variable that I just declared above, if I ask, then it will give me the answer, Vijay. And again, now this command was executed inside a self-invoking anonymous function. One reason I keep getting undefined. But when you actually run a file, that would not be the case, okay? Because here, every line will be treated as a separate command. So keep that in mind. Now here, the same thing, if I want to run in this terminal, now that I have Node.js installed, I can now say node and press enter. So now Node.js has started working for me. So I can do what? Read, evaluate, print, and loop. Okay, so let us now evaluate. I will assign some variable. I'll say var user equals Vijay. You can put your name, don't copy my name, okay? And it gives you undefined. Why? Because this was wrapped into a self-invoking anonymous function, and functions do give you undefined. Okay, that function was called and then you got undefined. And now I will say console.log user, and then it should give you the name back. That's easy, isn't it? So you saw that JavaScript is working for you, but you can't be doing a complicated program, or at least any sizable program in terminals. This is useful, but more often than not, you would want to go ahead and modify the variable that was declared and maybe create an array and create something really complicated, not these 1 or 2 lines of code. Correct? As a developer, you would want to graduate further, right? So let's move on to the next piece of code, guys. This is where the rubber meets the road. We're starting with some basics. Okay, so here I will go ahead and create a new file. I mean, instead of writing this program in the terminal, we can use a file that is already existing and then call it here. So I will now call this. I'll create a new file. Notice it is outside the script folder here, and in the terminal I can directly access it. I will say Control C to come out of it. Node.js. Okay, and notice the cursor is pointing to node-april, which is the name of the folder here. And now I'll right click here, create a new file. I'll call this as step2.js. Notice the extension .js here. And here I can go ahead and do the exact same thing that I did earlier. I'll go declare a variable, call it user, and assign my name to it. And this time it will not be treated as a function. I mean, it will not be wrapped into a function. Why? Because you have a file, and then you have you can dictate how this file should be interpreted or executed. So I will now declare a variable, and then I would want to use console.log and call this user that I've declared. I'll save this, and now I want this file to be read by Node.js. So what I'll do is I'll say node, and I want to pass this file as a parameter to this node. Okay, so earlier I simply pressed enter and then node.js started without any instructions, but in this example I want node to run this file, step2.js file. So I know the context, I know where this file is. Okay, I will now say step2.js. The .js is optional, we'll talk about that, but when I press enter it'll give you the output. So we're expecting console.log to log Vijay. I mean, you can also add some flavors to this. I mean, this user would be a string now, isn't it? I can ask what is the length of it. I can multiply it by 4 and then show you an output. So as of now, I have 5 characters here. The user.length will be 5. 5 multiplied by 4 should give me 20. Okay, you may have a different number because you will have a different username, isn't it? Okay, so now moving forward, guys. So we have this file, but the question is, can I leverage from this? Can I use this file, the content of this file in another file? Okay, the answer is no, you cannot. Why? Because see, this variable is not exported so that I can't import it. Now the question is, how can I create a modular program that can be used by other files as well? Okay, so in order to do that, we'll create another example. Not that no, we can't use this, just that I want things to be separated. Okay, so I'll go create another file here. This is a new file, and this is going to be called as step3.js file. So this is the first module that we are about to write, and let us go create a variable. You can use keyword var to create a variable. You can also use the keyword let or const to create a variable. Now what is the difference? Var does have a scope. I mean, it contains the scope of the object where you have written. Let and const, however, uses the block scope. Okay, maybe I'll show that with a different example if you are confused about that, but this is a minimum expectation. Many people already know about them. If not, just make a note of this and you can probably learn them on your own. Let and const and var and things like that. Okay, so I would want to create a hero, and I'm sure if you have attended any of my other workshops, I keep using Marvel and DC Comics heroes a lot. I mean, we can't be talking about potatoes and grapes and bananas a lot, isn't it? We need some example which is quite exciting. So I'll be using these heroes. So let us say we'll start with an Iron Man. And now I want this property hero to be available with other files as well. So we'll have to export it. So in order to export, you have a built-in keyword called module, which has an object called exports. And on that object, you can create a property, an arbitrary property, and then export something that you really want. Okay, watch. So I'll use the keyword module dot exports, and this exports is an object. I'll actually show you how we can use each one of them. I'll show you how you can override them as well moving forward. But for now, let's just stick to the flow. Exports, and I want to create a property called user, and I want to assign this variable hero to that. So what I have done here is I'm exporting this property called user, which has a value of the hero. Okay, so whenever I say hero, what do I get here? Iron Man, correct? So hero simply means Iron Man here. So the user will now get this value Iron Man, and that is what is exported from this file. Now it is exported to whom is the question. Whoever imports it will have the access to this property called user. Is that clear? And now you may ask, okay, Vijay, where did we get this module? Now I might ask you another question. Where did we add this console? Okay, so console is a reserved keyword. It's a global keyword which is available. You may ask, okay, Vijay, but we actually saw that in the browser, isn't it? See, what you should know is console is not a JavaScript command. Is it a JavaScript command? No, isn't it? It's a browser command in this case. Similarly, here, this is a node command. The purpose of this is to log something on the terminal. The purpose of this is to log something in the console. Okay, so I will show you all the keywords that are available. For now, I think we'll get started. So this module is also something that is available without having to import anything. It is by default available. It's a global keyword. I'll show you a list of global keywords moving forwards, and then you'll probably be convinced about it. So this has an object called exports. And on this exports, we can dynamically create a property. You can create a property by name potato if you want to, and it'll have no problem. And you can assign anything that you really want to export. So what we are trying to do here is we are exporting a property called user, which will have this value here. Now that we have a module and we are exporting it, I'll now create an example that can be used to import this. So let's go ahead and create a new file. I'll call this a step4.js. And here the intention is to use that file. The which file? The step3.js file. Where is it available? In the same folder as step 4. Okay, so in my slide you recall that we had global, require, module, and process. So far we have just used module. Now I'll show you how you can use the require keyword. So I want to require, oops, not request animation frame, require. What do you require? I want to require this file step3.js file. Now the question is, where is this file? It is in the current working directory itself, isn't it? So in order to denote the current working directory, we'd use this /. Okay, and then Node.js is quite smart. He doesn't have to be told that you should look for a .js file. He really looks for a file. If that exists, it'll actually use it. In fact, this itself is an alias. We'll talk about that moving forward. In fact, it is not the name of the file. In this case, it happens to be the name of the file, but it is an alias. We'll talk about that moving forward. But now when you import this, we need a variable that can hold whatever it is returning to us. So we'll go create a variable. You can use var, you can use let, or you can use const. Anything is fine. So I'll say let username equals this. So what is username? Anything that is imported or exported from this file is now username. So in this example, what did we export? User. What is it now being called? Username. Okay. So now if I come here and do a console.log of what is this user name that we have, you will now be able to see the answer. Let us go give it a run. Now we are supposed to run step 4 here, isn't it? So I'll ask Node to churn out this file, step4.js. And it tells you that it has got an object, and that object has a property called user, and it has a value called Iron Man. So if you go back, you can actually relate to that. Module.exports was an object. On that, we created a property called user, and that was assigned a name, and that was assigned a property hero that evaluated to this property, this value, isn't it? So here, hero is nothing but Iron Man. That is assigned to user, and that user is now assigned to this, or that object that was exported will now be assigned to this username. And that's what we are trying to look here. So you can say username dot user, and that should give you Iron Man directly if you want to. So you understand what is require. Require is to import, and module.export is to export.
Okay guys, a quick info: if you're looking for an end-to-end training in JavaScript, Intellipaat provides a full stack web developer course which covers JavaScript and all the JavaScript frameworks you need to know. For more details, check out the description box.
What if I have to export multiple properties? You have multiple answers for that. Okay, so you have many ways to do it. I'll show you a couple of them. Okay, so let us say I have hero 1, and I'll also have hero 2 and hero 3. What if I want to export all of them? So this is Iron Man here, and probably this is Captain America and maybe Hulk. So we have 1, 2, 3. I want to export all of them. So you can do this, and I will probably be specific. I'll say user 1 is hero 1. I go here and then I'll have to make appropriate changes. Maybe instead what I'll do is I'll simply log the username as an object itself. And here I can keep adding. Is one way to look at it, okay? Sorry, 3 and 3 here. I'll save. Now if I run this step 4 file, you'll get an object with 3 properties inside. See, you got user 1, user 2, and user 3. So you were able to export. There's another shortcut. I mean, sometimes, you may not want to do something like this. So what we can do as an alternate is this. You'll say module dot exports. We will, instead of using properties on the exports, we will override the exports object itself. And now I can have user 1, which is of the value for that would be hero 1, and so on and so forth. All right, so save, and now run this example. This will also do the job. Okay. And here in the node April, I already have the step 1, step 2, step 3. We'll make another example. Step 5 .js. Okay. So this is just a JavaScript file. Okay, so we are using this example or this exercise to understand the difference between var, let, and const. Okay, so in order to illustrate this, I'm creating an example. Okay, you can follow along. I'll go create a variable called hero, which is a very popular example in my my classes. I use heroes exercise almost in every other example. So this hero will have a title. Let's say we'll name this guy Iron Man, and we'll add a power property to this. Let's say 5, 6, whatever. And now we'll go create a method, check power. So what is the purpose of this check power? What we'll do is, we will use this exercise to check the power property of the hero, and if the power happens to be less than 5, we'll change. If it is more than 5, we'll change the title. If it is less than 5, we'll leave it as it is. Okay. So this check power will use a condition if, and inside this we'll say hero dot power. If it is greater than 5, that's when this code block gets executed, isn't it? So we'll now then say var temp name equals hero dot title. We will concatenate this with this message strong. Now the temp name has both of these, hero's title and is strong, concatenated, so that string is available. We'll then override this hero dot title equals temp name. And now we have this functionality. We'll have to call this function so that it does its job. Now if I come here and console log hero dot title, what do you expect? What do you think you can expect here? It would say Iron Man is strong, isn't it? Let's go give this a try. I'll say node, run this step 5 file. So it tells you Iron Man is strong. Something that was expected, isn't it? So now let's take this example a little further. See, we know that this temp name is something that we can access where here. So I'll say console.log temp name. So now if I execute this program, what is expected? See, I got Iron Man is strong twice. That was expected because this temp name is something that we can access here. Now, but what if I move it here? What do you expect to happen? So what is expected is probably it should be undefined, because this should not, this is not available. But what happens behind the scene is something different. Watch. So I still get the output. Why is this happening? Why is var globally declared? I can directly show you that it is not declared outside. It is actually declared here. But what's happening behind the scene is this, guys. So this is something that we as a developer write. But you should know that there is someone else who is reading your JavaScript. Who is it? The browser, right? Browser compiles this JavaScript. So JavaScript is a compiled language. It's not an interpreted language. So the way the browser will read this program is like this. It actually hoists this variable. So any variable that is declared with the keyword var or let or const do get hoisted. They get hoisted to different objects. So something that we need to keep in mind is this. So whenever you are working with JavaScript, functions are the smallest code blocks that are available. So in this example, this variable actually is written like this in the compiler. And here it becomes defined. Now you understand why this is accessible outside. There is a feature called hoisting in JavaScript. It is like flag hoisting. Whenever you're declaring a variable, so if you declare a variable here, it gets hoisted to the top of this object. First it gets undefined and then it becomes defined in the line where you have assigned a value to it. So there are two compilations that are happening to your JavaScript code, something that you need to keep in mind. Because of this feature, make a note of it, and probably you can Google around and you'll probably get some resources. But the idea of hoisting is this: it just gets hoisted to the top of its object. So in this example, which is the topmost code block that we have, the function. Functions are objects in JavaScript, guys. So this will get hoisted here, and that's one reason why you'll be able to access it outside. Okay, so first it is assigned as undefined, and here it becomes defined. So now you know why we were able to access it. Okay, so now whenever you are using this var keyword, you should keep in mind that it is hoisting to the object. Now we can say, okay, now Vijay, this is something that I don't want, because I don't want to utilize that feature of hoisting. Then what? Then you can use let. What let does is it actually hoists to another object called temporal dead zone, which is not this object. Okay, so you will not be able to access it at all if you call it outside. So in other words, this let will have a block level scope. So you will not be able to access it outside this, this condition block. So if I now run this example, you'll get an error which says that, I'm sorry, temp name is not defined. But if you try and access it inside this block, you'll be able to access it. Let's run this once again. Hoisting, so any variable that you declare with the keyword var gets hoisted to its object. In this example, the function is an object, so it gets hoisted here and it declares itself as undefined, and then it comes back to the line number 9 and gets defined. So there are two stages of a life cycle for a variable. The first one is declaration and then assignment. So it is declared as undefined and then it is assigned with whatever value that we assign. So even here in this case, this variable also gets hoisted. Okay, you might expect that this becomes undefined first, and then it comes to this line and then becomes an object. So whenever you are working with the keyword var, hoisting is a default feature that you are subscribing to. So keep this in mind. So now you understand what is the difference between var and let and const. So let and const do have a block level scope. It do get hoisted, but it gets hoisted to something called as temporal dead zone. Make a note of this keyword and search for it on the developers.mozilla.org, and then you'll get your answer. Temporal dead zone. So, but when you're using the keyword var, it gets hoisted. Let and const also gets hoisted, but it gets hoisted to a temporal dead zone object. Var gets hoisted to the topmost object, and that is why you will be able to access it outside the block. So now if I were to write my program very strictly, I would use let and const instead of var. I mean, see, I'm not saying that var is wrong. Var has its own features, let const has its own features. One reason why you still have the keyword var to declare a variable, let to declare a variable, and const to declare a variable. All right, so now let's move on, guys. So now you have a difference between var, let, and const. Now the difference between let and const. What is the difference between let and const? I'll explain that with an example. So let's go to the next exercise. Create another one. This is going to be called a step 6. Let const .js file. So this time around, I will go ahead and create a variable using let. This is going to be an object, or maybe what I'll do is I'll go make this a property, Iron Man. So this is let. Okay, now if say console.log hero, what do you think I will expect here? Iron Man, isn't it? Let's try that. So I do get Iron Man here. So now after this log, I will try and change this hero. Hero equals, let us say, Ironmonger. Ironmonger happens to be the villain in the first part of Iron Man's movie. Then I'll come and access it. What do you expect here? Ironmonger, right? Because we did overwrite the property. See, first it was Iron Man, then it became Ironmonger. This is what we expected. Why? Because let is bound to change. It can take an update. It can override itself. However, if I replace this let as const, then you're not authorized to update. Watch. See, you got an error immediately. You cannot make an assignment. Assignment to a constant variable is prohibited. You can't be doing it. So const is a constant. You cannot change it. Is this clear now? So what is the difference between let and const? Let can be modified. Const cannot be modified. That means to say the type cannot be modified. So what do I mean by that is this. If I assign an object here and assign a title property to it and assign this value Iron Man, I go ahead and ask hero dot title here, and I will say hero dot title equals Ironmonger, and I will ask for hero dot title. I still get to modify it. You may say, wait a minute, Vijay, you said const cannot be changed. Why am I changing it here? That is because, see, const is now assigned to an object. You cannot change or you cannot replace this object with a string or a number. Okay, so you cannot do this. This is prohibited. But now if you are using a collection, the value of the collection can change. That's the flavor you get when you're working with constants. Okay. Yeah, so if I run this example, you get an error. But if I'm accessing the property, the collections value, and then assign a new value to it, collections property and assign a new value to that, that can be accepted. But the object itself cannot change. Okay. So now you have an idea of what is let, var, and const. Okay. So now let us go ahead and create a new file. This is going to be called as step 7. And perhaps I would probably be talking about using some inbuilt modules. Okay.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Node.js by answering this question. Which statement executes the code of sample.js file? A. Node.js sample.js. B. Node sample.js. C. Sample.js. D. None of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
.js file. This is a lengthy long name, isn't it? So I'll probably shorten this, but you know the purpose of it. I'll be using this to show you how you can work with some inbuilt modules. So before I do that, I would like you to be familiar with the documentation. nodejs.org, and we have installed 14.16.1. I guess that's what many of us have. Now please click on this docs. Now you can see there is something called as API reference. So I can use this, and you can see that there are some modules. These are some inbuilt programs that are given to you by the Node community. There are tons of them, frankly. You have something called as buffers. When you deal with binary files and uploads, uploads and downloads, these will come handy. You also have some C++ add-ons. If you're familiar with C++, you can actually dig into this and then create your own API, frankly. There are so many of them, okay? So we'll not be able to complete each one of them. I told you earlier as well, this program is not about making you an encyclopedia of Node. Trust me, each one of these APIs, for example, this itself has so many things to learn. But the point here is this: once you become familiar, you'll know which direction to dig in and then find a solution. So we will be using some of them in this workshop. Say, for example, I'll show you how you can handle errors. We'll be covering this in the workshop. I'll show you how you can deal with events, work with file system using some globals. We're working with HTTP definitely. I'll show you how you can configure HTTPS. HTTP2 is by default available with most of the browsers, so we should probably be referring it as HTTP2 instead of HTTP itself. And then I will also show you how you can work with some simple modules like OS, modules like the path module, process module, read, evaluate, print, and loop. This is something that we have been doing, working with streams, so on and so forth. Okay, so let me show you how you can get started with this. This is called step 7. I'll go create let OS equals required OS. There you go. So now I have successfully loaded this OS into this variable. Now you may ask, okay, Vijay, in the previous example here, that is, I had a file name and I loaded it. But here in this example, what is this? Is this a file name? It can be a file name. It can be a folder name. It can be a module name rather. So there are a couple of things that may match this criteria. So you're basically asking a question. So in this example, it will dig into your Node.js installation directory on your C colon, your user directory. You will have this module, which is inside a folder called node_modules. So I'll show you how that can be changed moving forward. Not changed, at least accessed, and what are the other ways to create modules moving forward when we create something a real use case module. So I'll show you how you do that. But for now, just to begin, this OS stands for the operating system module that is already pre-installed along with this node installation. So now what can we do out of this is we can call any of those methods. So now I'll come here and say console.log os dot. Now if you notice, os dot, I get a drop down of all the methods that we actually had in the help document. Let us say, moving forward, we will have lots of modules to work with. For example, Express is something that we will definitely work in this workshop. So if I click on it, Express itself is a module that has tons of methods. Seriously, there are so many things that you can learn with this Express module, and we won't be able to cover all of them for a simple reason that this has so many modules. In fact, this has so many methods and properties. Some of them may be useful for us, some of them may not be useful for us. So as a developer, when you start working with this module, it's important that at least I do that. Whenever I have a requirement to work on something, I get myself familiar with the documentation. Okay, that way I know the limitations. I know how much I can stretch with these modules, where I can find some help. Because see, we'll not be able to equip ourselves with all the modules, and we can't carry that every time. See, one thing about all these modules is that they keep changing, they keep themselves updated. This module was updated about a year ago, but not the case with many other modules. Let us say create React app. This was updated about 2 months back. So how how much can you keep yourself updated with all of these modifications? There are hundreds of them that you'll be using. So how many of them can you keep yourself updated? It is not possible. So I suggest you know how to dig in the documentation whenever there is a need and get yourself familiar reading the documents. Okay, so now we are talking about assigning, accessing this method. So let us go see what will I get out of this. Basically, this will give me an, the architecture of the operating system that I'm using on my machine. So let us go ahead and run this. So this is called the step 7, node space step 7, and it tells me that I'm using a 64-bit architecture. I'm sure most of you will have 64-bit as of now, isn't it? So let us now go explore a few more properties, okay? Like the way we had architecture. You can also find out how many CPUs you have. I'm using a quad core processor. I guess I should definitely have more than 4 or 5. Let us go check that out. Even you can try that on your machine and you probably will get a different answer, right? CPUs. This is again a method. So I'll probably log these with a spacer in between. There you go. Save and relaunch. So what do I get out of the CPUs is an array. In fact, you can see that array here. There is an array, the start of the array, and at the end of the array. So you want to find out, how many CPUs you have. So you can say this is an array. You can ask what is the length, how many CPUs you have here. So let's now run this example. It tells you that now I've got 12 CPUs inside my machine. Okay. If you want to say, no, Vijay, I want to know the very first one, and I want to get all the details of it. So you'll say square bracket 0, then you get all the details of it. Let's add a marker between this. Save, run this. All right. So you may also want to know, okay, how much memory you have on the server side. Let's say you're doing some file writing operation, and you may want to find out how much free space I have on the server. On my machine, usually it will be all full because most of my folders are occupied with the training stuff. So let's go find out. Okay, so here I will find out what is, at least now I've cleaned up my C drive. Free mem. How much memory do I have? In this example, this would be talking about my RAM. How much free RAM do I have? What is the total RAM and things like that? So I'll say total memory and free memory. In fact, we can log both of them in one. Let's give this a try. Okay, what is the total memory available and what is the free memory available on my PC? You can try this on your own and you'll get the answer. On this example, and you get to see I've got some whatever. Okay, and out of that, the free memory is about this much. Usually this value is in bytes. So if you want to convert it into MBs and GBs, you'll have to multiply this with 1000, divide this with 1000, then you'll get the answer. There are other, very useful modules here. So this was just to help you get started, okay? So let us see, other modules. Maybe, I will show you the file system module. So we'll spend some time on the file system module. So what can I do with this? Now, what can I use this? Where can I use this file system? You can use this file system module to read a file, to write a file, to watch a file, to create a directory, to empty a directory, so on and so forth. There are tons of things that you can do with this, isn't it? There's lots that we can do with it. And can we sit and learn each one of those properties and methods? No, we may not have time to do that, isn't it? But we'll definitely get ourselves comfortable with this so that you have the confidence that, okay, Vijay has taught us this, And whenever there is a need, you can dig into the documentation and find out more about it. All right, so I'll show you how you can use this file module simply to write a file. See, there is loads of methods, and right in the documentation you will actually find one working example for every single property, isn't it? There's lots of them. So you don't need anything more than the documentation, frankly. Okay, so let us go ahead and use the file system module. So in this example, we'll create a file, and we'll create some content in the file, and then we will append some content to the file. And then what we'll do is let us go ahead and create a variable. Let fs equals require fs. So this module itself is called fs, file system. And again, this is a convention that you use the same name of the module as the name of the variable. I mean, if you call this potato here, and if you're talking about file system, it becomes confusing over a period of time, isn't it? So you'll have to keep a memory for what did you call what. So it's a good idea that you always give an appropriate name, something that is identical to the name of the module that you're importing. That will help you in the long run. I mean, even when you guys start working as a team, that will definitely help you. So now moving forward, I have this fs module which is loaded, and I would want to use this fs module to write something. Now I'll say fs dot write. Now if you say write here, I can use this method write file to write a file. Now there are two different operations, synchronous and asynchronous. So we will do the synchronous way, and then I'll show you how you do this asynchronous way. Why? Because somewhere we'll have to start, right? We can't do both of them together. So I'm showing you the synchronous way first and then the asynchronous way. So this file sync will take several parameters. The first parameter is the path. It takes a fully qualified path where we have access to write. Don't use a path where you don't have access to write. Maybe, let's say if you want to write somewhere on your C drive, you need to be an administrator, let's say. Please don't use that kind of a path. In this example, we will be allowed to write onto a folder node-april because I can do it. So the step number one is I would want to write to a path. The second one is the second parameter is the data that I would want to write. So in this example, I would want to write to a file called temp.txt file. Notice, I have not given any other location here. It is exactly in the same location. It's called temp.txt file. The next parameter is what you really want to write. So you are expected to write some data. Sometimes, see, notice, this data is a string or an array buffer. And now what does this mean? So when I say string, it's probably very straightforward. I mean, you would want to write some message inside. But sometimes you may not be doing some simple operations like this. Let's say you want to create an image file on the fly. Okay. So can you do that? Yes, with Node.js, you can do it. Can you manipulate these images on the fly? Yes, you can do it. And all those binaries are treated as an array buffer. We'll be talking about buffer moving forward. And you can also write some optional parameters like, what is the MIME type of the string that I'm about to write, and so on and so forth. Okay, so in this example, I'll be writing temp.txt file. I mean, I'm creating a file by that name, and I want to write this text. Welcome to your life. And as a parameter, I would specify it is going to be written as UTF-8. Why? Because that's the keyboard that I'm using. I'm using an English US standard keyboard with which each keystroke will have an ASCII value, and that's what will be used to represent WELCOME and space and so on and so forth, and you will be able to write this onto this file. Now if I run this example, it should create a file called temp.txt file right here. So maybe take a screenshot of this, and then when I run this example, you'll actually expect temp.txt being created. So let's say node space step 8. Okay, so you saw plunk, the temp.txt file got created, and you got this welcome to your life text. It's pretty easy, right? Of course, this example was easy. So when you actually start working on a project, you'll find that, oh, Vijay, you actually taught us something which is very easy, but when you start working, it'll be very tough. See, as of now, I don't know what kind of projects you'll be involving yourself into, isn't it? So I can't mimic all of them. So I had, created some applications where we read data from different web pages and store them as PDF files on the server side, and we keep storing them. So since it is all JavaScript, I can run in loops. I can pass parameters and look for various data on different servers, make a request with different parameters with user and password credentials, get the data, store on the server, and load them as PDF files and store it. So you will definitely find requirements like that. Okay, so now we'll use the synchronous way of working. So how is it different here? We'll probably do the same job, and then you'll understand what is the difference between both of them. Okay, let's now create another another command with which we will be able to do this operation asynchronously. So I'll now say fs dot write file write sync. Sorry, it's called write file. So this write file will take a couple of parameters. The first parameter is the path. Okay, I'll use the same path name, and again, probably all of these can still be borrowed here. So if you look at the other parameters that we have a path, we have the data that we would want to pass, and we can pass some options, and then we have a callback function that we can use. So which is what I will do here. So I can probably use all of them as it is, no big deal. And from the documentation, you know that whether with this dash or without this dash still will work. And the last parameter would be a callback function. So this callback function that we are about to write will take two parameters. The first parameter, maybe at times you may have that question, which how do I know that this will be passing two parameters? How will I know? You have inside this function, you have a property of a function which is called arguments. You can ask what is the length of it. Maybe in this example, I will say console.log arguments.length. So now we know how many parameters are passed. You may ask, okay, Vijay, we did not pass any parameter. I told you this will be called by the framework itself, isn't it? How many parameters the framework is passing? How do we know? So if we actually get into the documentation, we'll probably know about that. Write file, not sync, but write file. Yeah, this one. So we have a callback function. I don't think I have an example here. Write file, there is nothing. So let us go find out, okay? Here, how many arguments are passed? With what I know, I'll be getting about 2 arguments. Let's try. There is some error. Cannot find fs. Okay, I don't know where this came from. So it says that it is passing 1 argument. So what is that argument? We can probably find out that argument square bracket 0. So you'll know what was that argument. Semicolon. Okay. Okay, so this says null. What this means here, if we have an error, that error will be logged. So I can simply log that error. See, what did we ask him to do? What did we ask this FS module to do? We asked to create this file and write this text. Now what this write file will do is, if this file exists, it'll use that file to write. If that file does not exist, it'll write that file. It'll create that file. So in the process, if we get any errors, that error will be logged here. Simple. Let's go run this example and see if that would work. So I did not get any error and the temp.txt got created. Okay, but if you are trying to write onto a location where it is not possible, or probably this is a locked file. I mean, let us say this is a read-only file and it cannot be modified. And if you are trying to modify it, then you'll have a problem. Then you will probably get the error. Then you cannot write to that file and things like that. So usually you would use this synchronous methods, and you can assign a callback function onto that. What if we don't want to mention option as third parameter? That's okay. Node.js is pretty smart. Even if you don't, and if you happen to pass a function, it will treat this function as a callback function.
Okay guys, a quick info: if you're looking for an end-to-end training in JavaScript, Intellipaat provides a full stack web developer course which covers JavaScript and all the JavaScript frameworks you need to know. For more details, check out the description box.
Let's go write another example. So you have write file and write file sync. Write file and write file sync. So this write file sync is a synchronous operation where it doesn't have any callback function. The write file, which is a which is a synchronous operation, sorry, asynchronous operation, which does take a callback function. Okay, sometimes this is quite a tongue twister: synchronous, asynchronous. So moving forward, let us go do some other operations. So let us say I have a file that I've already written. I want to read the content of the file. So let us do that. So I've commented out. See, I know for a fact that this temp.txt exists and it has some text inside. Now I want to read the content of the file. So I'll say fs dot read file. Again, we have both read file and read file sync. I will use the read file sync first, and then we'll talk about the read file. The first question is, what is the file that you would want to read? So here I'll come back and tell that I want to read this file, temp.txt file. That's what I want to read. And once I read, what do I do with the data is the question. So what I'll do is I will log that here. I'll say console.log. Because this is a synchronous operation, isn't it? So it will wait for the entire file to be read, and then we will get to see that here in the log. Let us go run this. I think there is a colon and there is a quote. Run this example and let us see what would happen. See, you got an array buffer. This is because, see, when you wanted to read a file, you only said that I want to read the content. The default mechanism is to read the content as an array buffer. So what we can alternatively do is send options as to how you'd want to read the content of the file. Optionally, I'll show you some workarounds for this. Okay, not only this parameter, you can also say I want to read it as UTF-8. And now if I run this example, you get this string, welcome to your life. This is definitely something that you can do, right? So I'll comment this out, but I'll show you some alternates as well. See, more the merrier, isn't it? If you know different ways to get this done. So I know that this content or this will give you an array buffer, but if you convert it to a string, so you can say dot to string. If you convert it to string, notice I'm attaching it directly to this method, because I know that this would give me an array buffer, and I'm calling the toString method on that array buffer, and this will give me that value converted to a string, and I'll still be able to do this. I'll show you one more way to do it. So you don't have to do something like this. You can simply concatenate to a string, and it will implicitly convert it to a string, and then you'll be able to read it. I'll say console.log. So what do you expect? Will this console.log be read before this file content is read, or it will be written after, or will this console.log be logged after the content of the file is read?
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Node.js by answering this question. The Node.js module can be exposed using which of the following? A. Module expose. B. Module. C. Module exports. D. All the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
After the file is read, isn't it? Why? Because you are doing a synchronous operation. It will not move the cursor to the next line until this operation is complete. Let's do that. See, hello there came after, isn't it? Because this was a synchronous operation. Now let us deal with an asynchronous operation. Okay. Console.log. Maybe in this case we'll do the console.log inside. So I'll say fs dot read file sync. Read file. Where is read file? Read file. We have already done the read file sync. This is an asynchronous operation. Now this read file will ask you a couple of questions. So it'll ask you the path, the options, and then finally it has a callback function. Okay. And here we say we would want to read this file, temp.txt file, and then we can attach a callback function. Inside this callback function, we will have two possible scenarios. We'll either get the error or we'll get the data. So we'll use that same technique that we did earlier. I will comment this out for now. Let's say console.log arguments.length. How many arguments will be passed? Let us see that. Okay, so I know it will be about 2 parameters. So it's 2 parameters. What are those? So argument square bracket 0 and argument square bracket 1. So the first argument will be the error, the second would be the data. So the first argument was the error, the second argument is the data, right? So here I can go give a name now, error, data. So what we'll now do is, this is my way of debugging, okay? And it's quite useful. I'll use if there is an error, I will log that error. Let's assume this file itself does not exist. Obviously there will be an error, isn't it? Else I know the response came back, and then we will log the console.log the data. And maybe we can convert it to a string if you want to, or you can pass that UTF-8. If you know what kind of MIME type would be useful in reading that particular data, you can use that. Let's run this example. Now this is going to be a asynchronous operation, right? So we are reading this file, but we don't essentially wait until the response comes. We go to this line and execute it, and then come back at the appropriate time. When the file is read completely, we'll execute this or this. Let's do this. See, you got this hello there first, and then the welcome to your life. Now you understand what is synchronous and asynchronous.
So now we'll take a look at node modules and packages. So a module is simply used to encapsulate one or multiple code files, and these code files are working together to accomplish one specific single task. So think of these tasks as data validation, database access, data filtering, request filtering, so on and so forth. Any task that you need to perform, you could wrap all the files that contain the code to do so in a module so that you could export them, reuse them, so on and so forth. These modules or packages as they are known could then be published on the npm registry, and other developers could download it and use it, including these packages in their own projects and then working them, and they could even contribute their own code in these packages. So it's a good way to collaborate as well as reuse some functionality that is already built by someone else. So as you can see that these modules allow us to separate our code into smaller parts. This is very important when you're building applications on a large scale, as these applications will have several requirements specific to their domain. So for instance, if you're building a payroll application, you would still need to interact with the database, validate the data, get data from the user, display error messages, and several other tasks. So instead of jumbling all those code files into one single folder, what you can do is you can separate them and then manage them separately, update or make changes into each of them separately, and those changes will probably not make a great deal of impact on the other packages that you have created in your project. So simply put, packages allow us to separate our code into smaller modules. You could think of these modules as smaller programs that accomplish one single task that you need to do for your application to work. These modules can also be used by other developers, and you could use modules that are created by other developers. So if you're working in a team environment in Node.js, what you can do is you could create several modules. Several teams could collaborate with you on that, and these modules could then be used by other developers as well who are in your team. So other developers could use the validation package that you have created, and you could use the database package that other developers have created. So it enhances and encourages code reusability as well. Now let's take a look at some of the built-in packages. So when you install Node.js, there are certain packages that come built into the Node.js installation. So you don't have to install these packages. These are some of the most common tasks that you will need to perform when you're creating a Node.js application. So these packages have been built in and created by the Node.js organization. So there are several modules. We're only going to be discussing 5 modules that you will be needing when you're using Node.js. However, there are other modules as well, and if you wish to get a good understanding of what the modules that are available are, you could look at the documentation on Node.js website. So let's discuss these 5 packages one by one. The first package or the module is the path module. So when you're working with an application, if that application is going to be used on multiple operating systems, one of the most important things that you need to do is working with the path. So when you're working with Mac OS or Linux, the path will be one way, and when you're using an application on Windows operating system, the path would be another way. So for instance, in Windows, if you want to separate 2 folders on a path, you use 2 backslashes. While on Linux, what you do is you use 1 front slash. So these differences are taken care of by the path module. When you want to create a folder structure, or when you want to create a path to a folder, you could just use the path module, and it will take care of all the discrepancies between the operating systems for you. Then there is the FS module. FS is short for file system. Simply put, it allows you to write code that performs input-output operations on files. So these files could be of several types. You could use a configuration file, you could write logs to those files. There are many things you could do with these files. Now, FS module comes with 2 sets of methods. One is synchronous and second is asynchronous. Synchronous methods lead your application to stop executing other tasks until the file that is being read is completely read. So if you are reading a configuration file, it's probably best to use the synchronous methods. And if you're reading some other kind of file into memory, then using asynchronous methods is better. Then there is the HTTP module. HTTP stands for Hypertext Transmission Module. It is a module that is used to create a really small lightweight HTTP server, and other HTTP related tasks could be performed using the HTTP module. So if you wish to create a really small HTTP server that could respond to certain requests with certain responses, you could use the HTTP module. The URL module, URL stands for Uniform Resource Locator. It is used to parse URLs and manipulate them. So in case you get a URL from a website, or you wish to deal with a URL on the website, constructing those URLs could be difficult. So you could use the URL package to encode data into URLs, and to pass that URL through a request. And then there is the query string package. So query strings are basically what you use to send requests through a URL. So if you have ever seen google.com, when you type in some request to search and press enter, the address on the address bar changes from www.google.com to www.google.com/?q is equals to something. That something is a query string. So let me give you an example. As you can see, you can open google.com, and now if I type in node, press enter, these are the query strings. So as you can see, $source is equals to HP, and these are generated by Google themselves, so you don't have to worry about doing any of these things. So as you can see, query strings are quite useful. However, generating those query strings and then using them is a little difficult. So this is why we use Node.js's query string package. Now let's take a look at creating your own module. So as discussed earlier, Node.js allows you the capability of breaking up large applications into smaller pieces called modules. These pieces can be used separately, and several developers could work on these features or these modules simultaneously. So when you're creating these modules, make sure that these modules are created in separate files, because this is the only way you would be able to create a module, import it, export it, so on and so forth. This allows us to modularize our code. Modularization is, put simply, just a step to keep our code separate, concerns of our code separated from each other. You can create your own modules, and you could use the modules that are created by other developers as well. So in our module, we write code that performs some task. So let's say that you are using a module to create, you are using Node.js to create a module that could work with a MongoDB database, or it could be an SQL database, or any database of your choice. So you could create your own module that would interact with the database a certain way, that would accomplish some task in your application. Now, when you have created the module, you could expose that module to the outside world using the module.export keyword. So if you don't understand what that means, don't worry about it. We will have a demo in which we will understand how these things work. Now, this is to be noted that not everything in your module needs to be exposed to the outside world. So if there's some internal tasks that your module needs to perform, you could keep it internal to your module and only export the things that other developers would need to use, like connecting to the database, getting results from the database, and then closing the connection from the database. So these are the kind of things that you need to understand when you're building a module, and we'll take a look at them in the near future. So after you have created your own module and you're satisfied with how it works, and you've exported the functionality, the chosen functionality that you wish for the user to use, and hidden the internal functionality, now you need to understand how to import the module. So importing a module basically means importing the tasks or the functionality that you have exported for the module has exported for the outside world to use. So once the module is exported, you could import certain functionalities in this module. In Node.js, this is done using the require keyword. So you basically use the require keyword, pass in the name of the module, and that would be important to and assigned to a variable that you want to use. We'll take a look at that in the near future as well. And as promised, we will take a look at creating, exporting, and importing Node modules. We'll be creating these modules ourselves, and we will keep these very basic so you don't get lost in all the complexity of the application. The point of this demo would be to show you how to create a Node.js module, how to export certain functionality, and how to import that functionality to your applications. So I have opened Visual Studio Code once again. You could open any text editor that you like. Just make sure that you type in the code exactly as I'm typing, and then run it the way I'm running. So firstly, I'll create a new file, and that file would contain all the code that I need for my modules. So I will be creating a math module, math_module.js. Press enter. In this, I will be creating 3 functions. So in JavaScript, the way you create a function by using a keyword called function. So I would create a function. I would call it adder. It will take in 2 numbers, x and y, and I will return x plus y. So the addition of two numbers, let's say 1 and 2, would be 3. So these are very simple functions. Another function that I will create is called logger. This will log the messages that I pass into it to a console or to a file depending on how the requirements are. For our purposes, we'll be logging it to a console. So I could just pass in the result, and here I would use a print line method which we will create in a moment, and I will pass in the result. And finally I would create a function named printline. It will take in a message as a parameter and use console.log and print the message to the console. And let me just fix this. I save it. Now, as you remember, we discussed that we will be using the module.export keyword, and anything we assign to it will be exported by this module and could be imported by the other modules. So since printline is the internal message or an internal function that people don't need to use, I will use the adder and the logger method. This is exported by this module. I will create a new file, name it index.js, and now we will use the require keyword to import things. You would use the const keyword. The things that we want to import are adder and logger, and we set it equal to require require, and we will pass in the name, which is math module. The // indicates that this module is in the same directory as index.js, which is the current file. Now what I would do is I would use the logger method, pass in the result that we will get from the adder method. So now that we have used the adder and logger method, let's try and use it inside our application. So I type in node space, the name of the file that we'll be using is index.js, press enter, and we get 3. Now just to show you that the printline method could not be imported even if you want to, I pass in printline, save it, printline, and I get an error. It says printline is not a function because we have not exported it, so no one from the outside world could use the printline method. And this is how this works. Now if I wish to change the internal implementation, I would just have to change it inside my module. This code is not concerned about how logger works, how adder works, and this is how you can separate your code and then build these functionalities separately by yourself. So for instance, if a new requirement comes which says that with the message you have to print result equals message, you can save it and I would rerun, and I get result equals 3. So as you can see, the new requirement did not need me to make change to my application, and I could remove this here because it's not being used, and our application is done. So this is how you could use index.js as you could use modules, and you can export certain functionality and import certain functionality that you need. So now that we are done with the demo of creating, exporting and importing a node module, we'll take a look at what's next in the agenda. So next we'll learn about NPM. NPM stands for Node Package Manager. So what is NPM? NPM is the built-in package manager. It ships with Node.js. So with the default installation file, you get Node.js's built-in package manager named NPM for free. You don't have to create or download any additional media to install NPM. Now, NPM allows developers to include packages written by other developers. So for instance, let's say that your team wishes to create a web application, and it wishes to connect to a MySQL database, or even to a database like a database that is on the cloud, databases such as Azure Tables or AWS Aurora or DynamoDB or any sort of database that your team agrees on. Now, for using those databases, the companies that have created those databases publish drivers or packages that could be used by your team to connect to those databases. All you would have to do is go on npm or to the documentation of those databases, search for how you could connect those databases to your Node.js application. It will show you a package. Go to npm, download that package, include it in your project, and then use that package in your system. So this isn't just limited to companies or vendors. You could create your own packages as we have discussed previously. So packages such as data validation, packages for database connection, packages for some features that you want in development that could be installed locally or globally. We'll look at all of that in the near future slides. But right now what you need to understand is you could install packages that are created by other developers to simplify your own work and to avoid repeating the tasks and keep your focus on solving the problem that you have. And these packages are managed by the developers of those packages, and you could manage the version that you wish to install of a package. So for instance, let's say that you found a package that works with MongoDB and you wish to use MongoDB. Now you install that package. That package is being used by you and your team, and now a new version of that package comes along that fixes some of the problems that were there in the previous version. Maybe it's a performance improvement, maybe it's a change in the API that makes it more secure, or maybe it's something else. So what you can do is you can specify that you wish to use the newer version or the version that's currently available, or you wish to use the latest version. That way, whenever you run npm install or install the new packages in your applications, it will always install the newest, latest version available. And if you don't want that, if you're familiar with the APIs or the functions of a previously known version of the package, you can install that and specify that that is the package that my project would use. So you could do it either way. Now, why would you want to use Node Package Manager or NPM? NPM is a central repository which allows developers to share packages. So as we have discussed earlier, these packages take care of some really common tasks. These tasks are performed by all the web applications, or mostly all the web applications. So if you're creating a web application, you are most certainly creating applications that are going to be interacting to a database, that are going to be validating data that it gets from the external sources like users or any other file system. And you are going to be using those packages to make those tasks very easy to perform. Now, these packages are written by other developers, so you could look at those packages. You could even look at the source code that these packages are written in, and you can download it, experiment with it, and install it or use it in your own packages or your own libraries, your own applications, so on and so forth. NPM also makes your project more portable, which means you can easily share your code with other developers and they can run your project by downloading the dependencies that you have specified from npm. So as we discussed in previous versions, you can specify the version of the package that you wish to install. To give you an example, let's say that you're working on a project and you wish to install certain version of those packages. Let's say you wish to install the version 3 for the MongoDB driver that is used to connect to the MongoDB database and use to interact with that database using Node.js. So you install those packages and all of that information is stored in a file in your project. Now a new developer comes in your team and you wish to get that project set up on his personal computer or laptop or on whichever device he wishes to code, and you want to make sure that every person in the team is using the same version, because the later version might introduce some bugs and some people might have that bug and you might not. So to do that, npm makes it very easy. It keeps a track of all the files and all the versions of the packages that you have downloaded and installed, and you could share that file with the other developers. All they would have to do is copy that file in a folder, run npm install, and all the packages will be synced in all the people's projects file. So all the developers would be working on the same project with the same dependencies and the same version, and there would be no conflict, and it would be easy to port project from one person's laptop or one developer's laptop or PC to another developer's machine. So let's take a look at dependencies. So what are dependencies? A dependency is simply a Node.js package that your application depends on. So for instance, if your Node.js application is using a validation package that validates data from the users, your validation package comes in your dependencies. These dependencies can have their own dependencies. So suppose you are creating your own validation package that uses some other package that is created by some other developer, and that package has its own dependencies and so on and so forth. So instead of you having to manually download it from GitHub or any other source that you wish to, Node.js takes care of this complexity for you. All you have to do is just install these packages that you wish to install, and all the dependencies or the dependencies of the dependencies and so on will be resolved by npm itself. npm is really fast in doing that as well, so you won't have to take it won't take a lot of bandwidth and a lot of time for you to install all of these packages or download all the packages in your project. So npm allows you to make sure that your project is working well, and the dependencies, or also allows you to keep your dependencies in sync with other developers. So let's look at the types of dependencies. So there are two types of dependencies that we come across when we are dealing with a Node.js package and an npm project. There are normal dependencies, and then there are dev dependencies, which stand for development dependencies. So what is the difference between these two, and what are these two things? A normal dependency basically means that it is a dependency that your project needs at runtime. Without this package, your project cannot be deployed, it can't work, it needs to be installed on any system that is going to be hosting this application, any server that's hosting this application. So it needs to be, these packages need to be installed on the system that your project is running on. So packages such as database interaction or data validation, these are the kind of things that your application would have to do. So for instance, if you have a package for data validation and you are using that package in your code, and now you don't have it installed on the deployment, so you have deployed your application on a server, that server is then being used by multiple users, and they interact with the server, and your project crashes because it does not have the dependency to validate the data that your code is using. So these are normal dependencies. Without these dependencies, your application cannot run. Then comes dev dependencies. Dev is short for development dependencies. These are usually referred to as dev dependencies for brevity's sake. So dev dependencies are basically just dependencies that you use when you're developing a project. These development dependencies are not deployed with your code. So even if these dependencies are not installed on the production end of your application, if they're not installed on the production server on which your application is running, your application will work just fine. So dependencies such as dev dependencies, you can think of these dependencies as a package that restarts the server anytime your code is modified. So for instance, if you're writing a backend application, you are writing a server, and whenever you make changes to the code that is in the server, that code needs to take effect, that code needs to be restarted. That server needs to be restarted so that it can take care of all the, or load all the changes made by you. Now, there are packages that do it automatically for you. They will watch the files that you are making changes to. When you save these files, your server will be automatically reloaded and all the changes will be inside your server, so you don't have to worry about that. Now, when you are running the code in production environment, these packages are not going to be required because your server will not need to be restarted again and again when you make changes to your code. So these dependencies are usually left out when you are using the Node.js repositories or dev dependencies. Now let's take a look at local and global packages. So using npm, you can install packages either locally or globally. So what does that mean? Well, local packages are installed using the simple npm install and the package name command, and then global packages are installed using npm install, and we pass in the -g flag and then the package name to instruct npm that we wish this package to be available globally, that is to be installed on this system globally, which any project can use. So a local project is only available in your project and no other project could use them. So if you install a database, a package that interacts with the database, you can install a specific version for your package, for your project. So it could be you could think of it as the MongoDB driver. You install it on Node.js application. The version number is 3, and now the new version comes along and you wish to use that on a new project. You could install that version in the new project pretty easily without any hassle. just specify the version and then install it, and you won't have any issues with the version numbers as these packages are installed locally. So package in one project will not have any effects on the package of the other project. Right on the flip side, a global package is available globally. So you can install it in your using your Node.js command line tool, npm install-g, and then the package name. And this package can now be used globally by any project inside your system. So try to install packages that your projects depend on locally as much as possible, so that you don't have version conflicts. So for instance, creating a new project and you wish to use the newer version of the package, that would create certain problems if that package is installed globally, because then you would have to make a choice between using the newer version or the older version for all the projects inside your PC. On the other hand, if you're installing things locally, you could just install it any version that you wish to of any package on your project, and it won't have any effect on any other project on your system. And make sure that you install global packages that you know are going to be shared across projects. So if every project on your package is going to be using the same version of the same package, then you can install it globally. However, installing it locally using the local installation command in your npm is probably the preferable way to go. So now that we have discussed what local packages and global packages are, let's look at a demo where we will find the package on npm, we will install it locally, and we'll see how that works. So I have opened Visual Studio Code once again, and using the integrated terminal, we'll start with our local module demo. So firstly, open the terminal. And again, like I've said, if you don't have Visual Studio Code and you don't have an internal or integrated terminal, simply open the command prompt, navigate to the folder where you have installed the or where you'll be creating the files for this project or for this demo. I have installed it inside Node local module. Press enter.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Node.js by answering this question. Which statement executes the code of sample.js file? A. Nodejs sample.js. B. nodesample.js. C. sample.js. D. None of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Clear the screen, and now whatever command I type in here, you can type it here as well, and they will work exactly the same way. So firstly, we'll have to initialize a node project. So open the command prompt in the folder where you wish to create your Node.js project. Type npm init space -y. Now space -y would create a default package or a default project for your application. Now if I don't pass in -y, you can see what happens. Press enter and it will ask me a bunch of questions. So the package name, I will name it local module. The version, description if you wish to save some description for your project, the entry point or the starting or the main file from which your project starts, the test command, we won't be using any testing in this application, the git repository, if you're using GitHub you could type it here, and the keywords and authors and the license. Now if everything is okay, just type yes and press enter and it works fine. So if you look at the folder structure, I have a package.json file. It contains everything that prompt asked me to. Now, if I don't want to answer all of these questions, I could simply, instead of going through all of these commands, simply type -y. This would answer every question that was asked in the previous step with the default answers. I press yes, take some time, and this is the file which is exactly what we had previously. Now if I open the package.json file, it's exactly the same. This is the file that will be used by npm to make sure that the packages are installed and what packages our applications are using. Now let's move on to see how you could use npm to install a local or a package locally. So the first thing you need to do is you need to open a web browser of your choice. I am going to be using Google Chrome. You could use Firefox, Opera, any browser of your choice. Open the browser, go to Google and search npm. Press enter. The first link that you get, which is the npm.com, open that link, and here you can search all the packages available for you to download and use in your projects. I'm going to be using a package named bs-logger. You could use any package that you wish to. This is just for demonstration purposes. I press enter. This is bs-logger. Click on it. It will take some time. This is what it looks like, and here's a little bit of documentation for you. If you wish to know how to use bs-logger, you could use it like this, and this is how you could install the bs-logger package. As you can see, npm install --save bs-logger. You could leave this --save option if you don't wish to include it. It's done by default. Or you could use the yarn package manager that is created by Facebook. So if you find npm is a little slower for your taste, you could use the yarn package manager as well. But for our purposes, npm install would work just fine. So simply copy the command that you wish to install it, or if you want to use the default command, just click here. As you can see, you don't have to type the npm space install completely. You could just type npm space I and it will take a look at it and understand that it's using the install command. Now that that's done, go to your terminal, clear the screen, paste the command and press enter. Make sure that the terminal is open in the same folder where your project structure is created or where the package.json file is created. Then you click enter. Now it's installing, and you can see it installed really quickly because the package is quite small. And as you can see, we have created a new folder, or the npm package manager has created a new folder for us named node_modules. If you look inside it, it uses bs-logger and fast JSON stable stringify. This is a package that is used by bs-logger to do its tasks. You don't have to worry about knowing every single dependency of your project. npm will resolve those dependencies for you, and as you can see, it has its own package.json, and if you look inside it, you could see it uses inside the dependencies fast JSON stable stringify. So, and we look at to our package.json, and as you can see, this is dependencies are listed here. Now if I were to just give this project without the node modules folder to a person in our team, he could just run npm install, press enter, and the npm package manager will look at the dependencies. In our case, it's bs-logger, anything above the version of 0.2.6, and that packages or those dependencies will be installed locally in your system or in your project folder. So you can easily port your project from one computer to another computer. You don't have to copy these node module folders with you because these could get really large. If you're working on a large project, you are going to be using a lot of packages. These could get like 260 MBs with thousands of or millions of files inside them. So instead of copying these folders from one location to another, just copy the folder structure, leave the node modules folder, and then in the new PC, just copy those files of your project and run the npm install command, and it will install all the packages that your project uses. Now that that is done, let's take a look at how to use these packages inside our application. Just create a new file. I will call it index.js. It's not necessary to call it that. You could call it anything that you wish to. I am simply going to be calling it index.js because it's basically a convention for your entry script to be called index.js, or sometimes people call it app.js. So I will use the logger method inside the bs-logger. And as you can see, I get auto completion. That means that package is installed properly. And I will just type in logger sample log message. You save it, close the package.json, open the terminal, type in node space index.js, press enter, and as you can see, our log messages are working perfectly. So in case you're wondering how I figured out that logger is the method that I need to import, you could simply look at the documentation. It shows you how to use it. As you can see here, const logger require bs-logger and just logger.foo. These are other methods that you could use and understand how to use them. These documentations are extremely helpful for understanding how to use these packages and how to configure these packages to the way you want to. So if you want to configure this logger package to your needs, you could read the documentation. As you can see, there are certain configuration parameters that you could pass and use it, create a child logger, so on and so forth. You could install other packages as well. Just search for them on the internet, look at the blog posts if you wish to understand what other packages are available if you don't know them by name, or you could look at the packages on documentation site. So for instance, let's say that you want to use MongoDB with Node. Type in MongoDB Node.js, enter. The first link that you get is MongoDB Node.js driver. Click on it, and which version do you wish to use? If you wish to use the latest documentation, click here and it will show you how to get started, how to install it. Click on the installation guide. It will give you the command. You will copy it, paste it, and then you can look at the quick starts, the tutorials to get started and understand how to use it. We're not going to be taking a look at the connecting to MongoDB in this tutorial, but you could take a look at these and figure out how to use them. The point of this tutorial was to make you understand that there are several packages. This package is made specifically by the MongoDB team. So the team that created the MongoDB database has written these packages for you to be used. So now that that's done, let's take a look at what's next on the agenda. So the next thing we'll take a look at is how to install a module globally and how to use it. Globally installing a module, if you recall, is the task of installing a module in your system that every project on your system could then use quite easily. So let's take a look at how to do that in our demos. So for this demo, we'll create a new project folder and we will create a new project inside that folder. So if you remember from the previous demo, all you have to do is just type in the command npm init /y, press enter, wait for the command to finish, and as you can see, this is the package.json file that was written as it's stated in the command. Now if you want to see if this command was actually written, just open the package.json file and this is what it looks like. So it's exactly the same as the previous one, just the name of the package has changed because we have created a new folder and inside that folder we are using the command. Make sure that you're not running the command in the same folder again and again because there is already a package.json file available in that and you might get some conflicting output. Now that that is done, the first thing we need to do is we need to install a package locally. So just type in the command npm install chai. This is a testing library or a testing assertion library. Don't worry if you don't understand what testing means and how you write testing code. Just type in the command and follow along and it'll get more clear as time goes by. So now that we have typed in the command and it has installed the package, the version that got installed was 4.2.0, and to take a look if it was actually installed, just take a look at the package.json file. As you can see that this was installed, and in the node modules folder we have all of these functions. Now that these packages are installed, and as you can see, chai has several dependencies of its own. Now that that's installed, just you could do is now we will install a package globally, install-g Mocha. So Mocha is a test runner. It will take a look at all the files inside a folder, take a look at the folders or the files that contain testing code that uses chai, and then run that. So you don't have to specify each file that contains the testing code. Again, don't worry if you don't understand all of this, it's completely fine. Just follow along to see how globally installed packages work. And I press enter, and it's installing it globally because of the -g flag that was passed in. And Mocha is a little bigger than chai, so it's going to take some time. As you can see, it installed 92 packages because the package had its own dependencies and those dependencies had their own dependencies, and this worked completely fine. Now that this is installed, as you can see that this was installed globally in the app data folder, in the roaming folder, npm mocha folder. So now if I type mocha-v and I press enter, you get the error no test found. That's fine. What it means is that we have a Mocha command available for us. Now all we have to do is create a new file and run these commands. I am again going to call it index.js, I will use the require keyword, require, and I will require the chai package, chai dot assert, and we will assert that 1 and 1 are equal. Or what you can do is you could use the chai dot assert dot equal method. Inside it I type in 1 and 1. As you know that 1 is equal to 1, so it is going to return true. Now all I have to do is run the mocha command, press enter, and oh, no files found in test. That is because we need to move this file inside a folder named test, because mocha looks for a folder named test. So just copy it, and now if I run mocha it should work fine. And as you can see that it works completely fine. It says 0 passing, but it doesn't give us a failure. Let's say assert equals 0. Type in mocha and you get an error. So we expected 1 to equal 0 and we got 1, but the expected value was 0. So we got an error there. So we know our tests are passing. It's working completely fine. Let's run it again and it works fine. Now to show you that it's installed globally and not locally, if I come out of the package or the folder in which this was installed and I type in mocha-version, press enter, you can see that command is still working. It's giving us the version 6.2.2, which means that it's installed globally. Now any package that I want to install this, or on any package or on any project that I wish to use mocha, I could just type in the mocha command and it will work as expected. So as you can see, I don't have to install the mocha package again and again in each folder. Now if you want to install mocha locally and keep the versions different, then you could do that as well. It's completely your choice. So now that that's done, so what is an API? Well, API stands for Application Programming Interface. So the word API stands for Application Programming Interface, and obviously it's a word that's quite mouthful and it's a little difficult to understand what it actually means. Basically, it's just a predefined way for one application to interact with other applications. So let me give you an example. If you have surfed the internet for any period of time, you might have come across websites that allow you to log in to their services using your Facebook, Google, or Microsoft, or some of the online providers authentication mechanism. So you can just click on the provider that you want to use, like Google, click on the icon of Google. It'll show you a form that is created by Google. You can insert your username and database.
Okay guys, a quick info: if you're looking for an end-to-end training in JavaScript, Intellipaat provides a full stack web developer course which covers JavaScript and all the JavaScript frameworks you need to know. For more details, check out the description box.
It's completely safe. Then you click on login and they ask you to allow the application or authorize the application to access the information on your behalf. And with that, they are able to check whether or not you are who you claim to be. So in cases like this, you must ask yourself, how does this happen? So does Google actually give them the access to their databases, or is there some other mechanism at play here? So the basic idea behind this is that Google, instead of giving them access to the databases, gives them a few URLs and a few specific tokens. The tokens are what allows Google to identify what application it is. So if you create an application that needs to contact Google servers to figure out whether or not a person is who he or she say that they are, then you will be issued a unique token. You send it to Google and ask them, okay, Google, authenticate this person on my behalf. That person will then put in their username and password into a form created by Google. They will be authenticated, and Google will send back a response to your application. And that's how that happens. So all of this is happening via an API, which is just, in the case of a URL or in the case of a web application, it's just a URL that is defined. Other applications have similar aspects, such as if you want to access a camera on your Android app, then you have to use the API created by the Google's Android team. There are many other kinds of APIs. Some are web APIs, which is what REST API is, which we'll discuss in a moment. And some APIs are local APIs, which you take a look at using the API docs and the documentation of a framework. So what are REST APIs? Let's take a look at what a REST API is. So REST API is obviously an API, but it's a very specific kind of an API. So REST API or RESTful API is essentially an architectural pattern. It's a way of creating an API. So you could technically create a URL endpoint that when a user hits that URL, let's say google.com/verify, and when you click that URL, it sends back some response. That technically is an API, but it's not a REST API, mainly because REST API is something that is used to define a set of constraints while building web APIs. So let me give you an example. Suppose that when you're building a web API, you are trying to expose some information from your database securely. Such in the case of Google, they are trying to figure out whether or not this person with this username and password exists in the Google servers or Google databases. So this is what we're trying to do in a REST API. We're trying to take a web server, we're trying to take a database, and we're trying to connect them and then allow anyone to access or ask a specific question regarding the data inside the database. So in our example that I've shown below, what happens is we firstly use some methods. Methods are nothing but HTTP protocols. In case you've not learned HTTP, this is going to sound very foreign to you, but stick with me and I hope you understand this. So basically, when you send an HTTP request, there are a few parts to it. Firstly, the header, and secondly, the payload. The header is the thing that describes your request, what kind of request it is, where is it coming from, is there any other authentication information that has been embedded, and then there is the payload, which is the body of the request, or which is the additional information that you send with the request. And so one of the things that we put in the header is the method. Method allows the server to understand what is this request trying to accomplish. So if it's a get request, basically it's trying to get some data from the server. If there's a post request, that means it's sending some data for us to process, whether to save it in a database or save it in a file or do something with it. If it's a get request and it has a user ID in the URL, that means that it's trying to get some information from our database servers with a particular ID. So in a database, we have particular IDs associated with it. These are called primary keys that happen to uniquely identify a user. So for instance, if you have been to a school, you are issued a unique number that is the roll number. That's the primary key in that scenario. And in databases, sometimes database generate random IDs so that they can assign them to the users and they can be uniquely identified. And then you can update the user and you can delete the user. This is also what's called a CRUD request: create, read, update, and delete. REST APIs are quite good at modeling CRUD requests. So you can take a look at that as well. Now, when it comes to the URLs, this is the pattern that we use when we're using a REST API. Essentially, a REST API is when you are trying to build an API to expose a particular resource. In our case, we are trying to expose our users. We follow this pattern. In case it wasn't users, then instead of /users in the URL, we would have the entity's name. Let's say that we were trying to expose to-dos. You have a to-do list API in which a user can add to-dos. In that case, we will make a request to the domain /to-dos. That's the way that works. So now we go on to understand what is expressJs. In case you don't know what expressJs is, let me just explain. So expressJs is a web application development framework based on Node.js. So Node.js is the language. It's essentially a language runtime that allows you to write JavaScript for the server side. ExpressJS, on the other hand, takes some of the common tasks that you have to perform. So some of the common tasks that are related to building a web application or a web API are parsing the request, getting the cookie information, getting the data formatted correctly. All of this is something that we have to do every time. ExpressJS is a built-in solution for that. So you can use that and you don't have to worry about all the plumbing of the entire web API. You can just follow on solving the problems that you have to solve in order to build the web API, building the business application, so on and so forth. So why should you use ExpressJS? Well, let's take a look at some of the advantages that ExpressJS provides. It's fast. ExpressJS is a really lightweight framework. It's a micro framework, so it does not expect you to be able to define everything. You can do it, and will do this quite easily. So you don't have to worry about it. ExpressJS is really, really easy to use. So it's really fast because it's really small and it doesn't contain a lot of things for the web server to go through. So it's a really small framework and it's really easy to understand as well. It's very, very minimal. So minimalism is essentially, in the case of expressJS, means that it provides the fundamental web application features. So everything that has to do with parsing the request, to formatting the data, to extracting the data from a request is done by expressJS. And since it's minimal, it only takes care of few subsets of the problem. Rest, either you can plug into the expressJS using its plugin architecture, or you can write your own code, or you can use other libraries to do the other things as well, such as database access, routing, caching, and so on and so forth. It's unopinionated. So for those of you who don't know, unopinionated means that it does not have any preconceived notions about how your application should be structured. You can, if you wish to build a REST API in expressJS using a single nodejs file. So everything that you have to write, every code that you have to write, you can write it in the single file and it'll work just fine. But in case you want to break them into smaller pieces so that they are easy to manage, you can do that as well. expressJS doesn't care, and this is different from other frameworks such as Ruby on Rails and many other JS frameworks as well, such as Kraken.js, where they have a predefined set of rules. They have their own directory structure that you have to follow. You can configure them, but basically they come with a predefined structure. And here in expressJS, you don't have any predefined structure. You can build it yourself. They're very simple. So since expressJS is a micro framework, it doesn't take care of a lot of things. So it's very easy to get started with, and it's very easy to use. So in case you wish to use expressJS, you can get started with it very quickly. Just make sure that you understand the basics of internet, how internet requests work, what is the typical format of an HTTP request. If you understand the basics, you can very easily pick up expressJS. It's very easy and very simple to use, and it's unobtrusive. So unobtrusive basically means that it provides unobtrusive basically means that it does not disallow people or developers to make choices about the kind of things that they wish to use. So for instance, you can use any library that you want to use. You can use any database. You can use an in-memory database if you wish to. expressJS does not disallow people from using the kind of things that they want to use. Although some things could be very difficult to although some things could be very difficult to integrate with expressJS and some things could be very easy to integrate with expressJS, depending on what you're trying to do, it can work that way. So now let's take a look at MongoDB. So we use MongoDB to store data. It's a NoSQL database. But the reason we're discussing it here is because in our demo, we'll be using MongoDB, and MongoDB is the most popular database system that is used with Node.js and expressJS. So you should be familiar with MongoDB. Even if you don't use it, you should at least know the basic concepts. So let's take a look at that. So MongoDB is a document-oriented NoSQL database management system. So NoSQL databases are basically databases that allow you to store data. Typically, when you used to store data in SQL databases, you used to store them in tables, in columns and rows. Basically, you used to store them like an Excel sheet. Not you wouldn't be storing them in an Excel sheet, but the format would be similar. You would have a table, it would have rows, it would have columns, and in those tables you can configure constraints, primary keys, secondary keys, so on and so forth. In NoSQL databases, you can store data in different formats. So MongoDB is a document-oriented database. That means that you can use the JavaScript object notation or the JSON format and store unstructured data. There are no constraints as such. You can put the constraints yourself, but by default, you can just put in data of any shape in your MongoDB collections and you can retrieve it. It's written in C++, so it's really fast, and so it's much better than an in-memory database because it stores these things in the database's disks, so that even if the database is rebooted or it crashes, the data will still remain intact. So why would you want to use MongoDB? Although there are many other NoSQL databases such as Neo4j, which allows you to model your data in a graph, to Cassandra, CouchDB, there are many others as well. Why would you want to use MongoDB? Again, MongoDB is really fast. It's written in C++, so it provides really high consistency and speed for reads and writes of collections and documents. Collections and documents, let me just briefly explain. When you're building a data model in Node.js, you have collections and documents. Think of a document as a table. So it's basically a group of collections, and a collection is a single row in the database. So if you have if you want to store data of some users, all the data stored inside the user's document, and each single row in the data or each single data about a user is a collection. It's flexible. So as you can see, it is as you can quite easily understand that MongoDB is schemaless. Now, schemaless essentially means that it provides the flexibility of inserting a record in any shape. Like I've already told you, there are no constraints by default. So if you wish to insert some data inside your MongoDB of one shape, as in it has two data points, such as if you're trying to store a user, you can store their first name and last name, and in the next row you can store data that neither has first name nor has last name, just the date of birth. It would be really inconsistent for your database to keep track of things like this, but you can do it. So this is why NoSQL databases are preferred in larger organizations, because they allow developers to create applications on the go, and they don't really need to define a schema. They don't need to be mindful about certain things, but schema is not really the thing that they'll be really something that's in the back of their mind. And also it allows them to make it really easy for them to understand what the data is about. So that's why they use schema-less databases. No joins. So if you have ever used NoSQL databases, one of the most important aspects of of an SQL database is join. So if you have data stored in multiple tables, which is what good database design is about, you have to break every table into smaller pieces and then connect them using primary keys and secondary keys. And when you have to gather data from multiple tables, you use joins. Now, joins are really expensive. They take a lot of time. Many people get over this barrier by using caches. So they essentially just store the joined data inside an in-memory database. And when they want to get the data, they take a look at the cache first. If it's not available, then they perform the join, which is quite slow. Then put the data in the cache and then return it back. In MongoDB and other NoSQL databases also, you don't need to perform joins. Since the data has no schema, you can just embed one data point inside another data point, and that way you can just get all the data. There are certain constraints in certain databases, and you have to be mindful of this. But in general practice, you don't really need to worry about joins. So you can use databases without joins easily. Easy to use. MongoDB, if you have used JavaScript, then it's really easy to use. For those of you who have not used JavaScript till now, you can take a look at the MongoDB shell and interact with it. It's very simple, and it's very effective also. It's very much like you're trying to write JavaScript code. It's very object oriented in nature, and it's very easy to wrap your head around. As a developer, it's really easy to understand, and it's really easy to use as well.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Node.js by answering this question. The Node.js module can be exposed using which of the following? A. Module expose. B. Module. C. Module exports. D. All the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
And scalability. So MongoDB allows you to deploy your clusters to cloud. MongoDB has their own cluster services, database services in the cloud. They allow you to create your databases and use your databases in AWS, GCP, and Azure. AWS is Amazon Web Services, GCP is Google Cloud Platform, and Microsoft Azure. So you can use that there as well. Also, MongoDB has several other features and several other tools that allow you to ingest massive amounts of data, and it is a really large ecosystem. So it's not just databases, it has other systems as well, such as data lakes and so on and so forth. You can use that as well. The reason why it's distributed in cloud, because it comes with a native support for distributed data, sharding, clustering, so on and so forth. These are concepts that you need to understand when you're trying to model data of a large scale. If you're trying to think of a database of a large scale, think of database of Google, which has so many users, or think of a database of Facebook. Right now, Facebook has around 2.4 billion users. Just storing their username and password in a single machine is not possible. So to do that, what they do is they create multiple machines and store data of particular users on one machine and some other collection of users on other machines, and how they group these machines and how they spread data across these machines is a little different to understand. But the main point to understand here is that MongoDB comes in with the built-in support for these features, so that you can, when you reach a really high limit of users, distribute the data, scale it, and use it the way you wish to use. So now we'll take a look at Mongoose. What is Mongoose and why do we need it? So on its own, expressJs and MongoDB are two separate things. expressJs is a web application framework and MongoDB is a database. It needs a library that can be used to connect expressJs applications to MongoDB servers and fetch data and records and so on and so forth. And so Mongoose is an object data mapper, or ODM as it stands for. If you've used other frameworks such as Spring or any other framework like Ruby on Rails, Laravel, so on and so forth, you'll end up using something called an ORM. ORM stands for Object Relational Mapper. Here, since we're using objects and data, we're using ODM, or Object Data Mapper. Essentially, how you would do a typical REST API in a typical web server is that you get the data from the database. You then map that data into an object of your defined language. Let's say you are using Java, then you have to create an object, and then you get the data from the database that you have gotten, and you put data one by one inside an object, and then you return the object. Object data mappers allow you to not worry about these kinds of things. What they do is they allow you to define the shape of the data, and what they will do is they'll get the data from the database and put them inside a document or put them inside an object and return you back the object the way you want it. Obviously, you can change the way it interacts with the objects as well, and it allows you to use those objects to interact with the database directly. So instead of issuing SQL queries in the case of SQL, and in the case of MongoDB, instead of issuing database commands, all you have to do is deal with the objects. It's very easy for object-oriented programmer to deal with objects, so that's why things like object data mappers or object relational mappers have come into play. So why should you use Mongoose? This should be noted that Mongoose is not the only library that allows you to interact with databases. There are other libraries available as well. To name a few, there is MongoDB. The name of the library is MongoDB. It's created by the creators of MongoDB for Node.js and expressJs. The only problem with MongoDB is that it's not an object data mapper. So like I've said, you need to get the data and then map it to the object and then return it back. And to use get data, you have to get the collections, define the collections, you have to work with all the internal plumbing of dealing with the database. While in Mongoose or other object data mappers or relational mappers, you can just leave the internal mappings to the library itself and focus on the code and the relationship between the datasets. So Mongoose provides several benefits for using it. One of the major benefits is speed. So with all the additional benefits, Mongoose still provides very good data access speed. So in case you are someone who is looking for a solution that doesn't compromise on speed, but also gives you a lot of good use cases for using object data mappers, then you can use Mongoose. So it provides schemas as well. Schemas can be used to enforce strict validation. So in case you get data from the internet, which is very untrustworthy, and then you put it into your database, MongoDB will take care of the validation. So you can define if you want certain fields to be required, what is the data type of those fields, what is the default value if the user doesn't provide a value, so on and so forth. You can also take a look at validation. So you can validate the schema defining the rules that you want to. So for instance, if you want to validate an email using a custom regular expression that is used to match a particular text, you want to see if there's an @ available and some text before it, some text after it, then a period or a dot, and then a subdomain like com, in, so on and so forth. Then you can take a look at validations in Mongoose. They allow you to do that. If you were not using Mongoose, then you would have to do all of this yourself. Utilities. So Mongoose has several built-in methods that allow you to run custom code successful after every query execution. So to give you an example, if you want to append some information about the row that has been fetched, so for instance, how many records were fetched in a particular query, so on and so forth, you can assign some methods to Mongoose and they'll be run right after you fetch the queries. It's very easy to use that way. And it's reduced effort. So Mongoose greatly reduces the time it takes for developers to build the application, since it's taking care of a lot of the internal plumbing and a lot of the internal things that you would have to take care of if you're doing things yourself. Mongoose will do it for you, so you don't have to worry about a lot of the things that otherwise you would have to worry about. Can we build sequence against any transactions in it? So that's the thing about MongoDB and any other things, that transactions are not really a thing in Node.js in particular. Mainly because Node.js is just a single threaded environment. It uses something called an event loop, which is something that is a really advanced topic in JavaScript, and you would have to your own or using some of the resources that we provide. But typical SQL transactions are not a part of MongoDB. So that is really something you have to figure out on how to use it. Usually data stays consistent because MongoDB takes care of all the internal threading work and all of that. So you don't have to worry about that at all. Right. So for this session, we'll take a look at using expressJs. So first thing you have to do when you're trying to use expressJs or any other library or framework, you would have to have installed Node.js. In case you are not sure whether you have Node.js installed on your system or not, go to your command prompt and search node-v. Type node-v, that will show you the version of Node.js that you're using. I'm using 10.16.1, so you can use it yourself. In case you wish to download and install Node.js, you can use the in case you wish to download and install, you can go to the www.nodejs.org. I think that's the website. You can take a look at that and download the latest version and use it. In the hands-on, we'll be creating a to-do API, an API that stores the to-dos, that contains the description and the whether or not the to-do has been completed or not. And we'll model the data, we'll understand how to use it. All right. So the first thing that you have to do, I have already created the API. So let me just go back. I will create another folder and I'll show you how I set up the entire system. All right. So to install these things that you want to install, firstly, you have to initialize a Node.js application. This tells the code editors and Node.js environment that this folder contains a Node.js project and it can be run using Node.js. To do it, just type npm init space dash dash y. Dash dash y means that all the basic options that your Node.js has selected by default will use them. And npm is the package manager, which we'll use in just a moment. You press enter, and this is what it has created. Let me just show you if I open Visual Studio Code. By the way, Visual Studio Code is the text editor that I'll be using. In case you wish to use the text editor of your choice, please go ahead. There's no issue with that. All right, so this is the file that command has created. Let's just go through with it and understand what it is. It's the name of our application, the version, description, since we have not provided any, it's not. Main means the application's entry point. This is the file that we'll be using to start the application. You can change the name whenever you want. Script section is something useful that we'll take a look at in a moment. If there are any keywords that describe our application, we can take a look at that as well. The authors who have created these applications, you can enter your Git username and password, username here, not the password, but the username, so that people can recognize who you are and what other applications you have created. And the license, which shows if someone else wants to download this code and use it, how they can go about doing that. How automatically it got created? So it got created automatically because we run this command npm init dash y dash dash y, and that automatically does create this file. This file is present in the root of any Node.js project. So if you have any project that uses Node.js, create this file and then run it. That way you can use npm or the Node package manager to install libraries that you can use with other systems. All right.
So this is what we have. We have created the API. Now, the first thing that we have to do is we have to install the packages that we will use. So we install those packages using npm. npm stands for Node Package Manager. Node Package Manager is a tool that allows us to get libraries written by other developers that we can use in our code. So we use npm install, and the first thing that I will install is nodemon. I'll click save dev, and I'll explain what that means and why we are using that in a moment. So you press enter, it will contact these Node.js servers and figure out whether or not there's a library named nodemon, and then it will install it. Since I have already installed nodemon previously, I think it's available in the caches and it will install it quite quickly. So just wait for a few moments and it will install. All right, so nodemon is installed. And now I would show you what that does, so that you are not confused. And we'll also take a look at the script section. So the first thing I have to do is I have to create a file named index.js. Also notice another thing, that node modules folder has been created. These are the libraries that you download and install in your system. So we only wanted nodemon, but since nodemon has its own set of libraries that it downloads, and those libraries may have their own libraries, it has installed a lot of other libraries as well. You don't typically have to worry about these kinds of things. So those warnings are basically that, let me just show you. That means that when it's incompatible with something in your operating system, or sometimes it's because it doesn't have any idea how to use particular packages like fs events. You don't have to worry about that. Since these are skipping the optional dependencies, you don't have to worry about them at all. And also we have not defined any description or repository, so those are the warnings. You don't have to worry about them. All right, so let's take a look at what nodemon does. Console.log. Hello. This is a typical Node.js application. So if I want to run it, I will Node.js, press enter. Now, as you can see that it is working quite fine, right? But now let me just install Express, and then I'll show you why we install nodemon as well. Install Express, mongoose, and course. I'll tell you what course are. CORS, course, basically means that you are using cross-origin request. It basically means any URL can access the data, can request access to my API. So you can just make it available to the world. That's why we use course. So does this application break in future version of Node.js if we don't update fs events dependency? Well, no, because it's an optional dependency. It has chosen not to install it. So that's fine. It won't break in the future version. You don't have to be worried about that. All right. Now that that's done, let me just show you how expressJs works. All right. Firstly, I have to import expressJs. And in Node.js, we use the require keyword, right? Create an application. An application is basically a server. Yeah, you can configure Express with that. Right now, I'm not bothering with that. And now I'm saying, okay, listen on port 8000, which means localhost colon 8000 is the port. And when you get connected to the server, then just log to the console as we did earlier. Hello. So whenever our server successfully establishes connection with the localhost port 8000 on our system, now we're able to run the server. So if I just use the plain node index.js, as you can see, it runs and it types hello. Right now I've not defined any routes, so that's fine. It's not going to respond to anything. But if I want to make any changes to my file, so instead of hello, I want to print connected on port 8000, right? I click save. Sorry, 80,000, it's 8. I save it, go back to my terminal, and as you can see, it has printed the old hello. It's not restarted, or it's not picked up the changes that I have made. To run it, I have to close it, run it again. Now you can see the new message is showing. Now this is fine, But when you're trying to build a larger application, this could really be a pain to start and stop the server. This is why we use nodemon. So let me just show you. Instead of node, I use nodemon index.js. I press enter. We'll wait for a few moments. So now as you can see, it says nodemon has started. It's watching the file index.js, and now the port is listening to its 8000. Suddenly, let's say I decide that, okay, the port is not going to be 8000, it's going to be 8001. Save it. Now earlier I would have had to restart the server. Here as you can see, it's picked up the changes, restarting due to the changes, and started the application on its own. That's why we use nodemon. And now finally what I'd like to show you is, if I close it, here the screen, I'd like to show you what the script stack does. So sometimes you have a lot of commands that you have to dispatch before starting the server, like setting up the cache, setting up the database, so on and so forth. Now, instead of typing those commands all on your own, Node.js makes it easy for you to do that. I'll just create a dev script. I'll show you what that means in a moment. And I will type nodemon index.js. Save it. Now I can just type npm run dev. Press enter, and it will run the same command that we had run earlier, and it's going to do the same. So it works just fine. Why is course essential? So yeah, let me just explain. So let me just show you. Now if I were to create a route, I say, okay, when you get a get request to the base URL, which is localhost colon 8000 in our system, let me just change the message that is incorrectly displaying. What you have to do is you have to log to the console, or not log to the console, send a request and response. Let me just show you. You get a request object, you get a response object, and then you just send what. I click save. Let's see. So it has restarted our system. That's fine. And now I'll go to the localhost colon 8000. Press enter, and as you can see, it's showing working. So what happens is, when you're trying to build an API, this is your server. Let me just show you. So it will have certain components. It will have a server, it will have a client, and it will have a database. So the server and the database are connected to each other, and the client is connected to the server. So what happens now is this. Client makes a request to the server. Client could be anything. It could be a web application using React.js or AngularJS. It could be an Android application, or it could be an application of another type. So those applications are deployed on other URLs. Your Android application can be connected to your local Wi-Fi system. So when it sends the request, it would have in its header the URL of that IP address. Similarly, and your web app could be deployed on Amazon Web Servers, on some other server than your REST API server. And then when your client tries to make the request, it sees the URL is different from its own, and it will reject the request, saying that it's come from outside my domain. I am going to reject the request. To make it pass, to make it seem that there needs to be no rejection of the request, we use the course API. So to do that, it's basically as simple as app.use course, and I have to import it. So you can just import it here, cors, sorry, require course. Now it's going to use that. I have to use it. Yeah, now it's going to. So that's how you can configure your application to accept requests from other domains as well in Node.js. In other applications, you would have other scenarios that you can take a look at. Now, instead of typing all the code, what I'm going to do is I'm going to kill the server. Now that you know how to set up your basic API, I will go back to Word API. I will open it up in Visual Studio Code by closing this first. So it's opening up. Here we have it. Yeah, there you go. Here we have it on our own system, and I have created all the files. I have created all the code that's required to create a web API. So can we create a cron job to read REST API or update API? So yes, you can create a cron job. Cron jobs, for those of you who are unaware, is a tool that's used in Linux to schedule certain tasks for certain periods of time. So if you want to run particular script every 10 minutes, you can use cron jobs for that. So you can use that as well, although it's not really necessary in most cases. So it's the same thing that we had earlier. As you can see, it has the same dev script. It has the same dependencies: Node, Mon, Cores, Express, and Mongoose. One thing that you can notice is that Cores is in Express, Cores, and Mongoose are in dependencies, and Node, Mon is in dev dependencies. This basically means that when you are trying to deploy the application, Cores is not something that needs to be installed. So in production environment, you don't need to install nodemon, mainly because nodemon is something we're using for development. We need to restart the server when you make changes, only when you're developing the application. When it's in production, you're not going to be making changes like that. You have to restart the entire server. So that's why we have put it in development dependencies. Now, let's take a look at expressJs. Whenever you're building a REST API, make sure that you are able to separate the code easily. So as you can see, our index.js, which is the main file, it's quite simple. All it's doing is it's requiring the application from the server module. I've divided into two modules: persistence and server. Persistence handles the database interaction. Server interacts with the web server. In the index.js, we tell it to listen on port 8000 and log the message on the console that it's listening on port 8000.
Okay guys, a quick info: if you're looking for an end-to-end training in JavaScript, Intellipaat provides a full stack web developer course which covers JavaScript and all the JavaScript frameworks you need to know. For more details, check out the description box.
Alright, so this is the code that we have written so far. Now let's take a look at what is index.js is doing. This is where our entire server is getting configured. Since we are only using a to-dos application, it's not really important for us to break it down into smaller pieces, but in a bigger application, you would have to. Now what we're doing is we are creating an Express app. We are allowing it to be accessed by other platforms, and we are using express.json as well. This allows expressJS to parse JSON data. So as I have already told you that it is unopinionated. Express doesn't know what kind of data you are expecting from the clients, whether the data is formatted in JSON, whether it's formatted in binary strings like form data or XURL encoded, or whether it's just data that's going to come from a file. We have no idea. So that's why we use express.json. We configure it, we configure cores, and now this is where the database is being used. We have created functions that will interact with the database, which will find all to-dos, find a to-do by ID, add a to-do, update a to-do, and delete to-dos. So let me just open up the persistence. Here I have created an index.js. So in every module, there's an index.js file which will expose all the things necessary in your application. So here what we do is we create a function. In case you don't understand JavaScript, this is going to look really weird to you. We are creating importing the Mongoose database API. Then we are assigning a promise to it. Promise is an advanced JavaScript feature, which I won't be discussing right now, but we'll guide you through some of the resources through which you can learn this. So stick till the end of the presentation. And here we have we're connecting to MongoDB. On MongoDB, we have localhost :27017, which is the default port. This is the URL that uses MongoDB on my system, and I want it to use the to-dos collection or to-dos documents. Here we have for certain configuration. So you can configure it the way you want to. Use new URL parcel and use unified topology is basically how you configure it. Don't have to worry about it right now. But if you don't do it this way, then you get some warnings, and I didn't want to explain those right now, so don't worry. And here we have configured some error logging. So what we have said that if you get a problem when connecting, log it to the console, print it on the console so we can take a look at it and understand what actually went wrong. Otherwise, it will just die silently. And once you get connected, print connected to the database. So we'll take a look at that also. And right now we are just exporting everything that we get from todo.repository, which is a file that's right here. So let's open that up. This is todo.repository. We go to the top, and the first thing it's doing is it's requiring a to-do from todo.model. If I open it, this is where the schema generation and all of the things that we have described Mongoose doing happens. We require Mongoose, we create a schema, we tell it what are the things that we're expecting to store, a description and a done field. Description needs to be string and it is required. Done is boolean and the default value is false. So it's not required the person gives us the done value. We'll just default it to false. So that's now taken care of by our database layer instead of our application layer. And now we create a model out of the schema and we return it. So now our repository will access this, and now we create the functions that we want to expose. So we create find all to-dos, which with using MongoDB, like I said, you can use the documents and you can use the objects quite easily. So use the to-do model and you say find me everything. Here you can, inside the brackets, you can define certain filter options, like find me the record in which to-dos are not completed. So the done field is false. But right now we don't want to do that. We want to find everything, so we do this. Also find to do by ID. We give the function an ID and it returns a to do. Add to do is quite simple. You get the data from the parameters that have been passed to it. You save it inside the to do. You create a new to do with the parameters and then you save it. The reason why I'm extracting these is because the parameters could have other data fields as well, and we don't want to save them inside our database. So we save it and we return the result. Similarly, if we want to update it, what we do is we get the data, we find the data that we want to update, we then update it, and then we return the updated collection. And similarly, to do it with the delete option, we do the same thing. As you can see, I've done this here in a single line. I can do this here in the single line as well, instead of breaking it down into getting the to-dos and then returning the to-dos, but you can do it if you want to. And finally, I expose the things that I want to expose. If there was a utility function here like log things to the console or something like that, I would not have exposed it to be used by the external APIs. So that's how we do that. Let me just, yeah. So everything looks fine. And now,
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Node.js by answering this question. Which statement executes the code of sample.js file? A. Node.js sample.js. B. Node sample.js. C. Sample.js. D. None of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
we have understood how repository works. So we go back to the server and see how this works. Let me just close all the other things so that you can easily understand what's going on. Now we set up a route for /todos. So when I go on /todos with a get request, I want you to find all the to-dos and send it back to the user in the response. Now to interact with our API, we'll be using a program called Postman. There are other programs that can allow you to use the API, such as Insomnia and so on and so forth. But I use Postman because it's quite easy to use. I have created certain requests, so you don't have to. You just create a request like I have done here. It should be a get request. It should go to this URL. When I click send, it should fetch me any to do that I have created. And it says connection refused. That's because I have not started the web server here. So I can run the same command that I had run earlier, which is npm run dev. And since both of the programs have been configured the same way, it's going to use it the same way. Now do that. It's listening on port 8000, and now hopefully if I try it out, it'll work just fine. So you send it and it returns a to-do that I had created earlier to check whether or not the API is working. So it's working just fine. So let's take a look at what's happening here. Basically, it takes a GET request, which, as you can see, we have created a GET request. This is the request that tells us these are the other kinds of requests, all other kinds of requests that are available. The ones we are interested in are on the top. So we use the GET request, get the data. We call the find all to-dos function, await the result because it's going to take some time to get the data from the database, and then when it gets it, sends it back to the user. Similarly, we find the data from a to-dos by passing it an ID. Now, as you can see, there's a colon right in front of it. This means a dynamic parameter. That means that the user can specify the value for this. Let's check. So this is not the thing that I want to use. Get to do by ID. So since I have created a to do already, use its ID. You pass in the ID in the URL, send the request, and as you can see, it gives you the ID of that. Now I can change the ID to be anything. So what we do is we get the ID and then we pass find to do by ID, the ID that we get from the URL. So it goes to the request, takes a look at the parameters that have been passed. In our case, we have defined only one named ID, and since since expressJs takes care of the parsing of the request and populating the request object, it takes a look at the parameters and creates an ID parameter there. So we just pass it and get the data back from the MongoDB database. Now we take a look at the post method, which is used to create a to-do, which is what this helpful comment is showing us. To do that, all you have to do is go to the create to-do function. As you can see, it's post request that this label is showing, and also you can see here in the post request, since we're using JSON, I have to pass in some data. Let me just pass in some data. I'll call it to-do 1, which means the first to-do, and it's not completed. I send the data. I return back the ID. If I want to check if it has been persisted, since we've gotten the response, it has been persisted, but if we want to check, you can take a look at all to-dos. And as you can see, our to-do that we had completed earlier is there, and this one is here as well. And we can take a look at the to-do created just now as well. And as you can see, it has been returned. Now we come to update. So you go here. To update, we can use the put method. Also, you can use the patch method as well. Both of them are almost the same. In put, you define, you say that entire entity has been updated. In patch, only a few fields of this is updated. So you can use patch here as well. It doesn't really matter. So what we do is we get the request ID and the body, and we send it to the users. So let me just open Postman. This is the ID. I'll just pass in the ID of the newly created to do. And what do we want to replace it with? So instead of it being to do /1, I can make it important to do, and I'll change the done to true. Send back. It'll respond with everything, and this is what has been updated. So now if I take a look at this, send the request, and as you can see, it has been created. Now as you can see, I have misspelled it. That was on purpose. Now I can just go IMPORTANT. It returns the thing that it was before I updated it. So it looks like this. It looked like this, but now it has been updated. So if I click on this, now as you can see, this is the earlier spelling mistake. And now if I take a look at all the to-dos, it has been updated and it's correctly spelled. Finally, we have the delete option. Again, the delete option is quite easy to understand. Let me just show you. You go to app.delete, which means look at the delete function. If any URL that comes to /to-do/ with a random ID and it's a delete method, then perform this code. We delete the to-do, we get the deleted to-do, and we send it to the user. So now if I want to delete a to-do, all I have to do is I have to pass in the ID. So since the new ID is, let me just check. I think the ID is this. And if I want to delete it, I can just go and pass in the to-do, pass in the ID, send, and this is the to-do that has been deleted. Save it. And now if I try and get all the to-dos, as you can see, instead of two, we only get one. So that's our API. It's quite easy to build an API. It takes a little bit of time, but it's done. So these, the workflow step is this. Let me just close the API. Firstly, you create a folder in which you getting down and understanding what the problem was, and then creating smaller modules in which we'll be using. So we needed a server and a persistence module. The reason why I called it persistence is because you could either use databases or you can use other things such as you could use databases or you can use flat file system. You could use any other database as well. So inside you create the database code and expose it using the index.js. Only expose the things that are needed to be exposed. So they don't need to know how to connect to the database, so you don't expose that. After that, you create the server. Inside the server, you define the routes and you define the actions that need to be performed when a particular route is hit. Also, one thing I'd like to mention is that this is by no means a complete API. You need to take care of a lot of things like the validation of the data and also probably things to do when user uh, user asks for some data that is not available in our database. And then finally we create our application, which we import the server, and then we start it, then start listening on port 8000. So that's how that works. What would be distributable for API? So for API, all you have to do is let me just open up my folder in which this is in. Leave this folder. This is the node modules folder. You can delete it as well and share these files. Copy them on your server, store it inside a zip file, and then deploy it. Whatever you want to create a Docker container and then deploy it, however you wish to do it. Just don't include the node modules folder. The reason being that when you deploy it on the server, what the server will do is firstly, it will take a look at package.json. Inside it, it will take a look at the dependencies that you have specified, codes, express, mongoose, and it will download it for your application itself, and then it will use it. So will other people as well. So that's how you would do that. All right. Hopefully this has been informative for you. Thank you so much for sticking around till now.
Hello everyone, welcome to this session on creating a full stack application like Netflix. Right now, we're going to start off with Netflix system design and then we're going to move on with Netflix APIs. Okay, so let's start with the session, guys. For those of you who are not knowing what Netflix is, I'm pretty sure everyone knows about it, but still, if there's anyone who doesn't know about what Netflix is, let me give you a brief intro as to what Netflix is. Okay, so guys, Netflix is basically a premium video streaming platform, and it has around active 500 million users around the globe, right? And it offers a wide variety of videos to see, from series to movies to documentaries to even comedy genres, and all these are hosted on one platform, and with a simple click you can watch any video you want on that Netflix streaming platform. Okay, now having said that, there are a few things that you have to keep in mind. For example, when you talk about a video streaming platform like YouTube, now YouTube is something which is free for all, right? So even if, let's say, there's a downtown time on YouTube, it won't affect their user base much. But when we talk about a premium service like Netflix, where people are paying monthly for the content that they see, Netflix has to ensure a lot of things, before they can actually provide a service to the customer. Now, what are those things? For example, if, let's say, the video that you are seeing, it takes a lot of buffering time, right? Then I think for a lot of you, you would not be interested to see that platform, right? Now, when people subscribe to a Netflix streaming service, right, they come from all walks of life. Some people might not have a good internet connection. right? Some people might not have a laptop. Some people might have a very old phones. So how is Netflix tackling all these problems is something that we're going to understand, because that is what their business model is. That is how they're earning their bread and butter, right? So that's why they have put in place a lot of measures to basically address or basically take into account the different kind of people who are subscribed to their service, and we will be discussing that as we move along. Okay, so how does Netflix manages low latency? Now, for those of you who are from non-tech background, you might not know what low latency is. So guys, low latency is nothing but when you click on the Netflix app, it should just not buffer. It should play a video. So how does Netflix ensure that they give you the lowest response time possible? That is, it gives you the video right away. The only hurdle that you might have is your internet speed. How does Netflix ensure that their servers are all fully available to all their users, even if it's 100 million or a 200 million or even a 500 million user base which is watching at the same time? So let's understand that. So guys, Netflix makes use of something which is called as a content delivery network, right? So what is a content delivery network? So let me basically show you from the illustration that we have over here. Okay, so guys, this is your Netflix original server. Okay, now what do you mean by an original server? Now, as you all might know, that Netflix is basically a US company, right? So, when it's a US company, it makes sense that the company, when it must have launched, it must have, had servers which were there in the US region, right? Now, what do I mean by that? So let's say when we as a company we are Intellipaat.com, right? Most of our users, they reside in the US and in India. Now we have users from other parts of the country as well, other part of the globe as well, but most of our users, they reside in India and in the US. Okay. Now, when we talk about the servers that we have as a company, all our servers are basically deployed in India, right? So, but that is something which was, causing us a problem. Why? Because uh, if you talk about the distance, so let's talk about it in very simple terms. So when you, let's say, are living in a country, let's say over here, right? And when you have to, basically access a server which is residing in the US, this is the distance that you will be covering. Similarly, let's say you are residing over here as a user, and this is the distance that you are covering for accessing the server which is for Netflix. Now, obviously, the content, if you are trying to access from this server, it will reach out to you faster than a user who is residing in a country which is, as far as, this particular circle over here. Okay. So how do you go ahead and give your content in the same response time possible, irrespective of the fact that the customers are living in different locations of the world? Now, one thing that you can do is you can deploy a server in each and every country, right? And then basically, route every user to that particular server, so that let's say if you're in US, you will be basically going to the US server. If you are in India, you'll be going to the Indian server. If you are in a country like Africa, you'll be going to the African server, and it goes on. So it depends on where you are accessing the service, and based on that, you're connected to the respective server. Now, this sounds good, but it is a very expensive operation when you think about the kind of investment that you might have to make to create this kind of an architecture, right? Let's say, for example, you and me, we try tomorrow to open a startup which is again a video streaming service, or which, say, let's say, is an internet company, right? Which basically has its own product which users have to use. And if our aim is to provide our users with the best uh, you know uh, service possible, we would also want to have an architecture where all our servers are deployed in every country of the continent, and so as to give the lowest latency possible to every user, right? But let's say you don't have that kind of an investment, so what would you do? So that's why we have things like cloud. So we have cloud providers like AWS, we have cloud providers like Azure, which basically provide us with infrastructure. Okay, so now let me tell you how Netflix is solving this problem. So Netflix was again a startup in its early years, and what it did was, so let's say this is the place where they have their original server. So there is a service, in cloud, which is called a content delivery network. Now, what is a content delivery network? A content delivery network, basically what it does is it deploys, or it has servers in many parts of the world, right? So that is basically taken care of by your cloud provider. For example, let's talk about cloud providers like Amazon. Let's talk about cloud providers like Azure, like Google Cloud. So all these people, they are very big companies who can afford this kind of an infrastructure. Now, what they have done is they've made us, they've made available a service which is called, a content delivery network to the general public, and so that people like you and me can go ahead and deploy our content over there, and they will make it available to the rest of the world. Okay, so these servers which basically reside in countries, these servers are called edge servers, and it's not like your whole application will be deployed on these servers. These servers basically only serve static content. Okay, now I've used a lot of jargons over here. I've used jargons like low latency, I've used jargons like edge servers. I've used jargons like static content. So let me clear up then one by one. Okay. So when you talk about your original server, so there's a difference between something called as dynamic content. So you have something called as dynamic content. Dynamic content is nothing but a content which changes. Okay. Whenever there is a change, it's called dynamic content. And static content basically means no change. So when there is no change, it's called static. And dynamic basically means when there is a change. Now, what happens is that when you talk about a streaming service like Netflix, what is the content that you're dealing with? Now, let me put down a question for you. Now, when the movies that you see on Netflix, right, those movies are all same. They're not changing, right? They're all the same. Everyone in the world, if they want to see Avengers as a movie, everyone will see the same movie, right? So is it dynamic or is it static? All right. So let me make it more simple for you guys. There is something called as dynamic files. Now, what do you mean by dynamic files? Let's assume that you go to youtube.com, okay, and you search for a particular video. So when you're searching for a particular video, the video rankings, they differ, right? For example, let's talk about the trending page of YouTube. So the trending page of YouTube changes according to views which are coming onto the channel, or which are coming on the video. So your trending page is dynamic. Why? Because every time it has to go back to the database to see how many views have come in, how many likes have come in, and accordingly its algorithm then says, okay, so this video should be trending number one, this video should be trending number two, so on and so forth, right? So dynamic content basically means which changes in real time, which changes when time passes by. That is what dynamic content means. So if you talk about the trending page of YouTube, that is dynamic. Why? Because every time you load the trending page of YouTube, it will always give you the latest videos that you have to see. Let me give you one more example. When you talk about news channels, right, or when you talk about news websites, so every day when you log into your news websites, the list of news, they change, right? So you are always given fresh content. So that homepage of that news website is dynamic. But when you talk about the news itself, right, let's say the newspaper has published news today on its website, that news is not going to change. So that news now is static. I hope you guys understand the difference. So when you are dealing with a website, you have a web page which in which probably the content is not going to change. In that case, the web page will be static. And if the content is going to change based on the changes or based on the dynamics which are going around that content, in that case it will be a dynamic page. Let me open Netflix for you guys and let's try to answer it from there. So let's go to netflix.com. So this is netflix.com, guys. Now what happened here, this page got loaded automatically, right? So this page, it has new movies added to it time and again, and that's why this page is dynamic. But let's say I play a movie, like, let's say Founder, right? So when I'm playing this movie is now static. Why? Because the Founder movie, if you open it on your computer, right, it will be the same. If I'm opening it on my system, it is the same, right? And as you can see, this movie got opened in a separate web page, all right? But let's say and also, notice the time that this video takes to load. Now a video is a lot much size in MBs, right? But still, it does not take only 10 seconds for the movie to start. But when you talk about the netflix.com page, here you can see as I'm scrolling, it is still loading the page. Can you see? And when you compare the type of content which is coming on a video than what is coming over here on the web page, it's completely different in size, right? So this page is taking a lot of time to load, but when you compare it to your video, it's taking very less time to load. Although the size that you have of both the web pages is massively different, right? So when you're dealing with the home page of Netflix, that's dynamic, and when you're opening any video in Netflix, that is something which is static content. So now let's go ahead and understand how Netflix is managing its data. So let me just remove what I wrote earlier. So now what happens is Netflix has all their movies on the original server, and what they do is they make use of a content delivery network by their cloud provider. Now, as you might know, Netflix is hosted completely on AWS for all their needs, except their CDN, which is basically hosted by a company called OpenConnect. Okay, so OpenConnect basically gives them all these servers which are edge locations where they can basically put their static content, right? And this process is called caching, right? So using caching, what they do is they put all their movies, they put all their static content on the edge servers, and when you as a user want to use that application or that or want to view that video, it gets to you in the shortest time possible because of this particular architecture. So this is called a content delivery network, and this is also something that we are going to deploy tomorrow when our application is ready. Okay, so this is an architecture that they follow for static content. Now let's move forward and let's ask a different type of questions. How does Netflix basically give you multiple video resolutions? Okay, so there is something called as video encoding and transcoding. Okay, now what that basically means is when let's say I am the Netflix company and I want to publish uh, the movie Avengers on my channel or on my streaming platform. So what will I do? So what Netflix does is it first approaches the production company who made that movie, and they say, you know what, I want that movie to be published on my platform. So what do I have to do? So basically, the production company will sell the rights to Netflix, using some deal, and when the deal is over, the production company hands over the content to Netflix. Okay, so let's say I'm getting the movie Avengers. So what you see in your mobile today, that Avengers movie, even if you're streaming it in 4K, the maximum size of that movie is going to be around 10 to 11 GB, right? But when you talk about the actual movie which is coming from the production company, it's in hundreds of GBs, because that is the kind of quality that they create the movie with. That is the kind of detail that each scene in that movie has, right? Now obviously if a movie is around hundreds of GBs, you and I as a normal consumer, we will not watch it, because if I have to download one movie for 100 GB, probably that will end my entire internet plan, right? So that is something that I cannot afford to do. So that's where these streaming companies, they come in, and what they do is they transcode and they encode the video. Okay, and how do they do that? So first of all, let's understand what are the different operations which are involved, in uh, converting a video, and why do we actually do it. Okay, so when we are dealing with a video, first of all, what we have to make sure of is that every device which is out there, which is using my platform, that device should be able to use, or you should be able to play my video. Okay, so that means if someone is using Netflix on their tab, it should be able to they should be able to use it. If someone is using Netflix on their laptop, they should be able to use it. If somebody is using Netflix on their TV, they should be able to use it. If somebody is using Netflix, let's say on any other device which might have a different screen resolution, everybody should be able to use it. Okay, so first thing is I have to make sure that the movie that I am basically converting, or the movie that I am having on my platform, it should have the desired screen resolution so that everybody on their own device can watch it. Now how do I deal with that? So what I do is every content that I have to stream, or all the kind of devices that I have to stream to, I will have a different copy of movie for all those devices. Okay. So if I'm dealing with an iPhone, I know what the resolution of an iPhone is. So iPhone for the iPhone, I will have a different resolution of movie. Okay. So let's say this is iPhone. If I am dealing with an iPad, then I will have a different resolution of movie. Okay. If I am dealing with a MacBook, again the resolution is different, right? So I will be dealing with a different resolution of movie. So on and so forth. There are so many devices out there which will have different screen resolutions. I will go ahead and have a video for each of these devices. This is the first thing that I do. Okay. Now comes the problem of having videos in different formats. For example, videos can be in 4K, videos can be in 1080p. Somebody might want to view the movie in 4K, somebody might want to see it in 1080. Then you have 720, right? Then you have 480p, then you have 360, then you have 240, then you have 144, right? So all these are different resolutions that all these are different sizes of my video that everybody might want to watch. Now the part over here which is interesting to know is these things, they switch between each other, right? Let's say if you're watching a movie in 1080 and you want to switch to 720p, you can do that by selecting the video quality option and changing that to a resolution that you want, right? And then the movie starts to play from there, but in that particular resolution. So how does that happen? So Netflix maintains a copy of each and every video resolution that you want to watch on your device. Same goes with YouTube, same goes with any other platform. There is no algorithm which can which will on the fly convert a video according to what the user wants, right? It will take a lot of time, and that's why we do not do it by algorithms. What we do is we maintain separate copies of each resolution that we want to stream to our users. And at the same time, we also maintain copy according to different devices. On an iPhone, the movie will be different in size because the screen size is different. On iPad, it will be different, and on a MacBook also, it will be different. So all these resolutions, the 4K resolution, they will be both. They will be for iPhone also, they will be for iPad also, and it will be for the MacBook also. Similarly, a 1080p video, it will be for the iPhone also, for the iPad also, for the MacBook also. So that's how you basically go ahead and create this kind of content first before you can make it available to the users. Okay, then what you do is you make it available on a central location where all your movies are stored.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Node.js by answering this question. The Node.js module can be exposed using which of the following? A. Module expose. B. Module. C. Module exports. D. All the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Okay, so guys, now let's go ahead and understand, because that is something which I have also planned for you guys to explain. How does video recommendation basically work? Okay, so let's try to understand that. So what is recommendation? Recommendation basically means, let's say uh, I am basically dealing with videos today, right? And I want to see uh, how will Netflix identify what kind of movies I will like for next to see. And most of the times, what Netflix recommends me as videos, they're all correct, right? Probably that is the kind of movie that I want to watch. You would have seen a similar pattern even on an streaming platform like YouTube, where YouTube basically recommends you different kinds of videos that you might be interested to watch. Now, all of them you might not be interested to watch, but most of them is something that you are interested to see and you click on that, right? A similar thing you would have also seen when you play music videos on a streaming platform like YouTube. Sometimes the next song that is going to play after the video that you have played is something that is actually something that you want to listen to. So how is that managed, or how is that taken care of by a video streaming platform? Let's understand that. All right, now let's talk about how the Netflix recommendation basically works. Okay, so guys, when you deal with Netflix recommendation, again, how does Netflix know which kind of movies to recommend you? Let's try to understand that process. All right, guys. So there are, when you talk about recommendation, so this is basically called a recommendation engine. Okay, so what is a recommendation engine? A recommendation engine basically deals with two kind of things, or it can basically be created in two kind of ways. One is collaborative filtering and the other is content based filtering. What is the difference between the two? So collaborative filtering basically means, let's say you and I, we both are on Netflix. Okay, now I as a user, so you would have seen when you sign up on Netflix and when you're setting up your account, it asks you which movies would you be interested in. English movies, Hindi movies, Punjabi movies, or some other language movies. You select the movie that you want, the movie language that you want, and then you click on next. Then it'll ask you the different kind of genres that you will be interested in. For example, action movies, comedy movies, romantic movies. So all these you select, and what you're doing is in the backend, Netflix is trying to identify what is your kind of interest that you're dealing with. Okay, and based on that, it is creating a user profile for you, right? So that is what Netflix is doing in the backend, and based on this user profile that you create, it basically recommends you stuff, right? And now it does it in two ways. So let's say there are two people, as you can see on the screen, who basically answered these questions when they were signing up on Netflix, and they basically selected the same kind of answers. Okay, now what happens is when let's say this lady, she logs into Netflix and she watches a movie, right? And she watches that movie in entirety. She watches the whole movie from starting to end. That basically means that that movie had engaged her, and people who are similar to her, people who opted for the same kind of choices as she did, this movie can be recommended to other people, right? Similarly, let's say this guy also logs in into Netflix after selecting the same things as she did, and he watched a movie which basically he also watched in entirety, right? Let's say she watched a movie called, um, let's take the example of Avengers again. She watched a movie called Avengers, which was packed with action, which had all the good heroes in it, right? She watched 2 or 3 scenes repetitively, which probably had Chris Hemsworth involved in it. And then that by that Netflix analyzes, okay, so at this particular point in time, the actor involved in the scene was Chris Hemsworth. So probably this user likes Chris Hemsworth. Okay, so next time for this particular lady, when Netflix is again going to recommend videos, it is going to recommend videos more of Chris Hemsworth, right? But on the other hand, let's talk about, she watched Avengers, right? Now this guy, he watched, let's say, a movie like Lagan on Netflix. So Lagan is a Hindi movie. Some of you might not know about it, but let's say he watched Lagan on his movie, as since his preferences were also about Hindi movies, and she also chose to watch Hindi movies. So this lady will also be recommended Lagan now. Why? Because she chose that she liked action movies, she liked romantic movies, she probably liked historical movies as well, and this guy also liked historical movies, right? So based on this, because these two people are similar, Netflix recommends both these people the similar movie that they each one of them is watching, right? And this is called collaborative filtering, where we as a community who is watching movies on Netflix, we are giving the data to Netflix so that Netflix can recommend to other people that this is a movie that you might be interested in watching, right? And now there are a lot of things which goes behind this. There's an age criteria as well. For example, I'm, let's say, 21 years old, right? So if I'm 21 years old and somebody else is also 21 years old who shares similar interests as me, chances of me liking a movie and the other person also liking a movie would be more, right? Let's say I have similar interests and somebody else who is 32 or 33 years old also has similar interests. But the chances of us watching the same movie or same content would be unlikely. Why? Because there's an age gap, and hence we have a different maturity level as well. Okay. So similarly, you have a second approach as well in recommendation engine, which is called content based filtering. Now, what is content based filtering? Content based filtering basically deals with content which is of similar kind, right? Let's say I don't want to go ahead and collect data from my users. I'm not doing that. In that case, what I can do is I can punch in data for each and every movie that I have published on my platform. So let's say I have a movie on action, which is going to have a lot of Hollywood actors, right? And I'm interested in that movie. The second movie that I also watch is also is also packed up with a lot of Hollywood actors, right? And it's also an action genre. So now what Netflix is going to recommend me is going to be of similar kind. The content is going to be of similar kind, right? And this is a very high level overview of how recommendation engine works. Obviously there are a lot of other parameters also involved in it. Recommendation involves machine learning, right? And when I say machine learning, uh, don't get scared with that word. Machine learning is nothing but going through a lot of data that I just told you about. For example, who watched which movie, what are the different kind of interests that they have, and based on looking at all these different kind of criteria, the system recommends you a video. Now if a human were to do that, it will take a lot of time to analyze for each user how many videos to recommend. But when you give this similar task to a system, it can concurrently give it to all the users who are watching the movie on the streaming platform, which is Netflix. And that is in a gist what machine learning is all about. It basically processes a lot of data at the same time, and then it crunches out data which the human told it to crunch out. Okay, so that is what machine learning is, and that is exactly how recommendation engine and in a Netflix platform also works around it. Okay.
Alright guys, so now we'll begin with the coding part. I'd like to firstly begin by giving you an overview of what we'll be doing in this session, in coding session, what we'll be building, how we'll be building it, and what are the things that we'll be taking a look at. So let me first begin by giving you an overview of what we'll be trying to do. So I'd like to show you what I'll be doing. So I have created a small API based application. We'll be using the technologies of Node.js, and for the database, we'll be using MongoDB. So MongoDB and Node.js go hand in hand. Now, for those of you who are unaware of these technologies, who have never worked with MongoDB, Node.js, it's completely fine. The aim of this is not to show you what exactly the code is, but to show you how you go about creating something like Netflix, how you create the back end, how you create the front end, what do these terms mean, and how do you get about doing this. So I'd like to firstly begin by explaining to you how Netflix is built, or how things happen in Netflix code wise. So the first thing is Netflix is divided into two parts, or any full stack application is divided into two parts basically: the front end and the back end. So front end and back end are quite popular terms, and I'm quite sure that many of you know what these mean. But for those of you who are unaware, front end is basically the thing that you see, that you interact with. Your browser renders these things, the images, the buttons, the layout, video player, your click events, everything that is associated with what the user sees and how they interact with it. That's associated with front end. So all the animations, all the sliding, everything, it's all associated with the front end. So let me just show you. This is what the image looks like. Now Netflix has a really big department for front end, and they do a lot of stuff. They try to make their front end as responsive and as quick as possible. To do this, what they do is they divide their front end into small chunks or small pieces. So these pieces you can think of as small components. So libraries like React and Angular do the same thing. So as you can see that it has several components of it, such as the search feature, your accounts, the TV shows, the slider, the background image, the play button, the information button. Everything is a component. And these components are basically things that are rendered on your screen, and they interact with your clicks and with your gestures, or however you interact with your websites.
Okay guys, a quick info: if you're looking for an end-to-end training in JavaScript, Intellipaat provides a full stack web developer course which covers JavaScript and all the JavaScript frameworks you need to know. For more details, check out the description box.
So as I was saying that these are the components. Now this is the front end. For those of you who are unaware, front end is basically what you see. So as you've already seen the buttons and all that, but all of the data inside the front end is not encoded. So none of the things such as the movies list, things such as the name of the film and your account name, not everything is pre-encoded. So the thing that I'm trying to get across is when you create another account, a new HTML page for your account is not generated. What they do basically is they create something called a template. Now, for those of you who have worked with other kind of programming languages, you basically know what a template is, but let me just show you. Let's say that I want you to create some program in which what you do is I give you my name and you return hello space and the name that I just gave to you. So this is what is known as a template. You have some static data combined or interpolated with some dynamic content. And what you want to do in the template is you want to define the dynamic static data and leave places or slots for dynamic content that you will get from some other place. You could get it from an external web service. You can get it from your own APIs. You can get it from a JSON file. You can get it from lots of multiple sources. So you can, or you may, basically you could also get it from the user. That's also possible. So there's a lot of things that you can do. So essentially, for instance, for the name thing, if I type hello space and I leave and I write it like this basically means, and don't worry about the syntax, what the time I'm trying to get across is that the hello, comma, and space, these are the things that are static. Now we talk about dynamic content. There's a variable with the name that the user has given me. They have given me their name and I have stored it inside a memory location, and that memory location is given the identifier of name. So whenever I try to reference name, that is what will be referenced. So with that in mind, this is what it is. And now for the dynamic content in our Netflix application, what happens is we have the backend that serves us the data that we want to fill the template with. So what happens here is that the backend is associated with a database, or a DB as you might call it. What the DB does is that it stores everything that you might need to send back to the front end so that it can build the entire page or the entire user interface. So it could contain things that might not even be visible on the screen, such as the user's username and password. So username and password. Now the user will input these things from the front end. Our backend will take that, verify that the username and password exist and are both associated in our database. And if that does exist, then we tell our front end that yes, the user exists, authenticate him, and let him do the task that he wants to do. So other things that backend can do is the authorization, which is basically when the user tries to delete some content or make changes to the content that isn't there, or so for instance, in Netflix you have multiple accounts, and from one account you can give access to other accounts and change those accounts. Those are called primary accounts. So whether or not one account is primary or secondary, the user has logged into it, that's called authorization part. Essentially the flow happens like this. The front end renders, or basically what happens is front end is loaded. After it loads, it sends a request to the backend to get the data that we want to fill our entire page with. So for our Netflix example, the data that we want to fill it with are these images, this last days of America's crime, the title of the movie, these things such as the notification, unread notification count, the account title, and the play button, and all of that. So we want to get all of this content from the web page. So basically, it's just text and some data. So we want the name of the file. We want to do these things. So here, what we do is we get the data from the backend. The backend goes ahead, queries the database, and returns the data that it wants to return. Now, an important part to understand is that we want to return it in a format that everyone can understand. So let's say that my front end is built in JavaScript, but backend could be built in any language. The reason why we separate these things is because separating them makes it easy for us to build the backend and front end separately. Even if the front end is not complete, we can still continue with building features in the backend and adding features and refining the features. So what happens here is that we use a format called JSON. Again, it is a programming term. Most of you might not be aware of it, but basically JSON stands for JavaScript Object Notation. It's a lightweight data interchange format. It looks something like this. So this is one row of data that we'll be exchanging. And the properties that I want to exchange, let's say the ID of the movie. So let's say the ID is 1. Name of the movie, you can name it anything. Let me just name it demo. And there could be multiple things that you might want to show to the user, such as the movie's ratings, the release date, the genre, which all of this will be taking a look at in a moment. But this is all there is. So this is the flow of the application. The reason why things are broken up like this is because we want our applications to be completely decoupled. We want our application to be built by two separate teams, and those teams would have communications, but it's not necessarily the case that if some feature in front end is having a particular bug, or we are not able to build that feature on time, the backend would not be stagnant. The backend team can still churn out the features that we need for other UI frameworks or other applications to work. Another good thing is that the front end could be multiple things. So it could be your website, it could be an Android app, it could also be an iOS app, could be a Fire TV app, Amazon OS, or many other kinds of applications. So all they have to do is they have to send the request to our server. Our backend will pick up those requests. If those requests are valid, then we send back the response. So that's what this is. This is why we have front end and back end completely separated. So with that, let me just show you what exactly we're trying to do. So whenever you're trying to build an application, the first thing that you should do is you should write something called a spec or specification. So these are the features that we'll be taking a look at. We'll be taking a look at if we have a library of movies, and if the user asks for a particular term, let's say that they search for the keyword of dark, and we have lots of movies like Dark Knight Rises or The Dark Knight or many other, Black Delilah, or any other kind of movie that's associated with the word dark, and we want to send it back to the user. This is how we do it. Our application will be locally hosted, so you don't need to have a web server
for your own purposes, you can create a local server, and which I'll show you how to do in a moment. And basically what we're trying to do is we're trying to create URLs that you can send requests to, get the response back, parse that request or make sense of that request, and then populate your front end with the data that is returned from the backend or from the response that you got by querying a URL. So this is the URL we have created /search. You might have seen this being used in multiple places, and we're basically passing this, which is a query string. A query string basically allows you to tack on a lot of information behind the scenes. So we're saying, okay, for the value of Q, I want dark. This is the thing that I want to query. Our backend will pick this up, look into our database, find out things that contain the word dark, and then we send back all the data that we get by querying the word keyword dark. We send it back to the user and they take a look at it. Similarly, we can list by genre. So if the user says, okay, show me all the movies that are belonging to the action genre. So we say, okay, send a request to this URL, and the data we want to send along is the genre that the user has requested us to give them. So the genre is action, and we give them all the movies. Here we can also show them that, okay, this is the URL we want you to basically view the top 20 most viewed videos. So if you take a look at YouTube and you take a look at the most trending tab, this is how the feature is built. Netflix had something similar. This is how that is built. And finally, the streaming part. So how do you get the URL to stream your data? Now, again, as it was explained earlier in the PPT, that we don't have the entire server set up and we have not deployed it to the cloud, we'll be hosting some of the URLs locally, and those small videos will be hosted locally, and I'll show you how to embed that video in a web page. So we'll take a look at that. Now, with the specification that we get, which is this one, these are all the features that we want, and it contains, usually specifications are very verbose. They contain a lot of things, such as what to do when the things go wrong, what is the shape of the response, and so on. But for our purposes, this is what the specification is, and this is what our database will look like. So I have a NoSQL database called MongoDB. Basically, this is the name of the table, if you are aware of SQL databases such as MySQL or other databases. And these are the fields that I want, an ID or the identifier from which we can uniquely identify a movie. So even if two movies have different names, we have assigned a unique number to it, so from which we can recognize, similar to the roll number that you're given when you enter a school or join a school or a college. The name, the release date, genre, rating, and view count. And the videos table will contain the ID of the movie that you want the location of the video file to, and the location, which contains the name of the video file. So if I have a movie such as Lord of the Rings, which was released in 2001, and it has an ID of 2, now I want to get the video URL of any movie that has the ID 2. Since we have IDs to be unique, so content ID will be 2, and the location will be name of the movie, which could be Lord of the Rings 1. I'll show you how that works in a moment. This is what the database looks like. The benefit of using a NoSQL database, and Netflix uses NoSQL databases as well, is that you don't have to create the schema, or you don't have to create the table yourself. You don't have to describe to the database management system that this is what the table should be, these are the rows, these are the columns, these are the constraints on the columns. You can just basically tell them, okay, this is what I expect the user to pass in. If they don't, then they then leave those fields blank. I don't care about that. Is the table structure defined in JSON? So in other kinds of NoSQL databases, there could be other formats, but here, since we're using MongoDB, it will be defined in JSON. So you are correct in assuming that. Okay, this is what the specification is. We have got the database. Now, for those of you, I just like to show you, this is my MongoDB shell. Shell is basically how you interact with a database by passing commands. So let me just show you the databases. Now I have a Netflix database. This is the database that I have created so far. There are other databases that come with MongoDB by default. So I'll be using Netflix. And now we have switched to Netflix. Now I would like to take a look at the collections. Collections are basically the tables and we have media and the videos databases, similar to what we have here. This is the media, which is basically the information about the movie that we want to see, and videos is basically the path of the video associated to that. The reason why I have separated both of them is because these could be worked on by two teams. One team would be the one that is updating the information, and the other team is the one that is taking care of inserting the binary data or the video file on the Netflix servers and then replicating them and all of that. So that's how that works. Um, this is what we have. And again, if you have MongoDB but you don't have all of this, I'll show you what to do. So now we'll be jumping into some code. But before we do, uh, let me just show you one other thing, which is the command prompt. So this is the command prompt. This is where we type in the command, and the software that I'm using to build the backend, the language that I'm using is called Node. I have the 10.16.1 version, and this is not the latest version, but it works. So if you are trying to follow along and if you have MongoDB and Node.js, you can follow along quite easily. If you don't have that, don't worry, just take a look at the code. The video will be available to you later on. You can install these things very easily, and it's quite easy to do that. Now, what we will do is firstly, we will have to initialize a Node.js project. I have already done that, but the way to do it is you go npm, which stands for Node Package Manager. This is installed when you install Node.js, and it will be available in your command prompt. After you've typed npm, you type init init and --y and press enter. So once you have done this, your the folder in which you want to create your project will have this file package.json. That's all you need for your application, for your folder to become a Node.js application. So this is what it looks like. The information that it will ask for is the name of the project, the version, description, main, and these are the things that I have added, and I'll show you what that means. It will ask for the name of the author. I have kept most of the applications as simply blank, and these are the dependencies which I'll show you what they mean. So with that in mind, now the thing that we need is we need to install certain packages. So to give you an example, a package is basically some code that someone has already written for us to use. So if you want to hash a user's password, you don't want to go through the entire mathematical concepts of writing the entire code to get the entire password and hash it. What you do is that you get the user's password and then you use some library code and hash it. That will hash it for you. So with that in mind, we use a certain libraries. First one is nodemon. What it does is that it takes a look at your server files and then it loads it again. So if you make any changes, if you try to make any changes and you save those changes and then you run them again, then your server will be loaded automatically. I'll show you what that means in a moment. This is installed in a dev dependency, which basically means that when I deploy my application, this is something that I don't need. This is only for development. For dependencies that I'm going to be needing even when the application is deployed, we use expressJs, which is an web application framework. It allows you to build a web server quite easily, and Mongoose, which is a library that allows us to interact with the MongoDB database. So we'll take a look at both of them. Now let's go with, I have created some default data, and that's what seeding means. So when you're building an application, one thing you need is you need a database that contains some default information so that you can get it from the database and then you can get it from there. Yeah, the recording will be available and the link will be sent to your email after the session ends. So what we'll be trying to do is we'll try to seed the databases. So let me just show you. I use the node command and I run this file, which is seed underscore media.js and seed underscore lib.js. So I'll just show you what that means. These are the two files. And again, the code looks very daunting. Don't worry about it. I'll just explain what code means, what this code is trying to accomplish, and you'll know. So we are using Mongoose and we are using the models and all that, and I'll show you what all of that means. But before that, if you want to install a package, after you have initialized the project, run npm install. And since I wanted to install nodemon, I use save dev because I want to save it as a development dependency. It should not be sent to the dev production package.
I press enter, and since I already have it installed, it's going to be rather quick, but it'll take a look at the metadata, which basically means, okay, this library needs some other libraries, so I'll have to download those libraries might need some other libraries. So all of this is done for you. Now it takes a look at it, and since we already have, we get the package itself. Now I want to install the mongoose and express package, so I type express and mongoose, and instead of save dev, I type nothing, and I would press enter, but it'll take some time, and we're running short on time, so I'll just not press enter. But you can if it's your new project. And what you do there after that is every library that you want to use is available on your project. So all you have to do then is just reference them, like the one that I have done here. Basically, I'm saying, okay, give me access to the mongoose file and give me access to the media model. Let me just show you what model is. A model is basically a description of what your database should look like. So
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Node.js by answering this question. Which statement executes the code of sample.js file? A. Node.js sample.js. B. Node sample.js. C. Sample.js. D. None of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
I want an ID column with the data to be number. So anything that I put into ID should be numeric. 1, 2, 5, 7 are all valid. A, B, C, D are invalid. Name is a string. Release date should be date, and if I don't provide a value, insert the current date. Genre is a string, rating is number, view count is number. The reason why we are giving it a data type and explaining what kind of data we are expecting, it's mainly because this data is important. And if we don't give it the data type, then user can enter any kind of data. In the view count, if someone trips up and makes a mistake, they'll be entering A, B, C, D, and our database will just accept it. That will be a problem. So Node.js is the runtime, or is the language that we'll be using. JavaScript is the language. Node.js is the runtime, or is how you write JavaScript on the backend. And expressJs is the package. It allows us to write web servers more efficiently and more quickly. It follows best practices, so you don't have to worry about a lot of things like parsing the request, getting the headers, and all of that. With that, so we go back to our seeding file. We connect to the database by just saying if there is an error, then log it to the console. Otherwise, just connect to localhost colon 27017. This is the URL of my database server. If you have installed Node.js on your system, this is the default database, and this is the name of the database that I want. If it's not already there, then create it. If it's there, then use it. We send keep alive to be 1, which means that don't close the connection immediately. Use URL parser and use unified topology are some advanced features that you don't need to worry about. Just type this code and it'll run. This is the data that we'll be inserting. Movie names, you can take a look at them. We are inserting IDs and we are inserting the ratings as well. So we are inserting 6 movies, and then we use the seed movies function, in which I basically, if the database already exists, then I delete it. So basically all I have to do now, let me just show you the seed lib library as well. It does the same thing we have, but instead of that, we will be saving the name of the files of name of the video files. Let me just open up my folder in the Netflix clone, which is the folder that I have. I have a folder called __ videos. I have a file that I have copied and I have given them names. So Dark, Lord of the Rings 1, 2, 3, Suits, and Dark Knight. These are the suppose these are the actual videos, but we don't want to spend the entire 10 GB of our disk space. So I have created a simple copied a simple Windows 7 default video, and then I have pasted it multiple times and changed the name. But you can imagine it to be something else. Now all I've done is I've saved it. I've said okay. The media with the ID of 1. So if you take a look at this, ID 1 is given to Dark Knight Rises or the Dark Knight. So media with the ID of 1, I want to get the video location of that. So I send the media ID and I get the Dark Knight. I know the location as well, so I'll just prepend it and I'll show it. How to run these files. I'll show you how to run these files. Don't worry about it when we get to it. So we get the movie data.
and we have associated a file name with the ID of the movies. So the fourth one is Lord of the Rings Return of the King, which is the third one, or the third Lord of the Rings. So we have Lord of the Rings 3.mp4. These are the name of the video files. You can imagine that these names could be something else, because two movies with the same name could also be released. So that could be a problem. So with that, we create a seed movies function in which we just delete the video model or video collection if it exists. And if it doesn't exist, then we insert all the data and we close the connection. And we call the seed movies function here. So now if I want to seed the data, all I have to do is I have to run these files. And instead of typing this entire thing, the entire command, what I can do is I can just use the power of Node.js, and I can just run npm run. Run is a special command. When I type run and then I type seed colon, as you can see, it's media, and press enter, what it will do is it will take a look at the script tag, which is here, and it will try and find the thing that I just passed as the argument, which is seed colon media. So it takes a look at the script, seed media is this, and it replaces everything with this command, and we run this. Similarly, with seed media, I can type seed lib and it will run, and everything ran perfectly. We didn't run into any errors, which is good. Now, if I want to take a look at the data, I can just go db.media.find, and I want to get all the files. So I just type this. Now we can see the files, or we can see the data, but it's not very pretty to look at. It's not very readable. So MongoDB gives us a function called pretty, and I have misspelled it. And as you can see, we have inserted all the movies that we wanted to insert. And if I want to take a look at the videos that I have inserted, as you can see, I had the videos collection or the videos table, videos, press enter, and media ID and location is inserted. So everything's working perfectly. Now I'll just show you the code and show you what we're doing. So this is what we have, and I type it npm run start, press enter, and what it will do is take a look at the script stack, take a look at the start one, and it says nodemon index.js. Now what happens? It runs. Now remember, I told you the reason why we're using nodemon is because we want to reload our server. Whenever we make changes to our code, server is running in memory. So if I want to make changes to my code and then replace the already running instance of the server with the current changes that I've made, what I do, I go here. Let's say, for instance, I go to the, let me just close all of them, and I go to index.js. And what I do is, instead of listening for incoming request, I type listening at port 8000. And yeah, and just take a look at what happens when I save it. Okay, take a look at this section. I save it, and as soon as I save it, it restarts due to the changes, and it restarts the index.js file, which is the entry file. So this is why we're using a nodemon, so that it reloads our server whenever we make changes, so that those changes will be reflected. Now let's take a look at what's happening. So this is the index file, which is the main file of our application. When we start it, what happens is it gets the web server that I have created. It starts the web server and listens on the port 8000. And if there is an environment variable that's already set, it takes a look at that. And when the server is established, everything is working, we console.log listening at port 8000. So this is what's happening here. Now let's go to the web server. I'll just close everything else. So firstly, we're saying that, okay, in the static folder and in the videos folder, whatever you see is all static content. Static content, you can take a look at it. It's basically just HTML files and video files. So if I show you the videos folder, it contains all the videos so that the user can access it without any problem. And the static folder contains an HTML file, which I'll show you in a moment, that contains our video player. So now what we do is we define certain routes. Routes are basically, if I would just show you, in our spec, we had defined certain URLs. So routes are this part. This is the route. This is the query parameter. The reason why we describe this is we want our application to respond to only certain requests. So if the request that is sent to a URL is not /search /content /video or /library, we don't want to send it to, we don't want to respond to it. We just say, okay, we don't know what that is. You have entered an incorrect URL, and we go ahead and do anything else that we can. So this is what it looks like. Basically, what we're saying is when the request, you send the request to /search URL, what I want you to do is I want you to extract the query parameter named q. Again, if I show you, this is the URL and q is dark. This is the name or the keyword that the user is looking for in a movie. So whichever movie has the word dark in it is the one that we want to return. So we get it. We check whether or not it's available, whether or not user has typed in a query, or whether or not the query has some data. If it does, then we want to return something. But if it doesn't have anything in it, basically the user has sent nothing for us to search for, and we send the request back. We send the response as nothing to search. But if he has, then what we do is we call a function named search by term. We open that function, and here it is. So here it is. And here what we're doing is we're taking a look at a repository, and in this repository we're finding the data by name and the query that the user has sent. Query contains the name of the file. Here it will be dark, that the user has sent. Now let me just show you what the repository is. The reason why I have broken things up into such level is because later on it's easier for you. When building Netflix, people break their application into small modules. These modules basically allow you to separate your internal logic from external concerns. So if tomorrow somebody comes up and says we want to use an SQL database instead of a MongoDB database, all you would have to do is you would have to create a new folder called SQL repository. Make sure that that repository has a function named find by name that takes in name and query and returns the data. And you can basically do it without any problems. So what happens is we go to our movies repository and we say find by, give it the parameter, give it the term, and it creates a regular expression, which basically means that even if the movie's name is darkness beyond, it still contains the word dark, and this is the word dark, and we're passing in GNI, which means search the entire length of the data and find anywhere if it's dark. If it's named something like this, this is also something that you need to return. And I means that we want it to be case insensitive. So even though here D is capitalized and in a search term D is small, we still want you to give it back to the user. So, and let me take a look at the code. Since we have changed the files and saved it multiple times, you can see it's restarting again and again. Now to take a look at the data that we get, we can obviously go to our localhost /8000/search, and q is equals to, I'll pass in dark, press enter, and this is the data that we get. We get the ID, name, release date, genre, rating, and view count. This is the data that we were interested in. But if I don't pass in anything in queue, it gives nothing to search. Or if I forget to pass in the query parameter at all, it gives nothing to search. So this is the expected behavior, and this is what we get. Now let's take a look at the other routes. Here we are. In the content section, what we want is we want to search by genre. So any request that we get for /content and we have the genre as action, we want to return that. So what we do is we get the genre the same as before. We check whether or not the user has given us the information that we need. If not, we send nothing to match, and we send search by genre. We pass in the repository, we pass in the genre, and we let the function take care of the entire coding process. So again, if tomorrow they say that, okay, you have to use SQL, so I can create another file named SQL movie repository. I will write the code, import it, and then send it here. And that's all the changes that I would have to make. So with that, let's take a look at this.
Now if I go to the search by genre, here it is, search by genre. I open it up, it's inside this file and it's doing the same thing, but here we are finding by genre instead of name. So we can reuse the code that we have already written instead of typing it again and again. We go back and we can type, instead of this, we can type content and genre is fantasy. Yeah. So we get all the movies with the genre as fantasy, as you can see. And if I don't want it to be fantasy, I want it to be action. Press enter, and this is the only movie that has the genre of action in our one. Okay. Now, since we get the data, I won't be showing you the entire code, but what I wanted to show you next was inside the web server. We have the videos library. So we find the top 10 viewed videos. Now, this is a really interesting one because we want to be able to pass in the limit, but if the user has not passed in the limit, we want to return the first top 5 videos. So what we do is we just find the limit the user has sent. If the user has not sent any limit, then just assign 5 as the default value. Now we check whether or not the limit that the user did pass was undefined or it was not a number. So if the user passed in limit as A, B, C, D or the name of the movie, we have to send incorrect request as the response. Otherwise, we find the top K viewed. Now this is interesting, so I'll show you this one. So find top viewed, we go there, and here we just go to the repository and find the top viewed. If you take a look at the repository, in the movie repository, what happens is I get the by and limit, and I want to get it by what I want to. So basically what I do is then I sort the entire movies that I have. Let's say I have 7 movies. Here it is dynamic. Yeah, so here it's dynamic because we are sending back the data that the user is asking for instead of sending some static content like the entire movies list. So we find all the movies, we sort them in descending order by the parameter that the user has passed in. Here we'll be passing in the view count, and then we limit it to what the user has instructed. It's either going to be 5 or what the user has instructed. And if we can't do it, if we run into an error, that we return null. Mainly if you're dealing with error corrections, then you can basically log it to the database. But here we're doing this. So now if I go back to our data, videos, and I press enter, so as you can see, we have the top 5 viewed, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. These are the top 5 values. But if I pass in the limit, and as you can see, they are sorted according to their view count. So the view count of 5,800 is the highest one, and we go down 4,200 is the fifth one from the top. But if I type in limit to be, let's say 2, so give me the top 2 viewed videos, and we have these 2. So it highly saves the bandwidth. If you only want a few chunks of the data, our database will do the work for them. And now finally we have the user's video file name. So if the user gives me the name, the media ID, I will give him back the link to the video that they can either download or play it in a video player. What happens now is, let's go here. I have the library section. So I go here, press in library, and media ID is 1. The movie with the ID of 1 in our database is The Dark Knight. So I want the link to the video file for The Dark Knight. What I do is I send it here, and it sends me this URL. If I open it up here, it'll download the video for me, which I don't want, but it's already done this, so it's fine. But let me just show you what happens if I load the basic localhost. So this is what the Dark Knight URL looks like. Let me just show you the code here. And this is, we're using the default HTML5 video player. This is the video player. I have defined the width and the height, and this is the URL that the API would have returned. So what we can do is we can create a front end from which we request the data,
and we get this data, and then we replace the current one that we have with the data that we get. This is the name of the file. If I play it, it will work just fine. Now again, Netflix has a much more complicated system in which they have to firstly take a look at the data that they have, then they have to convert it into multiple platforms depending on the platform that the user is using, user the encoder, and there are a lot of things that they need to take care of. So this is how that works. If you want to take a look at the file here, I'll just show you. The code is basically, it's a static HTML file. If I open it, here's what it looks like. This is the data that we have. So this is what we have here. And now the code is done. A few notes about the code that I'd like to show you. For those of you who will download the code, I have created a readme file. Let me just rename it because I misspelled readme to readme. It has the instructions to run the code. Basically, you install Node.js and MongoDB, install all the required software, open the terminal in the folder that you want to run the code from. So this Netflix clone folder, wherever you have it, open your terminal or command prompt there. As you can see, I've opened it there. Then type in these commands, npm install. If it's the first time that you're running the software, then you type npm install. After that, you can run it however you want. And one thing you'll notice is that after you run this command, this folder named node modules will be automatically created for you. This will contain all the libraries that you wanted to use. Then we seed the databases by running seed media and seed library. And then we start our web API. And this is the API that we use. This is the API that Netflix, these are the kinds of API that Netflix builds. Right now, it might not be available on GitHub, but by tomorrow it will be available. So don't worry about that. And we'll share the link for you. And if you want the link, you can contact our support team as well. With that, I'd like to just end on a note to make you understand what exactly are we doing here. So firstly, we get the spec sheet. We break down features into the technical components that we want to build. The things that we want to build are, these are the kind of things that we want to build. We want to build a web server. That web server's job is basically get the request, parse the request, and send back the response. Those responses are built via the use cases. They take in repositories, which are basically connections to database. And what we do is we tell them, okay, these are the databases that we have, and I want you to get data from the database like this. So our use cases, all they do is that they orchestrate our interaction. Here they just call a method and pass in the required field, and that's what we do. If our use case expands, so let's say that I want to introduce caching here as well, so I can pass in a cache manager. Misspelled the word cache there. And here cache.set, if it's not already set, then I can pass in the media ID or whatever. So I can do it that way there as well. Let me just change everything so that yeah. So that's what this means. Basically, when you're building an application, especially when software developers at Netflix are building application, what they do is they break their application into smaller components, such as the web server, the database connection, the actions that we want to perform, static files, videos, database seeding, all of that. So I've created folders for all of them. Hopefully that gives you a good idea.
Deploying a full stack application on AWS, and the application would mimic something like Netflix. Okay. In today's class, our focus would be to basically see how an application can be deployed on an architecture or cloud like AWS. So we will not be getting into coding today. What we will be discussing is, if we have an application at hand and if we have defined some features that we want, how to enable those features using a cloud infrastructure like AWS. So that is something that we would be going ahead with today. Okay, all right, guys. So let's get started now. So
Okay guys, a quick info: if you're looking for an end-to-end training in JavaScript, Intellipaat provides a full stack web developer course which covers JavaScript and all the JavaScript frameworks you need to know. For more details, check out the description box.
guys, what we will be doing today is something on the lines of this. So what we are going to configure is, we are going to have a URL, a URL like this, which every one of you will be able to go to. and you will be able to see the website that we will be deploying on the cloud. Okay. So for example, let's take the example of netflix.com. You will see when you go to netflix.com, you're automatically routed to the Netflix website, right? You do not know where that server is hosted. You do not know, about the nitty gritties of how it is working. But all you know as a user is, if I go to a particular URL, I can see the website on the browser. So similarly, we are also going to do, the same thing today. I told you the output, but I'm going to tell you what goes behind, making an architecture like that possible. What goes behind you going to a URL and then being able to access a server is something that we are going to discuss today. Okay. Now, if you talk about, the cloud architecture at a very high level overview, this is what we are going to accomplish today. So, from the security point of view, all our web servers, all our databases that we are going to deploy today are going to exist in a network which cannot be accessed, by internet. So this network, this particular rectangle that you see over here, it will not be able to access by the internet. That is, you and me from our computer, we will not be able to access these servers. Okay. Then we are going to create a network which will be accessible by the internet, right? And that is where are going to have a component like load balancer, right? What does a load balancer do and everything, I'm going to explain you in a while, right? But this is the network architecture that we are going to deploy today. So we are going to have a part of a network which will not be accessed by the internet. We are going to have a part of the network which will be accessed by the internet, and then we are also going to have, a component which is going to be a URL with which we will be able to access our servers. Okay. Now, there is a very important thing to understand over here, and that thing to understand is, how basically, uh, you know uh, why security is important when you are dealing with applications which exist on the internet, right? For example, you can have all the security in the world for your application. It could be password encrypted, right? It could have, key pair which can be, attached to it. But some way or the other, there's always a hack to, access some machines, right? So how we as cloud architects, how we as application architects can ensure that something like hacking, something like phishing, something like, somebody else taking over your application does not happen when you are dealing with the application which is, available to the whole wide world, right? People like you and me, probably we will not be able to understand, when something is password encrypted. Like for example, your laptop, if it's password encrypted, people like you and me cannot go ahead and, get inside your system. But there are security researchers which, exist out there. There are people who are technically so sound that they can actually hack into your system, even if you have a password, attached to it. Now, when you think about it as an architecture's, as an architect's mind, the first thing that you might want to solve is not giving access to your system to anybody on the internet. Okay. Now, what does that mean? So let's say, if somebody is able to crack the password of a server, what if I don't give the access of the server to that person itself in the first place? So in that case, he will not have access to the server itself, and he will not be able to crack the password also. Okay. Now, how do you stop someone from accessing a particular computer or a server, right? What if you cut the internet, internet connection to your computer? If someone is trying to hack your computer and that person does not have, physical access to your computer, right? How will he hack it? If you cut the internet connection off, of your server, how will someone go ahead and hack it? So that is my point over here. So to solve that, or to basically be relevant to what I just said, what we are going to do is all our applications, all the websites, servers that we are going to have, all the databases that we are going to have, we are basically going to deploy it in a network which is not going to have internet access. Okay. So we are going to have a component which is going to be called as an AWS Elastic Load Balancer. Okay, which is going to be in a network which can be accessed from the internet. And then we are going to have a URL which is going to point to this load balancer, which we are going to have deployed in a network which can be accessed by the internet.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Node.js by answering this question. The Node.js module can be exposed using which of the following? A. Module expose. B. Module. C. Module exports. D. All the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
So what I'll be doing is, first of all, let me go ahead and show you how a network like this is possible, where you do not have internet connection in one part of the network and you have internet connection in the other part of the network. Okay, so first of all, guys, for people who are completely new to cloud, let me give you a brief intro as to what you have to do. So first of all, you have to go to a website called aws.amazon.com. Okay, now what is this website? This website is basically a cloud provider. Okay, this AWS is a company which gives you the service of cloud. Okay, now what is cloud? Cloud is nothing but it's a company which rents out uh, systems. For example, right now you are watching this session probably on a laptop or a desktop or a mobile. Okay, so let's assume you're watching it on a laptop or desktop. Now that desktop or that laptop is owned by you, right? So now let's say tomorrow you want to launch a website. Now your system configuration has around 16 GB of RAM, let's assume, and you have around i5 or i7 CPU. So the kind of website that you're launching will be used by a lot of people, obviously. Now, when people use that website, obviously, since it's hosted on your laptop CPU percentage will go up because your laptop now has to process a lot of requests. And soon your laptop will completely be used. It'll have 100% CPU usage, it'll have 100% RAM usage, right? And then you will have to buy another laptop so that you can distribute the traffic which is coming onto your laptops for hosting your website. Okay, but if you have to buy another laptop, that basically means you will have to invest around 60 to 70,000 rupees again, right? And then only you can divide the traffic among the two laptops that you will own. Now the problem over here is, let's say money is not a problem for you. Problem over here is that it will take a day or two for your laptop to come. Second of all, you will have to manage everything, that you will have to have a 24/7 internet connection working at wherever you're working from, right? You will have to have 24/7 electricity so that your laptop is always charged, it's always working, your internet is also working if if electricity is required to the modem, right? So all these things you will have to ensure. And while you're managing all these things, you are actually not able to work on your application itself, right? So that is exactly why a cloud provider was introduced, or a cloud provider as a business was introduced. Now what a cloud provider does is, it says that if you don't have money to buy a server, or if you don't have money to buy a system, what you can do is, I have millions of systems with me. You can ask me for the configuration that you want, and I will give it to you. You don't have to buy it from me. You just have to pay me the rent for using it, right? And that is what the cloud platforms are. So cloud platforms, they give us systems to rent from, right? and you can rent them on a per hour basis, right? And the per hour basis price is as low as 3 or 4 rupees per hour. Okay, so that is how cheap servers are for you when you take it from cloud. Apart from that, cloud also gives you the guarantee of having 24 by 7 uptime, which basically means they will take care of their electricity needs, they will take care of your internet needs, they will take care of ensuring that the hardware is not getting any kind of fault. For example, let's say your laptop, which from which you're hosting the website, right? Tomorrow some short circuit happens in your laptop, and suddenly your website is now down. So these kind of problems will not come if you're using cloud servers, because they guarantee that they will ensure that their hardware is up and running 24/7. So that is why companies use cloud. That is why companies are using cloud platforms for deploying their applications. Why? Because they do not want the headache of buying hardware, maintaining it, ensuring the infrastructure around it, right? So that is what cloud is. Now, having said that, what we are going to do today is, again, we are not going to use my laptop to host a website. I'm going to use a rented server from AWS where I'm going to deploy my website. And we are going to deploy an architecture like this using the cloud resources, using resources which will be given to us on rent. Nothing is going to be owned by us. Okay. Now, you would have a question over here. All right. So if you are saying that they will charge me on a per hour basis, so if I want to practice this on my system, will I be charged? If I want to go to AWS and I want to deploy, let's say some servers, will I be charged? So not at all. So whatever we will be doing today is not going to cost you at all. So AWS as a cloud platform, it gives you a very good deal for all its new customers. What it says is, when you first sign up on AWS, you get access to a free usage that AWS grants you. So AWS says if you're launching a server which has 1 GB RAM and 1 core of CPU, then I'm not going to charge you for it. You can launch it for free, right? And we are today going to try and be under that free tier and deploy our application. This is an introduction to what cloud is, guys. So first of all, you'll have to sign up on AWS. I'm going to skip that step. I'm pretty sure everyone knows how to sign up or create an account on a website. Do that, and when you do that, you can then sign up, or you can just sign into your AWS Management Console. Okay, so let me just quickly log in. And when you have signed up on the cloud, this is how your dashboard is going to look like. This is how your dashboard is going to look like. These are all the different kind of services that AWS offers, and we are going to make use of some today to do what we have to do. All right, great. So now that we are on this management console, the next thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to choose a service. So when you want to deploy any kind of server, if you want a machine from AWS, the kind of service that you have to make use of is called Elastic Cloud Compute, right? So the short form of this is EC2. So you will have to make use of a service called EC2. So EC2, you can choose, you can go to all services under compute, you will find the EC2 service, just click over there. And this is the management console that you will get. Okay. Now my job is to deploy a server. I will do that. But first I need the network that we were talking about, since the past 15-20 minutes. We need the network ready first where we will be deploying our servers. Okay. So the EC2 service is for deploying your servers. Now for getting a network or deploying a network on cloud, there's again a service, and that service is called VPC, which is called Virtual Private Cloud. So we are going to type in VPC, and you will get isolated cloud resources kind of a service over here. Just click over it. And here you can deploy the kind of network that you want. Okay. So now let me, brief you about what we are going to do. So first of all, whenever you talk about networks, guys, networks, uh, the word network is can be a very big architecture, but networks have subparts to it as well, which are basically called subnets. So if I have let's say your office network, so you guys must be working in offices, you might be in colleges. So your office will have one network. Then in that one network, you will have, let's say, a network for the HR department. You will have a network separate for the developer department. Then will have a separate network for, let's say, your leadership team. So everyone will have different access to the different part of the network, and every network will have its own access. Okay. So first of all, let's deploy the big network. Let's deploy a network for our whole application, right? And our whole application, I'm not restricting it to say that this whole network will have internet access or not. This is the overall network that we are deploying right now. And inside this network, then we are going to create subparts where we are going to, uh, uh, define the functions that each subpart can have. For example, some parts will have internet access, some parts will not have internet access. So that is something that we are going to do now. Okay. So first, let's go ahead and create a network. For example, let's create a network for your office. So let's call this network as Netflix. Okay. This is where all my resources are going to be. So I'm going to name it as Netflix, and let me give, an address. So everything that you deploy on a network has, an IP address. For example, right now, if you're accessing the internet, your computer has an IP address. Why? Because you are connected to a network which is called internet. Similarly, if you are connected to your office network, you also need to have a separate IP address which will make you recognize on that network. Okay. So now what we're going to specify in this IPv4 CIDR block is the range of IP addresses that I'm going to have. That is, let's say if your computer connects to my network, what is the kind of IP address which will be assigned to you? So let's say I specify over here that anyone who's trying to connect to this network will have an IP address which will look something like, let's say this. So this is the range that I'm specifying over here. So here in this range, so your IP address will always begin with 10.1, and then this number will change according to what your network configuration is. So this is the range that I'm specifying over here, and this range is where my application is going to be deployed in. Okay. So let's click on create. And what you have now done is you have created an office network, or you've created a network for your application. Okay. Now inside this network, I'm going to create subparts. Okay, because some resources I want to give internet access, and some resources I do not want to give internet access. So let's see how we can go ahead and specify that. Okay, so I have created a network called Netflix. Now inside this network, let's create some subparts. So for creating the subparts to a network, what you do is you create subnets. Okay, so I'm going to click on subnets. So let's create some subnets for my Netflix network. So I'll click on create subnet. Let's say what I'm creating right now is for a network which is going to have internet access. So let's call all the networks which will have internet access as public, and all the networks which will not have internet access as private. Okay. So let's call this network as public. And when you're deploying servers in AWS, you can deploy it in many data centers. Okay. So right now, what we are dealing with is the Oregon region. So Oregon is basically a place in the US where AWS has many data centers. And how many data centers are there? There are almost 4 data centers that you can choose from. So let's create, a public subnet in 2A data center. Okay, and let's call this public subnet as 2A. and this subnet will be deployed obviously inside my main network, which is Netflix. So let me select that, right? And it is going to be deployed in the two-way data center. And let me specify the IP address range, which is going to lie obviously between this particular IP range that I specified earlier. This will be the IP range where I will have, my resources will be assigned the IP address from. Okay, so let me specify it as 10.1.1.0/24. So these numbers that you see /16, they basically denote a range. 20, if I specify something called as /24, that's a smaller part of a range which is /16, right? For example, if I specify, so just assume it like this: if I specify /16, there are going to be around 65,000 IP addresses that I can give using this range. Okay. Now, when I specify something as small as /24, I will have an IP range of around 256 to 256 servers. Okay, so this is what this number means. So more on this you can actually understand later, because if I try to explain you how IP addresses, how ranges work, it will take a little more time. But and it's easy to understand. You can just Google it out and you will understand it. But for your understanding, I'm telling you that this range is a part of this particular IP range. Okay, and this range we are assigning to our public 2A subnetwork. Okay, so let's create it. And mind you guys, I'm not defining the features of this network yet. I'm just defining that I'm creating these inside my main network. Okay, so I've just created public 2A, which is basically a part of my Netflix network, and it is deployed in the 2A data center. Right. Similarly, let me create one more subnetwork. Let me call it as public 2B. This is going to be a part of the 2B data center. It is going to also have internet access. It is going to be a part of my Netflix. What do you say? It will going to be a part of the Netflix network, right? And the range is going to be 10.1.2.0/24. Okay, let's go ahead and create it. Okay, so now what we have done is we have created two subparts in the data center 2A and in the data center 2B. Now let's go ahead and create private subnets which are not going to have internet access. So let's create them. So let's call this as private 2A. It's going to be part of my Netflix main network. It's going to be a part of the 2A availability zone. And this is going to basically have this IP range. Okay. Now, similarly, let me create a private 2B as well. /24, and let me go ahead and create it. Okay. So, okay, there's a small change over here that I'll have to do. So once you have deployed it, guys, you can verify if it has been deployed in the correct data center or not. For example, private 2A has been deployed in 2A data center. That is great. But when we talk about public 2B, it has again been deployed in 2A data center itself. So what I can do is I can delete it quickly and I can create public 2B once more. Okay, so let me create public 2B, and VPC is going to be my Netflix network. It's going to be part of my 2B network, and this is going to be 10.1.2.0/24. Okay, so now I have private 2A, I have have private to be, I have public to A, I have public to be deployed, and these should be now in the respective data centers. If I've named it 2A, it's in 2A. If I've named it 2B, it's in 2B. If it's in 2B, it's in 2B, and 2A is also there in the 2A data center. Great. So I have my network deployed. Now let me go ahead and define their functions. So what I've decided is my public subnet will have internet access and the private will not have internet access. Okay. So what I'm going to do is first I need internet connection to my network. So how can I give internet connection to my network to these public subnets? Let me go ahead and tell you. So for example, if you need a Wi-Fi at your home or if you need internet at your home, what do? You contact an internet service provider. They basically bring a modem to your home, and then that modem you connect to your Wi-Fi router, and by connecting to your Wi-Fi you're able to use your internet, right? Similarly, if I want to give internet to my network, what I'll have to do is first I will have to go ahead and request for something called as a internet gateway. So let me create an internet gateway. Let me call it as Netflix network internet gateway. Let me create it. Okay, so it has been created, and now I will see it in a list. So I have created the internet gateway. Now I will attach it to my Netflix network. So here you can see, you can find something called as attached to VPC. Let's click over here. Let's select the VPC that we want to connect to, which is Netflix. Let's select it, and let's click on attach internet gateway. Okay, so my internet gateway is now attached to my network. Okay, but still the resources that are going to be in my network, they will not be able to access it. The reason for that is whenever you deploy a resource in a cloud, it is not directly deployed in the main network that you created. It is always deployed in a sub part of the network, which is basically nothing but the subnets that you created. So the subnets that you have deployed, you have to configure them to connect to this internet gateway. Okay, now internet gateway is part of your network, but your subnets are not knowing about that internet network. So uh, in a simpler way, if I were to tell you, you have Wi-Fi at your home, but you are not connected to your Wi-Fi. So your laptop does not know if it can connect to that Wi-Fi or not. Okay. So what I'll be doing now is I will go ahead to something called as route tables. So route tables basically specify which IP addresses can connect to a particular resource in the network and which IP addresses cannot. Okay, so let me go ahead and show you guys how the route table is basically going to be configured. So right now, there is one route table which is automatically created for your Netflix network. Let's call this route table as the internet route table. So whichever subnets or whichever part of the network are going to be connected to this route table will have internet access. And let's create a route table which is called non-internet route table, right? And let's also deploy it in the Netflix network only. So this route table that I have created over here is going to have all the resources which do not have internet access. Okay, so to this non-internet route table, let's go ahead and attach the subnets which will not have internet, and to this internet route table let's attach the subnets which are going to have internet. Okay, so first let's attach subnets to the internet route table. We'll click on subnet associations, and here as you can see there are no subnets attached to it as of now. We'll click on edit subnet associations, and we will attach all the public subnets where we need internet to this route table. Okay, So now the route table have been attached, the subnets have been attached to this route table. And now what you will do is you will specify a route to the internet gateway in this route table. And then what will happen is all the subnets which are connected to this route table will be able to see that internet gateway. Or in other words, whichever laptop is at your home will be able to connect to that Wi-Fi. Okay, so let's click on edit routes. Let's click on add a route. And here, let's say everyone in this network should be able to connect. So when you have to say everyone, you give a destination or IP address like this. Okay, so all the IP addresses which are there in this subnet should be able to connect to my internet gateway, which is this, right? And let's click on save routes. So now what have we done? Let's revise. So we connected two subnets to this route table, which basically I named them to be public subnets. And these public subnets, I have given a property to them that they can connect to the internet by using an internet gateway. Okay, is everything clear till over here, guys? Any questions that you have? Okay, so Samiran is saying, are you using the free tier account? Yes, Samiran. So this is not a free tier account, Samiran, but all these settings that I'm doing right now, they're all going to be, a part of, what do you say? It is going to be a part of the free tier. So you don't have to worry about it. Whatever I'm doing, you can also do, and you will not be charged whatever you have to do. So Ehsan is saying, even if you are located in a different region in the world, is it still 10.1 IP address? So Ehsan, the network that I've deployed, it's basically deployed in the Oregon region. So this is the region that I'm working on right now. I'm working in the Oregon region. So in Oregon region, the network that I've created, no matter which data center that you connect to, if you are a part of my network, you'll always have 10.1 IP address. So now that we have one network which is going to have internet with us, and the other network which is not going to have internet with us. Why this does not have any internet? Because I've not specified any connection to the internet gateway. And I will also show it to you in a little while. All the resources that I'm going to deploy in the Netflix network, they will be able to communicate with each other because they are part of the same network. If I were to give you an example of this, let's say inside your home network, your laptop is connected to your Wi-Fi, right? And your mobile is also connected to your Wi-Fi. So if you want, your mobile and your laptop can communicate with each other even if your Wi-Fi router is not connected to the internet. Okay, if you remove the internet line from your Wi-Fi router, and you will not be able to use the internet, that is for sure. But what will now happen is, if you two devices are connected to the same Wi-Fi router, you will be able to talk to each other. So let's say on your system, you create a shared folder, and you try to access that shared folder from some other laptop which is connected to the same Wi-Fi. You will be able to interact with each other. Okay. Similarly, all the resources which are a part of this network, the Netflix network, they will be able to interact with each other. Right? Are we all clear with what we have done as of now? So we have created a network. We have created some subparts of the network. Those subparts, some parts have internet access, some parts do not have internet access. But irrespective of the fact whether they have internet access or not, they all will be able to talk to each other. Is this clear with everyone? Now what I'll be doing is, so I think I've not connected the subnets to my non-internet route table. Let me go ahead and connect. So I'll just click on actions. I'll go to subnet associations of my non-internet, and let me connect the private subnets to it. So private 2A and private 2B. Let me connect. Okay. So now I have the two route tables configured, and I have my network configured in the fashion that I've just explained to you guys. And now one final setting that we will have to do is we will go to subnets. Now, the resources which can talk to each other on the internet, or which will basically have internet access, they will need a public IP address as well. If they don't have a public IP, be outside from the Netflix network, will not be able to talk to them. Okay, so how do we configure our resources which are being deployed in the public subnet to have a public IP address? This is a small setting that you have to do. So you will be clicking on your public subnet. You will be going to actions. You will have to go to modify auto assign IP settings. Click on enable auto assign public IP for address and click on save. So now all the resources which are going to be deployed in public 2A are going to have a public IP address. Public IP address is basically an address which can be reached out from the internet. Okay. All the 10.1 IP address ranges that I specified earlier are basically going to be a part of the local network, that is the Netflix network. But when we talk about the internet is also a network, right? So internet also has its own IP addresses which are given to people when they want to connect to each other, right? So for example, if I am connected to the internet, if I go ahead and see what is my IP address.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Node.js by answering this question. Which statement executes the code of sample.js file? A. Node.js sample.js. B. Node sample.js. C. Sample.js. D. None of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
This is the IP address that I have, right? And this IP address is basically given to me by my internet service provider. So similarly, if I want to deploy a resource on AWS which is connected to the internet and to which I want to connect to, it should have this public IP address. Okay, so that is what we have configured, that all the resources in my public 2A will have a public IP address, and even in public 2B, I will specify that they can have a public IP address. Okay, great. So now all the resources that I'm going to deploy in public 2A and public 2B will have an IP address. And now we can simply go ahead and go to my service EC2, which we talked about earlier, which is going to rent me servers. I will go to that service. And let me deploy some servers now. So what I'll do is I'll click on running instances. And let's click on launch instance. Okay. So the moment you click on launch instance, now let's see what are the kind of options that we see on the screen. So now when you want to rent a server from cloud, the first thing that you need to decide is what is the kind of operating system that you want to run on that server. Okay. So let's say I want to run a Linux server. So let me select Ubuntu. I want to run the Ubuntu operating system on my server. Okay, so I'll select it. And now it will ask me what is the kind of processor, what is the kind of RAM do you want for your server. So here's a list that you can select for. Now, if you want your server to be a part of free tier, you can see this green highlighted text over here which says free tier eligible. Select that. It will give you 1 core CPU and it will give you 1 GB of RAM. Okay, let's go ahead and click on next. Next thing it will ask you is what network do you want to deploy this resource in. So I want to deploy it in my Netflix network, right? And since this is going to be a public instance that I'm deploying, because first what I want to do is I want to configure my server that I'm deploying on AWS, and later I'll shift it to a private network where we will not be able to access it from the internet. Okay, so I am going to deploy it in the public subnet as of now, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave everything at default. I'm going to click on next. Now it will ask me what is the kind of space or what is the hard drive space that I want for my server. So when you deploy a Linux server, it has minimal requirements. So a Linux server with 8 GB of RAM will work. 8 GB of storage space will work. So I'll just click on next again. And now this is the place where people were referring to, will it have any firewalls? So when you talk about firewalls, you basically are referring to security groups in AWS. Okay, so my instance will basically, or my servers will be governed by a firewall which is called security group, and I can create a firewall or I can choose an existing firewall as well. So when you create a new network, what happens is automatically there's a firewall which is created, which is basically called the default firewall. So it's called the default VPC security group. Okay. If you select that firewall, what are the kind of things that you can configure over here? Let's see. So first of all, what you can configure is the kind of traffic which is allowed in this firewall. Okay. So right now it says all traffic is allowed. Good. What protocol is allowed? All protocols are allowed. Okay, so we'll have to restrict this firewall in a little while. We'll do that. What port range is allowed? Any port from any traffic is allowed. Okay, and who can connect to this firewall? Only the people who are part of this security group can connect. So this we will have to change, since I want to connect to the server to configure it. So I will have to put my IP address over here in the source. We'll do that in a little while. But for now, this is the firewall that you all were referring to, right? And this is something that we are choosing as default over here. You can create it as well. If you create it, you will again get the same options, but you will have to configure them. Okay, so let's click on review and launch. And now you can just review all the settings that you have done. If everything looks good, you can just click on launch. Now, AWS as a security option, it does not give you a simple password based authentication to your server. What it gives you is a file which you can use to connect to your server. Okay, so that file is basically called a private key file, which you will have to download from over here, right? So I have a file that I already created. It's called Mac Oregon, so I'm going to select that. I already have it on my system. If you don't have it, you're creating it for the first time, you will have to choose create a new key pair. Let me create it since we are doing it over here. Let's specify as Netflix demo. This is the file that I will be using to authenticate to my servers. Once you specify the name, just click on download key pair. This will be downloaded to your system, and then later you can use it to connect to your server. Okay. Now I click on launch instances. And with this, my server has now just been launched. Okay. And I've launched it inside a public subnet. Okay. Okay, so now I've just launched a server, right? And this server is now a part of my public subnet, which means this has internet access. So let's see what all things we have available for this server. So let's call this as Ubuntu server. Okay, so this has a public IP address. Great, I can use this IP address to connect to this server, right? It has the private IP. Private IP is basically the IP which is given inside the network. So as you can see, the range is 10.1, which is exactly what we specified, right? It is a part of the 2A data center, which is good. The firewall attached to it is default. So we will have to change the default rules for this firewall. And others you can verify whatever you configured, exactly those configurations you can see for your server over here. Okay. Now what I'll be doing is I will be selecting the security group, which is the default security group. And let me change the settings over here. So first of all, I'll be changing the inbound rules. So the inbound rules of my firewall right now are these. So let me change this. So I click on edit inbound rules. And now, first of all, let me tell the server that only I can connect to it. So I will specify my IP. And as you can see, this is my IP address that has been specified. So only my system will be able to connect to this server. And right now you can see this is the public IP that has been attached to my firewall. Okay, so any kind of traffic from my IP address will be allowed to this server. Okay, so this is the setting that I'm specifying right now. I'll click on save rules, and this setting is done. Now this will be changed later when we will be deploying our full stack application, but for now this is the IP range that I have specified. Okay, now I'll go back to my dashboard, go back to my server. I'll select the server that I want to connect to. So this is the Ubuntu server. So you will notice I have some other servers, EC2 demo, which have been created over here. So this account is used by a lot of people. So you don't have to worry about the other servers which are being launched. Just select the server that you want to use. So in my case, it's Ubuntu. Now I'll be connecting to it. Okay. So this is the IP address that I'll be connecting from. Let's copy it. And now to connect to it, I will make use of my terminal. Okay. Now here is something that will be different, that can be different on your system. What is different on mine? So I am using a Mac operating system. So I have something called as a terminal, right? So this is a bash terminal that I'm going to use to connect to my server. Okay. Now, when you might be on a Linux, sorry, you might be on a Windows system. So in that case, if you want to connect to your server, you will have to basically make use of a software called Putty. Okay. So there's a software called Putty, which will basically make you to connect to your server, right? So what we basically make use of is the SSH protocol to connect to a Linux server. So this tool, the Putty tool, will help you connect to your server using the SSH protocol. So just click on the first link that you see. You can see it says you can download Putty over here. Just click over it. And here you can download, the Putty version. So you have to download the 64-bit version. In case your processor is 64-bit, if you have 32-bit architecture, then you will be selecting the 32-bit version. Okay. Once you download it, there is one more software that you have to download, and that is called PuttyGen. Okay. Download this as well on your system. Now, once you have PuttyGen and Putty downloaded, what you have to do is, you remember the key pair file that you got? This is the PEM file. This is the key pair that you got, and this is only for Windows system that I'm telling you right now, guys. So this PEM file is not compatible with your Putty software. Okay. So what you have to do is you have to convert this PEM file into PPK, and that can be done using this PuttyGen software that you will be downloading. Okay. So how you can use the PuttyGen software? Let me show you some screenshots.
Okay guys, a quick info: if you're looking for an end-to-end training in JavaScript, Intellipaat provides a full stack web developer course which covers JavaScript and all the JavaScript frameworks you need to know. For more details, check out the description box.
So this is how your software is going to look like. You don't have to enter any values in key comment key phrase. So what I'll do is, okay. So this is how your PuttyGen will look like when you open it for the first time. So what you have to do is you have to click on load. Okay, it will open a dialog box. Select the PEM file that you downloaded. Click on OK, and then click on save private key. Okay, what this will do is it will save a PPK format file on your system, and that is basically the file which you will be using now to connect to your server, right? So PEM files are compatible with Linux systems, but PEM files are not compatible with Windows systems when you're using the Putty software. So you have to convert it to PPK. Okay. So with that done, once you have the PPK file, next you will be opening your uh, Putty software. So your Putty software will look something like this. Okay, this is the UI that you will get. So the IP address of your server will go over here in hostname. So this is my Ubuntu server. This IP address will go over here in this dialog box, the hostname. Okay. So once you put the IP address over here, next what you have to do is you have to click on SSH, right? And once you open SSH, you will find something called as auth under it. Click on auth, and then you will get a browse window over here. Okay, so if you click on SSH, you will click on auth, you will get a browse button over here. Click on this browse button, select the PPK file that you downloaded earlier, and then all you have to do is click on open. That's it. So once you click on open, you and I will be on the same user interface as what I'm going to show you as of now. Okay, so this is the only difference that is going to be there while I am doing this demo and while you will be doing this demo. So first step, you have to convert PEM to PPK using the Puttigen software. Put the PPK file over here in browse section of SSH auth, and then put the IP address over here by going to session, click on session, put the IP address over here, and finally click on open, right? So now a terminal will open just like this, and then I'll tell you what has to be done from there. Okay, so now what I'll be doing is, let me pass in the command. So this is the command that you will be using when you're on Linux. Okay, so people who are there on Linux, first you have to go to the folder which will basically have your PEM file, then pass in this command. So ssh-i basically means the server that you want to connect to. Sorry, the PEM file that you want to connect to. This is the PEM file that I'll be using to connect. And then now people on Putty, you will see a dialog box which will ask you for login as. It'll ask you for username. So if you have launched a Linux machine which has Ubuntu operating system, the username would be Ubuntu. Okay, Ubuntu @ now when you just have to specify Ubuntu, hit enter, you will be logged in. People on Linux, you have to specify username @ of IP address of your server, and then hit enter. Okay, so it will ask you whether you trust this server. This will also be the same for people who are going to work on Windows. You have to type on yes, hit enter, and Windows people will be able to connect then and there to the server. People on Linux will find this kind of a warning which will say unprotected private key file. Okay, so you will have to pass in a command sudo chmod 500, which are basically going to change the permissions of your file, right? And then just change it with 500, and this should do the trick. Now pass in the same command, and there you go. I have connected to my Ubuntu server on AWS. So people who will be doing it on Windows, you will also see the screen as you are seeing right now on my screen, right? And this is how you connect to a server which is deployed on AWS. Okay, great. Now that we have connected to our server, what I'll do is I will basically make it a web server, and then once our website is ready, we will deploy it in my private subnet, which is not going to have any internet access. Okay, so when you want to create a web server, first thing that you have to do is anything that you want to install on a Linux machine, first you update that machine. Okay, so I'll just type in sudo apt-get update. It'll take like a minute to update the machine, or even less than a minute. So it took 10 seconds to update the machine. Now what I'll be doing is, so this is the command that I passed to update the machine, sudo apt-get update. Next thing that I'll be doing is I will be installing a web server. So sudo apt-get install Apache 2. So this is a web server which is now getting installed. Okay, so I just choose yes. Okay, so web server is now being installed. And after this, we'll do a very cool exercise, guys. So you will be able to see that if I go to the IP address of my server now, so I just type the IP address over here in the browser. You can see I can able to access this page in my browser. Okay, I think everybody is on the same page. So yes guys, because in this firewall, that is in the security group, I just specified that only my IP address can connect to it. Okay, now if I change that, let's see what happens. So I'll just go to the default security group, which is this. I'll change the inbound settings, and okay, I think I'm not in the right security group. 1 second. So let me change these inbound settings, and now let me allow anyone to connect. Now, can you guys confirm if you're able to access your machine or not? I mean, this web page or not in your browser? Great. All right. Awesome. So since everyone is able to access now, you can now understand how this firewall basically works. Okay. Okay. So now what I'm going to do is, guys, I'm going to basically go ahead and define a web page over here. So let me show you how we are going to go ahead and define our web pages. Okay. So what I'm going to do is, this is the architecture that we are going to deploy now. So I will have a separate web page for streaming servers. 1 second. So I will have a separate web page for my video page, and I will have a separate web page for my home page. Now let me show you why we are going to do like this. So let me go ahead and open the website called netflix.com and just see what is the behavior. So if I go to netflix.com, I automatically go ahead and get routed to netflix.com/browse. Okay. And if I select the account that I want to use, it's still the URL over here. It's netflix.com/browse. So netflix.com/browse is taking me to the homepage of Netflix. I hope everybody is clear here. Okay. So now what you can see is the URL changed to netflix.com/watch, and then you have some numbers over here, which probably would be the numbers for your video. Okay. So you have connected to netflix.com/watch. 1 second. You have connected to netflix.com/watch in order to get to this page where you're playing this video. Okay. Now let me show you what happens when you play some other video. So I'll again click on back. Let me play some other video. So let me play, let's say, this Space Force. Can you still see? It's still netflix.com/watch. And then you have these numbers which are after this URL. So these numbers basically are referring to the video which is playing on this page, but this page is same all the time. The page is always netflix.com/watch, which is basically referring you to this video player. And then to this video player, what you're doing is you're providing this number, which is basically now going to play the video that you are launching over here. Let's see if we remove the track ID, what happens. Okay, so this is the number which is associated to the video that you are playing, right? And this is the page that you're going to. You're always going to netflix.com/watch. So if you go to netflix.com/watch, you open the video player, and to that video player you tell, okay, so this is the video that I want to play, and that is what is being played over here. So let's see if I just type in watch, what happens. Okay, you can see they have routed me to something else because they do not want me to, just access the web, the video player. So when I go to netflix.com/watch, they basically reroute me to some other URL. But you now understand the working of Netflix. What they do is, if you go to netflix.com/browse, they are routing you to the home page. And if you go to netflix.com/watch, and some video ID if you specify, it will take you to that video which is being played. Okay, so now let's see how we can mimic this architecture on our system. So what I'm going to do is, if I go to netflix.com/home, I will be taken to the home page. And if I go to netflix.com/stream, or let's make it watch. So if netflix.com/watch, if I go to, it will take me to the video player. Okay, so this is something that we are going to configure now. And this we are going to do using the AWS infrastructure. Okay. All right. So if everybody is clear, let me go ahead and show you how this architecture is basically going to work. So first of all, let's create a home page. Let's create a page that we will be routed to if you go to /home. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, this is my web server where I'm able to go and see this page. Let's change this page to look like a home page. So what I'll do is, so once you have an Apache 2 server which is running, you can go ahead in this path /var/www/html, and this will have a page called index.html. Okay, so this index.html page, if you change this, your HTML will change over here. Okay, so for now, let me first delete this index.html page, and now let's create a new index.html page which says, let's say, welcome to home page. So I will create an HTML page which will, this is a very simple HTML code that I'm writing over here, which will says welcome to the home page. Okay, so this is what I've created, and if I refresh over here, you can see it says welcome to the home page. And even you guys, if you refresh, you will be able to see this particular web page which says welcome to the home page. Okay, so Surendra is saying how to minimize streaming. Surendra, I didn't get your question. If you can rephrase your question, I think I can, understand what you're trying to ask. Okay, otherwise, guys, now if you go to the IP address that I gave you earlier, you should see this page, welcome to the home page. Now, our web page, our web server, our home page is now ready. And now what I'll be doing is, I'll be deploying this inside a private subnet. So let's see how we can do that. So for doing this, I will first go to my dashboard. And this is the server that I created. So let me create a copy of this server first. And then that copy, I will deploy it in the private subnet that we created earlier. So I'll just select the server that I created, click on actions. Then you have something called as image. So let's create an image. Image is nothing but it creates a copy of your server which can be deployed multiple times then. So we'll create an image. Let's call this image name as homepage, home, Netflix-home. Let's specify this. Right? Let's click on create image. And now my image is getting created. Okay, and that image will basically have this web server already deployed. Great. So now that it is happening, I think it will take a minute or two to create that image, and you can see that image in the under the image section in AMIs. So if you go to AMIs, you can see that a Netflix home image is being created, and it is in the pending state as of now. So I think if we refresh it a couple of times, you can see it will change to available. So let's wait.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Node.js by answering this question. The Node.js module can be exposed using which of the following? A. Module expose. B. Module. C. Module exports. D. All the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
So while this is happening, let me explain you how the other things are going to work out. So as you must have noticed, right? So if you want to have a home page which is going to be separate, and if you want to have a watch page which is going to be separate, you will be dealing with two servers, right? And if you're dealing with two servers, you obviously will have two IP addresses, right? But as you can see from the behavior of the Netflix website, the URL always remains the same, right? Only the web page is changing. So how do we accomplish that? So we can accomplish it by having a common medium in the middle, which can connect to both my watch page and my home page. Okay, so this resource, which is the elastic load balancer that we're going to deploy in a minute, is going to have a URL which is always going to be the same. And this load balancer we can configure to understand if the URL is slash watch or slash stream, it is always going to route my request to the streaming servers. Whereas if my request is slash home, or let's say just slash, or just say no URL at all, in that case it will be routing my request to the home page. So this is possible using the elastic load balancer, right? And this is something that we are going to go ahead and deploy now. Now I think we are ready to now understand how our architecture is going to be deployed. So now what I'm going to do is all my servers, they are going to be a part of my private subnet where I do not have internet access, right? But as we have known from the previous from our previous understanding, we know that everything within our Netflix network will be able to interact with each other. Okay, so in my Netflix network, I have a public subnet, I have a private subnet. So private subnet does not have internet access, public subnet has internet access. So in my public subnet, I'm going to deploy my load balancer, right? In my private subnet, I'm going to deploy all my servers, right? And these servers can only be accessed by the load balancer and nothing else. Okay, nobody else will be able to connect to these servers directly. Only through my load balancer, they will be able to access my servers. And this is a very good architectural practice when we talk about having security for our servers. Why? Because you can control which protocols can you interact with in your load balancer. For example, let's say a hacker wants to go ahead and make use of servers. They want to pass some commands as I did on this terminal. Okay, so if you want your load balancer to restrict that, your load balancer will only allow HTTP traffic. What is HTTP traffic? HTTP traffic is the traffic that you get from your web browser. So only the web browser's traffic will be enabled through your load balancer. If somebody is trying to pass some command, if somebody is trying to connect through some other protocol, it will not be allowed. Okay. And even in that case, your load balancer will only allow some URLs. So only if you type in /home, you will be allowed. If you are typing something else, you will not be routed to my server. That again is a very good security aspect, that if your URL is pointing to netflix.com/home, only then you will be reaching my home server to access that content. You cannot access my content and from any other medium from that particular server. Okay, so this is how you can restrict hackers or restrict attackers from accessing your server, and it's a very good architectural practice to have your architectures deployed like this. Okay, and this rectangle is my private subnet. Okay, so this rectangle has internet access. This rectangle does not have internet access. This is the rectangle where my private servers are going to be deployed, and this is the rectangle where I'm going to have a public server deployed, which in this case I have also deployed a Ubuntu server, so I've deployed it inside a public subnet. Okay, now do you guys agree that whatever I'm going to deploy in this rectangle or this subnet is going to have access to resources which will be deployed in this rectangle, which is the private subnet? Does everyone agree with that? As I said earlier, we are inside one network, and the Netflix network that we created, right? That is the big network that we created. Inside that big network, we created small networks which were public and private. Public had internet access, private did not have internet access. Okay, so all these resources which are a part of the big network, which is Netflix, all the resources can talk to each other. Is that correct or not? So now because they can talk to each other, now imagine this rectangle is my private subnet. Okay, and this rectangle is my public subnet. And what is the difference that I told you between the two is the public subnet has internet access. The private subnet, it does not have internet access. Okay, so if I connect to a server which is there in my public subnet, right? Because I'll be able to connect to it. Why? Because it has internet access. If I connect to a server in the public subnet, I can then connect my private server through this public server, right? If I connect to this Ubuntu server on my terminal like this, and then in this server which is there in the public subnet, if I enter the SSH command again, and I enter the IP address this time, the private IP address of the private server which is deployed in the private subnet, will I be not be able to connect to it? Okay, so that is exactly what I'm trying to tell. If I have a private machine which is deployed in this private subnet, if I have to connect it from my machine, what I'll be doing is I'll be launching a machine in the public subnet, and through that I will be connecting to it. Okay, it'll be more clear to you when I do it in the terminal. Now we have our homepage image ready, right? Now let's create an image for our streaming server as well. So what I'll do is, again, let's create one more image from this server itself. Let's again go back to this directory. Let's change the index.html, and this time let's say welcome to the streaming page. Save it. Okay, and now if you go to this IP address, you will see it will now say welcome to the streaming page. Okay, and now let's create an image out of this as well. So again, we'll go to EC2. So in our Ubuntu image, we'll go to image, we'll go to create image, and let's call this image name as Netflix stream. Okay, so now the image will be created for that as well. Now what I'll do is I will go ahead and launch my home page in my private subnet. So let's see how we can do that. So I click on launch instance, and I will choose my AMIs over here. I'll not choose any operating system now. I'll just choose my AMIs. And now I will choose the Netflix home image, which I created earlier. Let's select it. I want to launch it in the free tier server. Everything is going to be the same that we did earlier, just that now I will be selecting a private subnet which I'll be deploying it in. So I'll be choosing the private 2A network. Let's deploy it over here. And this is our home page that we're deploying. Security group, we will select again the default security group. And we're going to restrict it. Don't worry about that. We're going to restrict that security group. And let's choose the same key pair that we used earlier, Netflix demo. Acknowledge that we have it and click on launch instances. So this is now getting launched in US West 2A. It's going to be launched in the 2A data center. This is basically now called Netflix-home. This is the home server that you have launched, home page that you have launched, and it will take a little while. And as you can see, it is now running. Now, if you have a look at the settings of this server, you will see that it will not have a public IP address, right? Why? Because we deployed it inside a private network, right? But it will have a private IP address. But this private IP address can only be reached out within the network. It cannot be reached out from outside of the network. Remember this, okay? So this is the IP address that we will be connecting through from our public instance, which is nothing but this instance that we connected to earlier. All right. Okay. So we have launched our home page. Now let's go back. Let's see if our streaming page is ready. So even streaming page is now ready. Let's launch this as well. So I'll just select the streaming image, click on action, click on launch. This is another way of launching it, right? This is the server that I want to launch. I want to launch it under the free tier. It will be deployed in the Netflix network. And this time I'm going to deploy it in private 2B data center. Okay. Everything else going to be the same. Security group, I'll select the default one. Click on review and launch it. Select the same key pair that I selected earlier, acknowledge that I have it, click on launch instances. And with this, my streaming page has also been launched. Okay, great. So now I have two servers which are now deployed inside private subnets. And as you can see, I do not have a public IP address over here. Okay, and hence I will not be able to access them from the internet. These are not having any internet access, and I will prove it to you in a little while. Okay, so I have the home page which is now running. I have the stream page which is now running. I have let's name it as proxy server. So I have a proxy server which is running in the public subnet which has internet. Now what I'll do is, using this proxy server, I will be connecting to this home page and the stream page server. So let's see how we can do that. So first we need to copy the PEM file that we have on this proxy server. So let's copy it. So the way you can copy it is, use a command called SCP, which is called secure copy. So first you will have to authenticate yourself using, the proxy server's PEM file. Then you will have to specify the file that you want to copy. So the file name is again this PEM file I want to copy, right? Where do I want to copy it? I want to copy it on the proxy server, which is this IP address. And I want to copy it in this particular file location, which is /home/ubuntu. Hit enter. Since I specified sudo, it is asking me for my computer's password. Specified that. And now the file has been copied successfully. So now if I SSH into my server again, you can see that the file has been copied, netflix-demo.pem. It has been copied onto my proxy server or my public server that I launched earlier. Okay. Now, people on Windows, if you want to do the same, what you can do is follow a simpler method. You can download a software called FileZilla. Okay. So FileZilla helps you to copy files from your local system to your specified server, right? So you can use this software to connect to your server and copy files. How you can use it, I will request you to just follow a small tutorial on YouTube and you will understand how to use this tool. It's very simple. Okay, great. So now that I have the PEM file on my server, guys, the next thing that I will be doing is I'll be connecting to my private server. Now, where is my private server? My private server is this. Let's connect to a Netflix home server. Okay. So Netflix home server, this is the IP address, the private IP address for my Netflix home server. Let's try to connect to it. So I will be typing in SSH-I and then the PEM file, the username, and then the private IP address. So as you can see, earlier my IP was 10.1.1216. Now it has changed to 10.1.3.193. And that is the IP address of my Netflix home server. As you can see, the private IP address of my Netflix home server is 10.1.3.193. So this basically means I have successfully connected to my private instance. Now, for some of you who still have a doubt whether, if I pass this on my local machine, what will happen? So right now I'm inside the AWS server, right? But let's say, this is the terminal for my local machine. If I pass the same command over here, okay, first let me go to the folder which has the pen file. Okay, so if I pass in the same command over here, you will be able to see it will not recognize what this address is. Can you see it's not connecting? It's not doing anything. Why? Because it does not know what this IP address means. Why? Because my local machine is not a part of the Netflix network, which is there on AWS, right? But this machine is, and that's why when I passed this command, it was able to connect to this Netflix home server. Now, what I'll do is I'll just check if the web server is running. Yes, so it is active, it is running. That means if I curl, so this is something that I'm just doing for my checking, guys. If you don't understand, it's fine. Okay, so that means my Apache server is working on Netflix home, which is great. So let me just exit. So I've exited and now I'm back to my public server. You can see the IP address changed. And now let me log into my Netflix streaming server as well. So I'll just change this IP address to my stream server. So my Netflix stream server has the IP address as 4.167. Let's specify that. So as you can see, I have connected to my Netflix stream server now. And if we check if the web server is running over here, yes, it is running over here as well. Great. So both my servers are running fine, and I've just showed you how to if some maintenance is required, how to do maintenance on your private machines. Right now, what I can do is once maintenance is done, I can just delete this proxy server, and then I'll not be giving any access to my uh, private machines. One thing that I forgot to show you was, let's say this is my public machine that I've launched on right now, right? This is my proxy machine that I've connected to, right? This has internet connection. How do we know that? First of all, we are able to SSH it from my local machine. At the same time, if I type in curl google.com, you can see that there is a response that I get. right? But if I, let's say, go to my private machine, right? And if I do a curl google.com over here, you can see that I'm not getting any response over here. Why? Because this machine does not have internet access. Okay, and this proves that. Great. Let me exit. And now that our web servers are ready, they are ready inside, a private subnet. Let's configure our load balancers to connect to this machine. Okay, so now what I'll do is, let's create a load balancer. So I'll just scroll on my EC2 console, and I will be able to see something called as load balancers over here. Let's click over it. So let's click on create a load balancer, and I will be creating an application load balancer. So application load balancer basically works on the application layer, and it basically helps us to do path-based routing, that which is something that we are trying to accomplish, which is if I go to netflix.com/stream, I should be going to my stream server. If I go to /home, I should be going to my home server. So we'll be creating an application load balancer. Let's name it as Netflix-demo. This is going to be an internet facing load balancer, right? And the protocol that we are going to use is HTTP protocol. Okay, so here, as you can see, this is very important. So the only protocol that this load balancer is going to allow is HTTP protocol, nothing else. All right. Which VPC will this load balancer be a part of? It will be a part of the Netflix VPC, and this has to connect to 2A and 2B servers, private servers. So if they have to connect to private servers in 2A and 2B, this load balancer has to be deployed in public 2A and public 2B. Only then it will be part of the network, and then it will be able to connect to your machines. Okay, so what is the configuration that we did here? So you have configured your load balancer to connect to your private machines only using the HTTP protocol, nothing else. Okay, let's configure the firewall for this. So firewall, we'll be using the default firewall only, will not be making any changes. Let's specify routing now. So for routing, you will have to specify which servers to connect to, right? So right now, let's go ahead and specify a target group. Let's name it as public-server. And now let's go ahead and specify the public server IP address. So the way I can do that is by specifying the the servers that I'll be able to connect to, right? So what I'll do is target group is nothing but the set of servers that you can connect to, right? So let's specify the name of this to be, let's say this is the home page server, right? Let's click on next. And now what I can do is I can select the home page that I want to connect to. So this is the home page that I want to connect to. And let's click on next again. So this is the target group that I've just created for my home server. I'll be creating one more target group. Don't worry about that. So let me first create it, and then I'll explain you what I've just done. So let's create this load balancer now. Okay, so load balancer is now created. Next thing that we will be doing is we will be creating one more target group. So we have created one target group for homepage server. Let's create one for streaming server. Okay, this streaming server will also be a part of the Netflix VPC. And now let's go ahead and click on create. Okay, so now my target group has been created. So I have a homepage server, and now I have a streaming server as well that I would want to connect to. And in this, so homepage server should have the homepage server connected to it. So it is not connected. Let's connect the homepage server over here, which is Netflix home server. Let's register it to this target group, save it. And similarly, in my streaming server target group, let's connect our stream server, register it, and click on save. Okay, so both of these now have the targets attached to them. And now what we can do is, now we will be specifying the rules for our load balancer. So let's go back to our load balancer. And now what I can do is, so now I have to specify this routing rule, which is if I go to /stream, then it should connect to the target group of my streaming server. And if I go to /home, it should connect to the servers of my home server, the server of my home page. Okay, so let's see how we can configure that.
Okay guys, a quick info: if you're looking for an end-to-end training in JavaScript, Intellipaat provides a full stack web developer course which covers JavaScript and all the JavaScript frameworks you need to know. For more details, check out the description box.
Okay, so you will have to go to listener, and then you will have to specify rules. So let's go ahead and edit these rules over here. Okay, so right now what is happening is anything which is going to this server, it will be routed to the home page server. Okay, so let's add a route over here. Let's click on insert rule and add a condition. So we'll be adding a condition for a path, and the path will be if it goes to /stream, or let's say /watch, right? It should then forward this request to the streaming server. All right. So if the path is /watch, the request will be forwarded to the streaming server. Okay. If there is no path specified, it will be routed to my homepage server. If there is, let me specify one more thing. So let me first save it, right? And let us add one more rule. So if the path is /home, in that case, it should forward the request to my homepage server. And now let's click on save. Okay, so now I have configured my load balancer to forward the request to my homepage server when this path is specified. So let's check if this is working or not. Okay, so I'll just go back. This is my load balancer that I created, right? So this is the URL that is there for my load balancer. Let's copy it. Let's paste it on my browser. So as you can see, I'm being routed to my home page. Now I will right now get an error if I go to /watch. It says requested URL was not found in this server, and the reason for that is that whenever you want to go to a particular path, what you'll have to do is you will have to specify a folder in your server. Okay, I will clear it to you in a little while. So let me first make it work, and then I'll answer all your queries. Give me 1 second. So if I go to /stream server, which is this IP address, I have to go inside the server. I have to create a directory called watch. And inside this directory, I will have to copy the index.html. Okay. And now you can see if I go to my load balancer /watch. 1 second. Okay, so this is my streaming server. All right. And inside my streaming server, if I go to watch, I have my index.html. And let me verify my settings of load balancer.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Node.js by answering this question. Which statement executes the code of sample.js file? A. Node.js sample.js. B. Node sample.js. C. Sample.js. D. None of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
So if I go to listeners and if I go to the rules, so if slash home is there, it'll go to homepage server. If slash watch is there, it'll go to streaming server. And let me verify streaming server's IP address. Okay, streaming server target is Netflix stream and it is healthy. Okay. So now if somebody is going to my streaming server and the path is slash watch, it says it's 100%. Okay. We'll verify that in a moment, guys. Let's see what the problem is over here. So I think if we go to rules and try to edit these rules. Okay, let's try and see if this works for us. So if I'm going to slash watch, yes. So the star was missing over here. So now if I'm going to my load balancer slash watch, I'm going to the streaming page. And similarly, what I'll also have to do is, let me exit and let me go to my home server as well. Okay, so here as well, I will have to add a home directory. Let me quickly do that. Okay, and now if I go to my load balancer, let's say I'm going to slash home, you can see I'm being routed to the welcome to the home page. And if I'm just going to the URL, then also I'm being routed to welcome to the home page. Okay, guys. So now what we'll be doing is, now we will be connecting a custom URL to our load balancer. And okay, so first things first, what you need is a URL first. So what you need to do is just go to your Freenom website. So there's a website called Freenom. It basically gives you free URLs. Okay. Otherwise, if you have to buy a URL, it's a proprietary resource. You'll have to pay for the URLs that you want. But with Freenom, you can get a free URL at your will. Okay. So just sign up on Freenom. So I already have signed up. So let me just connect to it. Let me sign in quickly. Okay, I'm connected. Let's go to my domains. So right now I have some domains, but I'll be showing you once you sign up, how you can create your own domain. So what I'll be doing is, as you can see, these are some domains that I have. I'll be creating a new domain just like you guys would be doing when you sign up. So I'll just go to register a new domain, go to services, go to register a new domain, and in register a new domain, just specify the name of the domain that you want. So in my case, I want Netflix-demo. Let's check the availability. So as you can see, these are all domains which are free and I can get them. So let's get this domain, check it out, continue. And just agree to the conditions and click on complete order. So with this, your order has been confirmed and you can now go ahead to my domains. You have the Netflix demo domain registered to you. You can just click on manage domain. And here you will have to go to click on management tools and then click on name servers. Okay, and what you have to type in is custom name servers. So these are some name servers that you have to fill in. Now, how can you fill these name servers? Again, go back to your AWS management console, click on services, type in route 53. Now, once you're inside route 53, you will have to choose a hosted zone. Let's click on create hosted zone, and over here just type in the domain name that you created. So it's netflix-demo.tk. Give the same name over here, click on create, and this will create a hosted zone for you. Now as you can see, these are name servers that you will have to enter over there in Freenom. Okay, so just select this, copy these name servers one by one. Go to the second name server, again copy it from here. Third name server, again copy it from here. Fourth name server, again copy it from here. Okay, so that's all the changes that you have to do on Freenom. You can close it now. Now in route 53, you just have to do one small change. Click on create record set, right? And now what you'll be doing is you'll be pointing. So what have you done so far? You have mentioned these name servers in your Freenom website, right? So now your domain will be pointing to these name servers, which are basically the route 53 service that you have. Now this route 53, you will have to point to your load balancer. So how will you do that? You will find this section called alias, click on yes. And here you have to select your Netflix demo load balancer. Okay, click on create. So entry is made over here. Similarly, one more entry you have to create with the similar settings, just that in name you will have to enter www as well. Click on alias yes, select the load balancer, click on create. Okay, so with this, now your route 53 is ready. And now what you can do is just go to a browser, type in netflix-demo.tk, hit enter, and it will now route you to the home page directly. And now if you go to the URL/watch, it is now pointing you to the streaming page. And this is exactly what is happening on your Netflix website as well. So let me quickly show it to you. Okay, so if we go to netflix.com/browse, it'll take you to the home page. If you type in netflix.tk/home, it'll take you to the home page. If you type in netflix.com/watch and then the video title, it will take you to the video player. which will play the video file for you. And similarly, if here you go to netflix.com/watch, you will be taken to the streaming page. And guys, this is how you mimic the architecture for Netflix on AWS.
So coming to the first question on this Node.js interview or questions preparation set, the first question that you can of course expect is what is Node.js? You really don't have to expand a lot upon this because if you're at a Node.js interview, it's pretty clear that you would already know this as well. But then do state that it is a very popular scripting language and of course it is meant for server-side scripting and primary scripting requirements. And then instead of highlighting on what it does and what it's known for and all of that, what you could do is you can tell certain benefits which make it stand out. One of these benefits is that it supports non-blocking input-output operations, which is again very important for any JavaScript based framework. And of course you can talk a lot about how you've gone to use Node.js in this point as well. A little more about that non-blocking IO in the next set of questions. Coming to question number two, there's a good chance that you'll be asked the basic difference between Node.js and JavaScript. You need to understand that JavaScript is entirely a programming language and it's working, while Node.js is an aspect of using JavaScript as a scripting language, by making use of an interpreter. And then when you talk about the engines of whatever is used to run these particular frameworks of JavaScript, well, JavaScript in general, can be used with V8, SpiderMonkey, JS Core, and a lot of other runtime engines as well. But with Node.js, it can run on the V8 engine, which is basically supported in Google Chrome in general. So make sure you mention the engine as well. Coming to usage again, JavaScript is mainly used for client-side operations and everything that has to do with client-side performance issues, client-side development, client-side debugging, and everything is client-side there. With Node.js is completely server-side. Here we make sure that we perform non-blocking activities. Again, a little more about non-blocking activities is that whenever there is a JavaScript operation being executed, if it's a blocking operation, it means that the JavaScript has to hold itself. So it has to block itself from execution until all of the other non-JavaScript activities take place. That is blocking, and non-blocking is exactly the opposite of that, where there really isn't any wait for the JavaScript operations to run, and it can continuously run without having any stoppage as well. So this is again what gives Node.js its supreme status. Now, coming to question number three involves them asking you if you can explain the working of Node.js. Here's a question where you can actually briefly talk about Node.js as well. So you can begin with explaining the virtual aspect of Node.js, how it runs in a virtual environment, and how JavaScript is used as the primary scripting language in the case of Node.js as well. The environment it runs on, as we just discussed, it's the V8 environment. It supports non-blocking IO and even the single-threaded event loop as well. We're going to talk about event loops in another detailed question. But for now, you can of course mention one or two features, explain on it if the interviewer is trying to find out more from you as well. So with this, we can come to question number 4. Where is Node.js used? Well, as you might already think of, as soon as you ask this question, there's a lot of applications in your head, because at the end of the day, Node.js is used almost everywhere. It has a lot of domains, but instead of just explaining and talking about these domains in general, a better answer would be wherein you can tell where Node.js has been put to use and where it's been rewarded the most, right? So in that case, it's used amazingly well in terms of distributed computing, in terms of designing responsive web applications, providing client-server solutions, and of course, whenever there is a requirement of developing a network-based application as well. So these 4 criteria, these 4 domains is where Node.js is absolutely shining today, and you can add this to make sure that you have some value to your answer instead of just plainly stating out domains as well. So with that, we can come to the question which states, what is the difference between Node.js and Angular? So you might have heard of Angular, and of course you would know Node.js. So To give you a very quick comparison between Node.js and Angular, first understand where what needs to be used. In terms of Node.js, it is used well where there's a requirement of scalability, and Angular is best fit whenever you have to develop any sort of real-time application. So this is the major difference between the usage in terms of Node.js and Angular. Now, when you are working with Node.js will give you the complete authority and the ability to write queries and work with the database in general as well. Now, when you're working with Angular, it will give you the ability to basically simplify an application, which will help you click itself into the MVC architecture, the model view controller architecture, and then work with it from there. And with Node.js, you would already know this, but it is used mainly to develop small or medium-sized applications and not really big projects. Of course, if people are ambitious enough, they can take up big projects and finish it, but it's mostly used for this. Now with Angular, that's not the case. Angular, since I've mentioned that it's already used for real-time applications, you can build amazingly complex project in a very simple way using Angular for this as well. Now, if the talk is about frameworks, if the talk is about the support for many frameworks out there, Node.js has many frameworks such as Sails, it has Partial, it has expressJs, and much more in general, right? Now, Angular is literally this all-in-one web application framework which can basically do everything that Node.js can do in terms of how it's split as multiple frameworks as well. And one important point that you can add is understand what programming language is actually used to develop Node.js and Angular, right? Angular is completely developed and written in TypeScript, while Node.js is completely written in C++ and of course, as you've guessed, in JavaScript. So with this, we come to question number 6. Question number 6 states, why is Node.js single-threaded? Now, Node.js is completely based on a single-threaded model to make sure that there is support for asynchronous processing. So whenever you talk about asynchronous processing, you have to understand that there is one major goal when people look out for asynchronous processing is that there's requirement for efficiency, there's requirement for concurrent execution, and there's requirement for scaling your application in a rapid manner. So when this is the criteria and you know that your end goal is with respect to efficiency under extreme amounts of load or even provide high performance in general, that's when single threading comes into the picture. And when there is talk about single threading, there is talk about asynchronous processing. So this is the primary reason of why Node.js is single threaded as well. With this, we can come to question number 7, which states, what are the different API functions that are supported by Node.js? Well, you can elaborate on this answer, but then it is advantageous if you provide a concise answer on this. And it's pretty simple. API functions, there are two types of API functions whenever you talk about Node.js, that is the synchronous APIs and the asynchronous APIs. So synchronous APIs are used for all of these non-blocking functions. We discussed what non-blocking is earlier in the couple of questions, where the JavaScript entity does not have to wait for the non-JavaScript entity to complete. And asynchronous API is used for blocking. So synchronous is used for non-blocking functions, asynchronous APIs are used for blocking functions. So this is an important thing that you will have to remember and tell to the interviewer as well. And with that, we can come to question number 8. Question number 8, you can again be asked to express a little bit more about the synchronous and asynchronous functions that you have been talking about. So here is a complete answer on that. So synchronous functions are the basis and the foundations of input-output operations. So with synchronous, as the name suggests, it is pretty responsive, it is pretty rapid in giving you a response wherever you have a requirement of moving the data in between the server or making sure that your data is as fast as your data pipeline requires as well. So when that is the case, your synchronous functions will perform amazingly well. But there's one important thing to know is that if there is no response, so this is a request response cycle, and if there's no responses to the synchronous functions, what will basically happen is the API will then throw an error and saying that there's no active responses, and it wouldn't understand if the function is working anymore or not. So that's one important thing that you could mention as well. Coming to asynchronous functions again works on the basis of not being synchronous. So there is no waiting here, there is no understandability, there's no talking, so there are no modules talking to each other, because whenever there are HTTP requests in general, when they're pushed, there's literally no wait for any sort of responses to be achieved. So if the responses of the previous requests are there, and if it's being continuous, well, then it's going to function as usual. But if there's no responses, then there is no sort of exception raised or an error thrown at the user here as well. So this is one very important separation between synchronous and asynchronous functions that you can say. And with this we come to question number 9. So question number 9 states, what is the meaning of control flow statements? Control flow statements are something which is pretty common, and whenever you think about a control flow function, it's basically a code snippet where there are multiple asynchronous function calls made, because control flow is used to change how the program is accessed, how the data moves around, and of course in what order things need to be done. So this is a requirement and a primary function of what these asynchronous functions are based upon. So with that, they are used to give the order in which functions can be executed and to control what has to be executed when. So this is the primary meaning and the usage of control flow function in Node.js as well. And then coming to question number 10, this is a very popular question. Why is Node.js so popular these days? So there's a very good chance you might be asked this, because when you think of it, JavaScript has been a gold standard for web application development or website designing, right? So it's been like this for the last couple of decades. And so whenever web programming sort of, started flourishing, JavaScript was right there. So since then, it has been pretty good in terms of traction, in terms of usability and much more. So, you can of course state some points such as, writing JavaScript on the server directly itself is advantageous. You get full access to the HTTP stacks. You can perform input-output operations on all of the files. You have access to TCP and many other protocols which will basically help you in terms of server-side scripting, and it will give you direct database access so that you can work with your data without having to work on the pipeline, making sure your pipeline talks to the server and all of that as well. So there are multiple advantages and multiple features that Node.js provides, through which you can sort of explain on why Node.js became so popular these days. And then coming to question number 11. So question number 11 states, what is an event loop in Node.js, right? So this question is pretty much asked in all of the Node.js interviews, and it has a very simple answer. You can explain on the answer to show your proficiency on the subject, but to come to the answer, you have to understand that whenever you're running any sort of applications, Node.js applications, there are entities called as callbacks which need handling, because data is moving to and fro, and these callbacks have to be handled thoroughly. So to do this, in the case of Node.js, there's something called as event loop. And since we already know that Node.js supports the non-blocking send operation, non-blocking IO operations, what this means is that this is a very good advantage to have in terms of usability in Node.js as well. So to begin with, explaining about how the event loop works, basically there is a callback whenever any sort of event begins in Node.js, alright? So this callback is of course always there. So whenever there is a callback and at the beginning of the event, there's an entity called as a listener, and this listener will go on to check and will execute all of the code after the function has been basically called. So this is the case, it means that your pipeline is constantly running without having to wait for the output of the first piece of code. So this is exactly what non-blocking send is and how non-blocking works with event loop as well. So without having to wait for a previous output, it will continuously go on executing. And of course, once all of the code gets completely executed, the outputs are all available and the callback function is again executed. So this works in a loop. So your event begins, your listener is present there, and your outputs are there, your functions are executing, and the callback function is executed. So callbacks again call to work for the event loops, and this works in a continuous loop. Hence the name is given as event loop basically. So you can go on to explain it this way in a pretty simple way, and that should be more than enough for this answer. With this, we come to question number 12. Question number 12 states, what are the asynchronous tasks that should occur in any sort of event loops that you're handling? Well, So coming to the tasks which can be done in an asynchronous fashion whenever you're working with Node.js, there's three main things, three main tasks. So one is blocking all of the send requests. Second thing is that ensuring that so you can handle high computation requirements asynchronously. And the other important task is that all the real-time input-output of operations can be done efficiently in the event loop as well. So whenever you're asked about asynchronous tasks in the event loop, do make sure to talk about these three tasks. With this, we can come to question number 13. Question number 13 states, what is the order of execution and control flow statements? So whenever there is talk about execution and the order of execution in Node.js and especially in control flow statements, there is a certain order in which you have to specify because that is how it works. Now, to start with, it is of course data execution and queue processing in the first stage. There's data collection and data storage in the second step. There's concurrency handling and concurrency limiting methodologies in the third step, and of course execution actually takes place in the last step where the next piece of code is hunted for, and this goes on in the control flow statements as well. So whenever there is talk about how one can process a function call, just make sure that you state these four important points here. And with that, we can come to question number 14. Question number 14 states, what are the important input arguments there are for an asynchronous queue? So again, there's no important input arguments and unimportant input arguments. There's only two main arguments whenever you talk about an asynchronous queue, and that's basically the concurrency value and the task function. So if you're asked for the input arguments, so make sure you mention concurrency value and task function. Now, with this, we can come to question number 15. Are there any disadvantages of using Node.js? Since it's a single threaded platform, it will pose a little bit of disadvantage in terms of direct comparison between a multi-threaded platform. As in a multi-threaded platform, it can run effectively, it can provide better responsiveness, it can execute tasks quickly, and it can handle intense CPU computation as well. So this is not the case with Node.js. So this is one big disadvantage. And the second disadvantage is that relational databases are still being used with Node.js, and with the onset of NoSQL and with the onset of all non-relational databases and how quickly they have paced up in today's world, using relational databases feels a little obsolete as well. Of course, this is not a disadvantage in total, but then it is definitely worth mentioning it for the interviewer as well. So make sure you talk about these 2 points. One, Node.js being single-threaded platform. Number two, it's that it's still using relational databases. And with this, we can come to the 16th question, which states, what is the primary reason to use the event-based model in Node.js? So we have talked about the event-based model, but we do not know why the event-based model is used, right? So the primary reason why the event-based model is considered in Node.js and it was architected into Node.js is to make sure that it can avoid and it can handle all of the problems that occurs whenever you're using blocking operations. In an input-output channel, whenever you're using a blocking operation, so there are certain entities which have to execute first, and the JavaScript or the framework code has to sit and wait until it completes it. This can cause a rupture in the data timeline or the occurrences of data in any sort of order, or even in terms of processing as well. So to handle all of these and to overcome these set of problems, these specific set of problems, event-based model was considered in the development of Node.js. Now, with this, we can come to question number 17. Question number 17 states, how can you import any external libraries you want into Node.js? And, importing external libraries into Node.js is a breeze. It's pretty simple. All you have to do is use the command var http equal to require, and eventually put the http from where you want to pick up the library as well. So this makes it very, very easy to import any sort of external libraries. And as soon as you run the command that you see on your screen right now, it will make sure that the complete HTTP library is loaded and it can be exported with the required object as well. So this one command, this one tiny piece of command can do a lot, and that is the important advantage of working with Node.js as well. A little of something can do a lot. And with this, we can come to question number 18. So question number 18 states, what is meant by event-driven programming in Node.js, right? So whenever there is talk about event-driven programming in terms of Node.js, you have to understand that it is basically a technique in which there is a workflow execution of a program. So the simple way to answer this question is to understand that event-driven programming is a simple technique that mainly overheads and overlooks the workflow execution of a program. So because whenever you think about execution of a program in Node.js, there's a lot of things which comes into play, be it external programs, any other sources, occurrence of events, and many other stoppages as well, right? So this event-driven programming is sort of this technique which will help you work with this efficiently as well. And whenever there is talk about event-driven programming, there is two main things that you will have to talk about. One is event handling, on how the event is handled, and the second thing is this architecture relies on event selection as well. So these two entities form to be very important aspects of the event-driven programming in the case of Node.js. Now, so the next question that has a higher probability of being asked but the interviewer might not stress much on is the difference between Ajax and Node.js. And the differences here are night and day. Ajax is a client-side programming technology. Node.js is a server-side scripting language. Ajax can execute directly on the browser and you really don't have to have any other environments to run. And Node.js will require a server to execute and operate on as well. So you can state these two primary differences, and since it's very wide apart, this should be more than sufficient to convince the interviewer as well. Now, with this, we can come to the 20th question. The 20th question states, what is the framework that is used in Node.js today? So the simple answer to this question is that you have to understand Node.js has multiple frameworks, right? It has Meteor, it has Derby, Adonis, Sails, Happy.js, and expressJs, which is of course very popular as well. And whenever you think about these frameworks and when you state these frameworks, it's always an advantage to talk one or two lines about what these frameworks are meant for. And they ask about expressJs, which is mostly the case. You can of course say that expressJs is the most used framework out there because it provides very good flexibility. It is based on minimalism and it is based on making use of good scalability in place as well. So good scalability, flexibility, and minimalism are huge advantages in the case of web development, and expressJs has the ability to provide all of these. So it's good to mention these.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Node.js by answering this question. The Node.js module can be exposed using which of the following? A. Module expose. B. Module. C. Module exports. D. All the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
So moving on to the 21st question, it states, what are the security implementations that are present and in place in Node.js? So whenever you asked about the security implementation, you can mention two important things. It is the error handling protocols that are very efficient at working, and of course all of the authentication pipelines which makes sure that the data is secure and safe. So you can mention these 2 points when asked about security implementations. Now, the next question is, what is the meaning of a test pyramid in Node.js? So whenever there is talk about test pyramid, the test pyramid is not an entity as such, but it is a methodology. So it is basically a method that is used to show the presence of a lot of test cases in general, whatever test cases have been executed, and it goes in an order from top down. It starts from unit testing, and of course after unit testing you have the integration testing and combined testing from top to bottom order as well. So these three, and how many cases in each of these testing methodologies have been done is what is used to denote test. So what is used to denote by using test pyramids as well. And this sort of a pyramid is maintained to ensure there are lots of cases which can be provided. There's lots of test cases which are executed, and this of course is extremely important whenever there is any sort of end-to-end development or end-to-end designing going on a project. Testing becomes as important as development, and to keep a general track of that, test pyramids are amazing to use. And with this, we can check out the 23rd question. The question states, what is libuv? Or it can be also stated as libuv. So whenever there is talk about the libuv, so you have to understand that it is a library. It is in fact a very widely used library, so which was developed in-house by Node.js developers, and it was developed wherein it can be used with Luid, Julia, and many other systems very easily as well. So the integration for these was amazing. And you can explain a little bit about the features as well, because it supports very good file system event handling methodologies. It supports it provides full support for child forking and handling the child methods as well. There's asynchronous TCP socketing, there's UDP socketing, and of course asynchronous file handling and the support for its corresponding operations as well. So these are some of the very important features which give libuv all its power. So it would be of course advantageous for you to mention these. With this, we can come to question number 24. So we already checked out in the early set of questions that Node.js uses the V8 engine, and of course through Google Chrome, right? So why does Google use the V8 engine? What makes V8 engine special? So one simple answer to this question is that V8 engine has the capability of converting JavaScript into low-level language very easily and in a rapid manner. This is one of the major reasons of why it's even considered. Because whenever you're talking about Node.js server-side scripting, performance is something that will take the center stage, right? So whenever performance is in concern, so you have to do all that you can to make sure none of the real-time abilities are hindered whenever you're working with an application. And the V8 engine is powerful enough to provide all the capabilities for this. So this is why Google makes use of the V8 engine whenever it comes to the execution of Node.js. And this brings us to the halfway point, which is question number 25. What is the difference between spawn and fork methods in Node.js? So whenever you talk about the spawn function in Node.js, you have to understand that spawn is basically used to create a new process and later launch it using the command line. And its basic functioning is that it will create a node module on the processor itself, and later Node.js will come into the picture where it will invoke the method, run the child processes, finish all the child processes off, and return whatever data is required. The syntax is pretty straightforward for both spawn and fork. As you can see on your screen, there's a slight difference between the command arguments and the module path arguments. So just before that, we can come into the fork method. Fork method is used, and it is considered as a very important aspect of execution whenever there is an already existing spawn method. So this is where the slight catch lies, because so spawning will create a new process, and forking is basically used to make sure that there's more than one active worker node which is handling all the tasks that's required, right? So forking is this instance or a sub module. So forking can be considered as this instance of a module which is already existing, and this module which is already existing, which is basically created from spawn as well. And the syntax for the spawn methods and the fork methods can be seen on your screen right now. And with that, we come to question number 26. It states, what is the use of a middleware in Node.js? You might be wondering what a middleware is. A middleware is basically a simple function that at the end of the day can handle any sort of incoming request you throw at it, and it can also handle outbound response objects very easily as well. So knowing that it can handle requests and responses very easily, where is it used for in the case of Node.js? Well, so in Node.js, it can work very efficiently whenever there is any sort of execution of code. This is very important. Whenever there is any requirement to call the next middleware as well, this middleware will be required. It has to complete the request response cycles and perform the iterative operations in them as well. There's a request, there's processing, there's a response, and much more. And after this is done, it'll of course have to update all the request and the response objects to go with it as well. So these four primary tasks are very important in the case of usage of middleware. So make sure you mention these. And with this, the next question you can be asked is, so what are global objects in Node.js? Global objects, as the name suggests, are basically objects which can be accessible across any module of your choice, or in fact any module that is ever present inside the Node.js application. So what happens is, if the objects are not global, you will have to include each of these objects in every single module of your Node.js program, right? So when that's the case, it really adds a lot of redundancy. It will really make it unstable and efficient as well. When that is the case, global objects are used to make sure that you will not have to include all these objects in every single module. So this makes sure that it is efficient. It can handle all the strings, functions, and objects, and these can get access to any sort of object across the entirety of the application. That is why global objects are advantageous to use as well. So with this, we can come to the 28th question, which says, why is assert used in Node.js? So whenever the talk is about assert, as the name suggests, assertion is whenever you explicitly write a piece of test code to make sure that something is working for sure or not. It's a very important testing methodology that is used. And here is a snippet on your screen that will give you a clear picture of the usage of assert. So whenever you're asserting something, you literally state that this is the case. If it is not the case, give me an error. So here we are adding 3 and 5 in this particular simple example, and the result is 8. But since you're asserting it means that you're stating that it has to be 8 and you're trying to verify it at the same time. So this is where assertion plays a very important picture, used to verify all the working of the piece of code to see if the result is actually 8. Now here, instead of 3 and 5, I could have given 2 and 3, and if the result is equal to 8 and if I go on to assert that, I'm going to get an error because the result is not 8, right? So 3 plus 2 will give me 5. 5 is not equal to 8, and that message will not be printed. So assertion is basically used as a methodology to test the use cases. With this, we can come to question number 29, which states, what are stubs in Node.js? So stubs is this funny name given to the functions which are basically used to access and analyze all of these individual component behaviors in Node.js. So there's a lot of components that need handling, and there's a lot of components which you will not handle directly. And stubs are these functions which will do just that for you. So whenever you're running any sort of test cases, for example, so stubs as functions basically can provide all the details and whatever is going on in the backend of whatever you're testing in, or in fact even the function through which you're executing it as well. So it'll give you all the details of the backend and it'll make sure that your testing becomes that much easier. So this is about stubs. Coming to question number 30, it says, how is a test pyramid implemented using the HTML API in Node.js? So we already spoke about test pyramids and we already know what they are, but then implementing them is done by basically defining the HTML API. And of course, if you just state this, the interviewer is going to ask you on how it's done. And you can mention 3 main important things. So it's basically done by using a higher number of unit test cases. It is done by using a smaller number of integration test methods, and it's done by taking a fewer number of endpoint test cases in the case of HTTP as well. So higher unit testing cases, lower number of integration testing cases, and even lower HTTP endpoint test cases as well. So this is how the test pyramid can be implemented whenever you're working with the HTML API. So coming to question number 31. Question number 31 states, why is a buffer class used in Node.js? So you have to understand that buffer class is used basically in the same way as you would use any other class to store data, because this is the primary way on how you can implement things like arrays or lists if you've used other programming languages, and this is how you can do that here in Node.js, because whenever you talk about classes, the classes here in Node.js will refer to one memory location which has not been used or which is not actively present in the V8's heap structure as well. So to solve this discrepancy, the buffer class is global, which means that it can basically be used across all of the modules of the applications, and it will make sure that your data is stored and can be accessed in a seamless fashion as well. So that's why buffer classes have been very popular in use in Node.js. Coming to question number 32, it says, why is expressJs used? ExpressJS, as we've already discussed, is extremely popular because of its ability to be very lightweight, very flexible, and providing a lot of features in the case of mobile development, right? And we already know that it's a framework which is built using Node.js. This is one important thing that comes into discussion, is that it uses something called as a management point, and a management point is this entity which will basically control all the data flow between the servers and your server side applications. So this gives ExpressJS a little bit of an edge when it comes to efficiency and its ability to be flexible in general. So these 3 points are very important things to be considered on answering why ExpressJS is used today. With this, we can come to question number 33, which states, what is the use of the connect module in Node.js? Well, as the name suggests, it's pretty simple. The connect module is used to provide communication between the HTTP module and connect it with Node.js, right? So there's one more point you can state is that it will give you very good integration in terms of working with expressJs and whenever you use any sort of middleware modules, as we previously discussed as well. So two things, it'll make the connection between the HTTP module and the Node.js aspect of it, and second thing, it'll give you very good integration whenever expressJs is used with middleware modules as well. So these 2 points are pretty important when it comes to the usage of connect modules in Node.js. With this, we can come to question number 34. Question number 34 states, what are streams in Node.js? Streams, as the name suggests, are basically set of data entities. So it's as simple as that. So whenever there are data entities that are considered in Node.js, again, think of strings and array objects.
Okay guys, a quick info: if you're looking for an end-to-end training in JavaScript, Intellipaat provides a full stack web developer course which covers JavaScript and all the JavaScript frameworks you need to know. For more details, check out the description box.
In other programming language as well. So streams are basically used to perform read-write operations, continuous read-write operations across a data channel. So if there is a criteria where the channel is actually not available, then what basically will happen is that the data cannot, of course, be pushed all to the memory at once, right? So if it cannot be pushed all together at once, then we make use of streams where we can, cut the pieces of data into sizes and sets and eventually push this in a continuous structured manner. So that's all about streams in Node.js, and you can of course use this to answer that. And with this, we come to question number 35. Question number 35 states, what are the types of streams that are available in Node.js? So there are mainly 4 types of streams that are available in Node.js. One is the readable stream, one is the writable stream, and there's something called as duplex streams as well. Duplex streams is where it can have the ability to both read and write. And the fourth one is the transform. And the fourth one is the transform stream, where basically it is duplex in terms of read and write, but it can also handle modifying data in a duplex fashion. So both ways, read operations and write operations can be simultaneously performed while modifying data. So these 4 are the very important types of streams available in Node.js. So with this, we can come to question number 36. It states, what is the use of REPL or REPL in Node.js? REPL, or REPL as we call it for short, stands for read, eval, print and loop, right? So this is something very basic. It'll give the users with an environment where they can actually go on to test JavaScript code and see if it's working in Node.js. And to start REPL, it's very simple. All you have to do is type the command called node, and that's it. After this, you can type any sort of JavaScript command you want directly into the command line, and this will give you a confidence, or this is a start where you can understand if node is working fine and if everything is running fine in your virtual environment as well. So that's all there is about the usage of REPL, and this is a good feature to have, and beginners can of course make a lot of use of this as well. Now it's just not the beginners who will make use of it. Even if you're an advanced user or an intermediate user who has to understand and check if your virtual environment is functioning fine and if node is working well in that. So a REPL will give you a lot of ease of use there as well. So this is the primary use of this. Now coming to question number 37, it states, what is meant by tracing in Node.js? So what is tracing? Tracing is a very simple methodology that can handle and pick up all of these tracing information that gets generated by the engine. In this case, it's the V8 engine, and of course there are other entities through which data is collected as well. One being the node core and the second one being the user space code. So what happens later after collecting all of these is that it gets dumped into one single log file where they can be useful. In fact, if you have to check to validate to see if anything's wrong, or if you have to check the integrity of the information being passed to see if the information has been altered in any way or changed in a way which is authorized or unauthorized. And so having a log file will give you a structured way of doing this. So to do that, tracing is a method which is very popularly used in Node.js. So with this, we come to question number 38, which states, where is package.json used in Node.js? So whenever there is talk about package.json, the file is basically one important file which contains information of all the items present in the project. So it's a metadata file. So metadata is basically a file that contains information about other files. So there's a lot of information that can be stored in the package.json file, and one of the main things is that this entire file can be used as a project identifier as well. It can be deployed as a means where you're trying to handle any sort of project dependencies and build dependencies, and so this can be used as a bridge in between that, and it'll work well there because it's giving you all the information, all the metadata about every single item that is present in the active project that you're using for development as well. So that's where package.json is used effectively. With this, we come to question number 39, which states what is the difference between read file and create read stream in Node.js. Read file, as the name suggests, is used to read all the contents of a file in an asynchronous manner. Make sure you specifically mention the asynchronous manner. So what basically happens is that every single content that comes will be read into memory, and this is done before the user can access it. So after it's read into memory, then it moves into the user space where the users can handle it effectively. Now coming to create read stream is basically used to cut and chop the field into tiny chunks and make sure that it reads the data in these tiny bite-sized pieces. The default chunk size is set at 64 kilobytes, and of course this can be changed as per your requirement. Whatever chunk size is required, it can be changed. So basically create read stream will break down your data into smaller chunks for usage. So this is the basic difference between read file and create read stream. With this, we come to question number 40. Question number 40 states, what is the use of the crypto module in Node.js? Well, as the name suggests, you might already be wondering that it has to do something with cryptographic functionalities, right? Well, the answer is yes. So it will give the users a lot of operations and flexibility whenever there is a requirement for operations such as ciphering something, deciphering something, signing, and even hashing functions as well. So the crypto module, as the name suggests, pretty much deals with giving users easy to use cryptographic functions too. Coming to the 41st question in this Node.js interview question set, it states, what is a passport in Node.js? Because as the name suggests, passport is basically used for authentication in the case of Node.js, and it will fit into any sort of expressJs web application as well. Now, when the application gets created, it will require, so each of these applications will require unique authentication mechanisms, right? So to provide that in a simple manner without complicating things, passport is like one single module which is given, and so it is used to provide strategies and provide access orders to the applications based on whatever requirement is there. And what this does in a huge way is that it avoids all sort of discrepancies that might occur in terms of access methodologies or authentication whenever you're working with a lot of data in Node.js. So moving on, question number 42. Question number 42 states how to get information about a file in Node.js. It is pretty simple to get all the information you require about a file in Node.js by making use of the fsstat function. The syntax is fsstat with the arguments of path and callback, where path is nothing but the string to the path of the name of which you require the information of the file about, and callback is the callback function which will basically denote the presence of stats in an object for the fs.stat function there. So path and callback form to be the arguments, and this simple function, this highly readable function as well, can provide very good amount of information that's required about any sort of file in Node.js. With this, we come to question number 43. Question number 43 states, how does the DNS lookup function work in Node.js? The DNS lookup function in its simple working will make use of web addresses for its parameter, as the name suggests. Now with that, you have to understand that it will return IPv4 records or IPv6 records, whatever is being used actively. With this, there is multiple other parameters that will go on to be used as well, because if none of the input parameters are considered and provided explicitly, well, both IPv4 and IPv6 are considered in default as well. So the syntax can be seen on your screen, DNS.lookup, where address options and callback are given, and of course, as the name suggests, the third parameter is a simple callback function, with the first two being address and options. So remember, one important thing is that if no input has been provided here in terms of parameters, in general, by default, both IPv4 and IPv6 are considered. Now with this, we can move on to the next question, which states, what is the use of the event emitter in Node.js? So one thing you have to understand whenever you answer this question is that every single object, no matter what, that is present in Node.js will emit instances of an event emitter class, right? So these objects will have a direct function which will give them the ability to attach themselves between objects and the other named events as well. So all of these synchronous attachments of any function which are basically done using this will have the event emitter object to emit an object and eventually go on to function as an instance of the event emitter class. So the important thing to note here is that every single object in Node.js will emit an instance of the event emitter class. And with this, we can come to question number 45. Question number 45 states, what is the difference between set immediate and set timeout? So set immediate, as the name suggests, immediate aspect of it basically means to execute a script as soon as the current event loop is complete. Now with the case of set timeout will hold a script for running, and it can have the ability to schedule it to be run after certain threshold schedule time is over as well. So immediate will run it immediately as soon as the current event loop is over. Set timeout will basically execute it and schedule it whenever there is required based on a time threshold. Now the order of execution, as you might be wondering, will completely depend on the context in which you're using the functions and calling the functions. Because if it is called from the main module, what will happen is the timing is based on the performance of the process, but if it's not called from the main module, then it will be based on the threshold as well. So this is one important aspect which you can highlight to impress the interviewer about your proficiency in this subject. Question number 46 states, what is the use of module.exports in Node.js? The module.exports function is nothing but a function which is used to expose two functions and bring them together into one single usable context as well. So as you would already used and you're aware, a module is an entity that can store any sort of relative code. So what we're trying to do here is that we're trying to use that entity to perform all the operations by moving the entire set of functions into one single file and use it there. So the module.exports function will basically export all the functions and bring them into one single file for usage. So with this, we can come to question number 47, which states, why do you think you are the right fit for this Node.js role? So the interviewer with this question wants to know about your understanding about the job role, or how do you know about the company's existence, their working, their architecture, and of course at the end of the day your knowledge on the Node.js topic as well. So whenever you answer this, make sure you talk about the job description in detail, because in most job descriptions they would have given their requirement which will basically help you get better clarity on how you can answer. And one important thing which will add a lot of weightage here is when you can answer about what your aims, aspirations and interests are when it comes to working for this particular technology or that particular job, and in fact that particular company as well. So that adds a lot of weightage for your candidature. So make sure you mention about your understanding about the job role, the company architecture, and make sure to have understanding of the job description, and do state your interests, aims and aspirations on the same as well. With this, we come to question number 48, which states, do you have any past Node.js work experience? This is a very common question asked, and in fact, this question can be asked at the start of the interview as well. So if you have any sort of experiences, make sure to elaborate on that to the best of your abilities. Do not bloat anything. Do not talk about things you might not know about, as it might not add a lot of clarity to the interviewer. And it would always be advantageous if you can talk about how you have made use of Node.js. So that is one good thing. And then one important thing, if the interviewer is still expecting you to elaborate on the answer, is to make sure to talk about all the past experiences in terms of the projects that you have done, in terms of hands-on experience rather than theory, about how you've effectively used Node.js in a working environment before. So that is very important for you to state as well. With this, we come to question number 49. Question number 49 states, do you have any experiences working in the same industry as ours? Again, this is a question which is completely dependent on the industry that you have just applied in. If you have any experiences in the industry, you can talk about what you have built, what was the advantages and the disadvantages, and your strengths and weaknesses in that particular environment or in that industry in general as well. So this question is mostly asked if you guys are intermediate users of Node.js or experienced Node.js developers as well. So with this, it is extremely doubtful if this question gets asked to a beginner who's applying for the Node.js job. Keep it detailed, and at the same time make sure you give all the details that's required to answer this question in case if this question is valid for you. Now, coming to the last question, the very important thing about any sort of technological concept is certification. So, have you earned any sort of certification to improve your learning and implementation process? This is something that can add a lot of value to your candidature, because it will show that if you are certified in Node.js, it means that you're an effective learner, you have strong aspirations for this particular topic, and of course you want to build your career on this, as you have spent a good amount of time. You would have spent some money, and it's not just money and time, it's just that you have the general interest to do something to make your change, mark your change in this society using this as well. So if you have any certifications, make sure to list them, talk about them, talk about not just what certifications you have earned, but talk about in detail about what you have learned from this certifications program and how it's being useful to you as well. So that part of how you have implemented it and how you've used it is very much important than having a certification from like one particular organization. So having a certification is going to hugely boost your chances of candidature, especially if you're a fresher, or in fact even if you're an advanced user who's jumped to Node.js from any other sort of JavaScript frameworks as well.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Node.js by answering this question. Which statement executes the code of sample.js file? A. Node.js sample.js. B. Node sample.js. C. Sample.js. D. None of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
So coming to the point, why learn Node.js at all? So I know there are a lot of kind of people who want to learn Node.js, who may want to learn Node.js. You have your freshers. If you're a fresher, you're looking to get into the industry, the whole IT industry, you want to become a developer, then Node.js is a very good place to start. If you know the basics of coding, it's not that hard to get into Node.js. And if you know JavaScript, then it's very easy to get into Node.js. You just need to understand all the different, framework functionalities of Node.js to get into it. Now, if you're a person who's looking to shift his career completely, if you're not from the computer science area, or if you don't have any experience in coding, I would recommend going ahead and checking out a video on how to start coding. Pick a language, and I would recommend picking JavaScript and then come back to this video. And obviously there's going to be the third kind of people who are just interested in learning this. Now, you may not be interested in the reasons that I state, like high demand or high salary, but you may be interested in what are the functionalities of Node.js. So let's get started and see all the different reasons for why you should be learning Node.js. Simple to learn and easy to use. Now, if you already work with JavaScript, you know that JavaScript is a very simple language to use and work with. And if you already know that, then you can go ahead and work with Node.js. So, Node.js is again written in JavaScript, which almost everybody knows that's working in the web development or web development field. And if you don't know, JavaScript is very simple to start learning. And it is very easy to use also. That's what one of the reasons is to getting into Node.js. You have your other, object-oriented languages and other backends like your PHP and your Django, where you'll need to learn other languages. But if you're already acquainted with JavaScript, then this is a good, backend tool to use. Alright, so the next reason is useful for creating microservices. So microservices basically states that whenever you launch an application, you don't launch it as one single entity. You divide it into multiple parts, and it becomes much more easier to manage any service or any application if it is divided into separate entities, because you know where the particular feature set is, or you know where the particular server is, or what kind of functionality that particular instance serves. So microservices basically says that applications can be divided into multiple parts based on their functionalities, and it becomes very easy to manage them. So when you're working with Node.js, obviously it can become very useful for you for creating microservices. Create complex application without complex code. Now, this is a very interesting fact for Node.js. You can create very complex applications, but you don't have to write very complex code for it. You can use very simple language to basically create
very good quality software. And this is again important because you may want to keep your functionality but increase your readability of your code, increase the efficiency of how you write the code, decrease the amount of time it takes to write that code. So this is why it's easy to use your Node.js. Node.js gives you so many libraries and so many plugins and functionalities that you can use to write that complex application without using complex code. Now, versatility. Now, Node.js we know is used for creating amazing web applications for mobile applications because it helps us to create the server side. But it can also be used in different domains because it has such a large range of packages that are available. You guys should go ahead and check it out. You can use the npm, that is the Node Package Manager repository. It has many different packages and different libraries that people upload to and that people can make use of for different purposes, like your machine learning purpose and etc. You can just use it for like so many different use cases. Enjoy a big community. Now, this is a big factor for those people who know about the whole software development field and how a community can matter a lot. You may have a very good language that is very fast and very easy to use, but you may have a very small community for it because it's relatively new or it's very tough to write in. So, and the reason of having a good community or a big community is that you have a lot of interaction, you share a lot of ideas, you share a lot of problems, you solve those problems, and having a big community always helps you keep in touch with the new things coming out and make sure that you're following the best practices, etc. That's why having a big community is good. And then for Node.js, which is an open source platform, you do enjoy a big community. You have a lot of people sharing their different libraries and packages and different ideas and problems, and you can basically refer to them to improve your own coding and you improve your application. High demand. Now, this is like very obvious to understand because Node.js is an open source platform. So many different companies are using it. There's definitely going to be a high demand. Now, this is important for those people who are looking for a job into the web development field because you want to get into it. And if you know JavaScript and you can get into full stack development, which is a position in which you get paid a lot of money and very known companies hire you. Like those big MNCs, multinational corporations go ahead and hire you because they know that you know a lot of different things. And that's why, if you do know Node.js, it's a step towards becoming a full stack developer. And, you can get paid high amounts of salary with that. So you have these companies hiring. You have Netflix, which is one of the biggest companies, and they pay a lot of money to their software developers. You have LinkedIn, NASA, Medium, Uber, PayPal, eBay, and Walmart. All of these are big, very, very big companies. They're not even small. I can't say any of them are small. And they're very big, and they hire a lot of people working with the domain of Node.js and full stack development. Then high salary. Now this relates to the previous reason of a high demand. When you have high demand, you definitely have a competitive environment. And in a competitive environment, companies are generally, generous in salaries. Like your Netflix, right? Netflix pays a lot of money to their software developers, but they expect a lot too. But, they still pay a lot of money. And if you have a lot of good salary, you have a comfortable life. You don't have to worry about, those superficial things and external money problems. You won't have any of those. Let's see what are the different developers' perspectives. So as a Node.js developer in US, you'll be earning around $112,000, and in India, you'll be earning at 6 lakhs per annum, and in UK, you'll be earning around 86,000 pounds. Now, all of these are starting salaries. And guys, keep in mind, these salaries are average amounts and not everyone is going to receive the same amount. You will receive more depending on company, depending on the country, and depending on the skills that you are able to display to your future employers. But remember, you will get at least minimum amount of these salaries in these respective countries. And keep in mind, these are very high salaries to start off with, in your career. All right, so this is the reason that I want you guys to start Node.js, because you can do it. All of you watching this video, you can take up Node.js and you can start coding in it, create amazing web applications and create amazing mobile applications. It may not be for one reason, it may be for different reasons, and all of you will have definitely different reasons, but all of you can do it. So just go ahead and look up more on this topic, look up tutorials on Node.js and see if it's something that you want to do, not that you can do, because you can do it. Just see if you want to do this or not. So guys, I'm gonna leave a conclusion of why you should be learning Node.js. Basically, again, it's that you can do it, and it has so many different pros versus the cons. The cons are very low compared to the pros. You have so many different reasons for so many different kind of people to learn Node.js. So I definitely recommend learning Node.js if you're getting into full stack development or in web development in general. Alright guys, now let's discuss the different developer skills a Node.js developer may need. So you have front-end tech. So obviously, if you're getting into Node.js, you need to know at least basic front-end. And you will know it because if you're learning JavaScript, then HTML and CSS is like very easy. They're a piece of cake. You just, once you learn them once and you remember your whole life. And if you're working solely in backend and you're not working as a full stack developer, then you may not need the front-end technology as much, but it's always helpful to use it. And for full stack developers, obviously you will be using your front-end technology a lot. So guys, if you don't know what full stack means, is basically full stack means a person who can use different stacks of technologies. You can use front-end, your back-end, your cloud services, your database, manage everything. So they have basically an idea of almost everything with how the technology of the software or the product you're providing is actually working. Then RESTful APIs. Now every Node.js developer needs to know how to interpret existing API codes to adopt its use to their own projects. So basically they need to handle interaction between multiple systems. So you need to know how to create RESTful APIs and how to handle them in an efficient manner. Then asynchronous programming. Now this brings us back to the non-blocking model of Node.js. So with an asynchronous input-output, the waiting time for requests can be significantly reduced for your Node.js application. So that's what makes Node.js very fast compared to other languages. It does not wait for concurrent requests to come in and only then file those requests and process those requests. It does them as they come to it. It won't make second person's request wait while the first person's request is being handled. It will go ahead and process them also. So this way it can receive and work with large amounts of requests and hits to the application. And that's why it's easy to scale using Node.js also, which is again another reason to work with Node.js. It's very easy to scale your application using Node.js. Then database scheme creation. So database management is very important because you'll be working with database management. You'll be using databases and you'll be connecting them to your web application for data storage purposes. So you need to know how to manage them. So you need to know how to create a database, and you need to know especially how to manage those databases. Then write efficient codes. Now this is pretty self-explanatory. You need to write efficient code. You need to follow the best standard practices of Node.js, and you need to write clean and readable code. Now this comes with every kind of development, software development role. You need to write efficient codes. Then error handling skills. Now again, this is similar to your write efficient codes in the matter of fact that almost every software development field needs you to know this. That is error handling skills. You need to know how to handle the errors that come in, any warnings or errors that may come in, or any downtime of an application maybe there, or your application crashes. Then you need to know how to debug the problem and solve that problem. And other than these technical developer skills that you may need as a Node.js developer, you may need other skills like communication skills, which is very important, and critical thinking, and basically being able to solve problems. Oh, okay. Also, you need to know how to work with cloud or infra, and that's just a plus. And it's, companies look at you with a higher respect if they see that you have knowledge in other domains also. So guys, these are the different Node.js developer skills you need to become a Node.js developer. All right, now let's discuss the learning path. So if you watched this session so far till now, and you feel like you're the kind of person who wants to get into Node.js, then I am going to tell you about the different resources you can use to learn Node.js, to start learning Node.js.
Okay guys, a quick info: if you're looking for an end-to-end training in JavaScript, Intellipaat provides a full stack web developer course which covers JavaScript and all the JavaScript frameworks you need to know. For more details, check out the description box.